Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome or welcome back to the newsroom and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Our Snort's Gin and Tonic and Tim Snorton's Stay Salty and all the rest of our subsidiaries. Let's go ahead and get into the situation. Okay, so this is going to be a wild one and a long one, to be honest. This is going to be this is going to take a bit. Okay, so for any of you guys who have been following for any period of time, you guys would already know. So I'm not telling you guys anything different. That I have been doing a lot of videos in between these larger pieces, just so you guys are kind of getting some of my daily thoughts and kind of just keeping you guys in the loop as we get to these larger projects. I hope people kind of understand that. If not, I get it. Feel free to just wait till the larger content comes out, but it gives me a little bit more time. I don't feel like I'm being rushed. Of course, I'm the only person who's pushing me. So, you know what I'm saying? That's no pressure on anybody else's part. But that's kind of the purpose of it and whatnot. And just to give me a chance to show a bit more range without bouncing off of something, if you will. Kind of just, dealing with it myself. But in any case, hopefully you guys are liking the content that's out and all that. And let's get into this situation here. The social experiment DSP tried to pull the day after the marathon, which was after the felting that we got from the Grill Fill segment. This was a long time coming, to be honest with you. And a lot of contradictions, which of course there is. So we're going to go ahead and just tackle this in the usual format or in the usual way. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into your favorite segment and my favorite segment, if you will. I mean, besides, I'll name this segment later. I'm really enjoying that, to be honest with you. Gotta be honest. I'm really enjoying that. Let's get into the situation here. Let me set it all up. All right, cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. Sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Okay, so our current scenario. This is, I believe, March 12th, right? And DSP is coming off of, yet again, he's coming off of the Grill Fill segment. He is coming off of the marathon. And I believe he's coming off of the marathon. And this is essentially the day after that. The day that normally he would be hungover and he'd be sitting at home looking at Detractor Twitter and Kiwi Farms and stalking, I don't know, Warski, John, whoever he can get a hold of. Instead, he decided to stream that day. And he decides in his infinite wisdom that no begging, no advertising, none of that bullshit. We're going to toss all of that to the side to try to prove some type of point to the Dents, to PPP, and to apparently the Detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that he can go a day without begging. But if he does go a day without begging, nothing ever really gets done. Now, granted, that's not enough of a sample size, obviously, to measure anything upon anything and the ignorance that kind of entails. Let me explain. You guys already heard my That Being Said segment as it pertains to this. This idiot invested $30 into Call of Duty so he could be at, what is that, a $270 deficit? That doesn't make any sense. Here's what I mean. He invested $20 into the Raphael, however you want to pronounce it, Ninja Turtle bundle. And then he also invested $10 into the premium battle pass to get Splinter and some of those other blueprints. That's the premise of why they essentially played Call of Duty, or why he played Call of Duty all day, or all of the first stream and a little bit of the second. And then he went into the indie game of whatever it was. And he wanted to be hyper focused on that, no advertising, no nothing, because he had made over $1,200 off them the day before. So, it is what it was. And there were some doubts on whether that was actually legit or not. I think he addresses it in this. But he decides to not advertise. He decides to not beg. He decides to not actually conduct business, just play straight games. play straight games and not beg, and loses out on potentially $270. Now, granted, his premise would make sense if he wasn't mentally ill. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was anybody else. Like, DSP has conditioned his audience to react the way he reacts. The days of being a normal streamer, a well-adjusted human being, a decent person, all those things are gone. Okay, those are long dead. Long dead. So stick to the script, play your part, and get back to your e-begging. The same thing that you said, it isn't e-begging, it's advertising, this is business. No one's gonna know if I need help. If I don't ask for it, ask and you shall receive, yada, yada, yada. Whatever lame ass, coping ass reasoning you had to come up with, stick to the script. No one cares. And you know what I'm saying? It, like, people were more concerned that you weren't acting like a weirdo, but you're still a weirdo. So it don't matter. So you losing out on potentially $270, if you could even get the money out of them, doesn't mean anything. Let me explain that, and then let's get into why we're all really here. You ain't sat there and blitzed these people, literally. You literally angry snorted and blitzed these people for $1,200 the day before. You knew you weren't going to make any money, or you weren't going to make any real money the next day, which is usually the reason why he doesn't stream after marathons the next day. He usually takes that day off. Instead, he sat there and played upon a circumstance that he already knew he was going to be in a deficit. Let me explain. He had already bled, yet again, he's already bled these people for $1,200. He usually takes the day off after big marathons, especially if they're successful. He knew these people weren't going to be contributing. He knew that. So he had sat there and tried to prove this point to PPP and Kino Casino, and to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and to the dents that were apparently skeptical and whatnot, and played this whole bullshit scenario under the guides that he wanted to get caught up in Call of Duty. Phil, I see the scam, baby. I see the scam. I see everything. Well, not everything, but I see most of it. You knew these people weren't going to have them, were not going to be able to hit the goal that next day. You knew it. Even if you begged, you would have just looked far more pathetic given that you had already made $1,200 the day before. On top of the fact you ain't scammed them for thousands of dollars leading up to that marathon. You just took advantage of a situation that was already in play anyway. On top of the fact that you were hungover and you're supposedly depressed because of whatever the fuck and anything else. You're not fooling nobody. You're really not. You're not clever. You're not even cunning. You're just a lazy piece of shit that played upon a vulnerable situation. You just played into it. And it gave you more sympathy because you've already been drumming up, for the better part of a week that you and Khet are already stressed out. You got things going on in real life and this, that, and the third, and it all just feeds into it. That's all. That's all this is. It's not cunning. It's not clever. It is what it is. It's the laziest way of trying to gain sympathy and yet try to prove a point. You're not fooling anybody. But semantics. I'm gonna let you lie to me though. I'm gonna go ahead and let you lie to me, and I'm gonna act like an idiot and act like I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I see you. I see you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get into this video. And let me go ahead and show you how this piece of piggy shit wants to sit here and play chess. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And let's get into our scenario. Jesus Christ. I see you. What's wrong with you? I'm saying I see you. All over this shit. Let's see here. Is it here? I think this is it. I think it is. I think. Okay.
Level 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. One of our favorites, Raw Phil. Big ups to Raw Phil and whatnot. And we're going to be going over the Bottom Bitch podcast / social experiment from March 12th of 2025. And that's pretty much it. I don't smell no bacon cooking. So we sorry for that. I've had my snort butts this morning, so I got a lot of energy. So let's go ahead and get into this scenario. And let me go ahead and put this out here too, because if you're a dent, you're always gonna carry that gout. It don't even matter. You're gonna carry that gout. And let's go ahead and get into our scenario.
Podcast. The level 1 pod. Come.
Okay, let me stop. I'm such an asshole. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get into Let's go ahead and get into the video at hand. Here we go.
To the Level 1 podcast. Come to the Level 1 podcast. I'm back, and it's time to start with a renewed feeling this week. I know that there was no podcast yesterday, so today we're going to make up for it. Today, we are going to get all caught up on everything going on, including how did the Five Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon go back on Monday? How's everything else been going? Where are we with our goals? How is everything with the content? What's coming up later this week? There's a lot to talk about. Okay, there really is. A lot of people are asking questions. So I'm going to answer those questions to the best of my ability on today's show. We've got a good amount to talk about today. It's going to be a long one, a fun one, an informative one, but it's going to be a good one. So sit back and relax. It is time for another episode of the Level 1 podcast. Alrighty, folks. Well, welcome to the show. Today is Wednesday, the 12th of March, 2025. It's weird to say that. No, it really is. Like, it doesn't feel like Wednesday to me. This week has kind of been a blur. A lot of stuff going on, both public facing and private, which is why everything is kind of thrown out of a loop. It's one of the...
It's not even the case. It's the fact that he lives every day as if it's the same day. So, of course, there wouldn't be any differential to it. You know what I'm saying? You don't leave your house. You don't talk to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're talking to a bunch of faceless dents in your chat, but none of them are really talking back to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? They may be speaking, but you're not hearing them, so to speak. So, I mean, of course, every day is going to feel like the same day. And that right there should be a problem, being that this is where he was conducting a social experiment. If you feel like every day kind of just bleeds into itself, that should tell you something. That should tell you that you're lacking a type of stimulants in your life in some way, shape, or form. And if you're going through that, just imagine, quote unquote, how your family and what your family's going through. You know what I mean? Like, he tries to come across vague or even mysterious or secretive to make it seem like there's actually some depth in his life. And there isn't. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who's been on this very crazy ass experience and shit, on a long enough timeline, everything comes to fruition. And truth be told, it's usually mundane, it's lame, and it even makes you question, why would you even lie about something that means nothing to really anybody? You know what I'm saying? The initial shock just comes down to, why'd you even bother? This could have just fallen into any Phil's Day Off segment and we could have just moved on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there very rarely is any huge revelations unless they're just massive fucking lies. But semantics.
Reasons why there was no podcast yesterday. So basically, yeah, I get it. Like, a lot of you yesterday were incredibly confused, scratching your heads, wondering what the heck was going on, because a lot of people said, Phil, you seem out of sorts. You seem like you're not yourself. You know, what's going on? And I basically just kind of pushed forward and did my day of streaming.
I mean, the reason why is because he was trying to skinwalk like a regular streamer and failed at that. Because truth be told, he just didn't say anything. You know what I mean? If he's not begging, there's nothing to him. You know what I mean? He didn't engage in actual meaningful conversations with any of you. He don't know nothing but semantics. He wasn't engaging in any real conversation with any of you. That's why he played Call of Duty. He needed something that he could hyper focus on that would keep him away from the chat. So it could only feed into his story, into his complexity, or the complications that he's dealing with in life and shit. He's making it seem like there's more to him than there really is. And truth be told, I may be giving him too much credit. I've been known to do that. But truth be told, I mean, if you really look at that whole scenario, it's not a surprise things, you know, flowed the way they did.
And didn't really care to address it. But today I will, to some extent, again, to the best that I can, because as I keep telling you guys, this stuff that's going on really isn't anything that's public facing nor stuff that you should know about. Everyone has a private life. The problem is I'm a guy who's literally on stream 6 days a week.
But you don't have a life. That's the problem. Like, that's what kills your narrative. You don't have a life. You want to sit there and act like you're human. You want to act like you're like everybody else and shit. You're a fucking NPC. You spend 6 days doing this mundane nonsense and shit. And then when you're not doing this, if it's not WWE champions, if it's not harassing John, Howard, fucking anybody in the FGC that you can get to talk to you, or Kino Casino, you're drinking and you're on Detractor Twitter, or you're on the farms, or you're watching Detractor content. There's nothing to you in your fucking life. You realize that, right? This whole public life bullshit. Dude, your dumb ass has a segment called Phil's Day Off. What is there really to you? Make it make sense.
All day long, and it comes through. You know, I'm not one of these fake people who's putting on this crazy mask or front. You know, when you see me on stream, usually you see me in my mood or whatever is.
But that's full of shit too, because you've said multiple times over the years that you've showed up on stream, you put the brave face on because you didn't want people to know that there was stuff bothering you. Any detractor worth their salt knows this. So what the hell are you literally talking about? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? There's enough detractor content out there to back up that statement.
Going on, and you know, this week has been really, really hard.
And maybe if you talk to your friends, maybe if you had a good relationship with your family, maybe if you were actually married and your wife and you actually loved your wife and your wife loved you, maybe you could talk to someone and work this shit out. Maybe if you cared so much about Khet as you say you do, you would take 2 full days off and actually spend time with her like you said that you want to do, but you can't because you don't have the finances to do it. I don't know. Those are just some suggestions.
A lot of stuff going on that I'm just not going to talk about publicly. All right. But it affects these streams in a big way when you see me not acting right, when I'm changing the schedule around and everything.
I mean, you didn't mind changing the schedule around for PPP at any given moment or whatever. So what's that mean? And you not acting right. Like I said, you're a fucking NPC. You're not a person. There's nothing unique about you. You're a fucking weirdo. You know what I mean? Everything you do seems awkward. As much as you say no one wants to talk to you in an interview or in a co-op type fashion or setting, I also believe you realize you're not built like the rest of us. And don't get me wrong, I'm doing fucking hours upon hours of content on your dumb ass, so that doesn't make me any more normal than anybody else. But you're not fucking normal, dude. Like, you obviously realize that. You ain't talked to multiple people, or you've attempted to talk to multiple people. The people who talk to you obviously realize you're a fucking alien, and all the people that you want to be able to speak to won't talk to you because some dumb shit you did in the past, because you're literally just toxic fucking waste now and or radioactive, or you're just so strange and awkward there wouldn't be a point of having a conversation with you. And as brutal as that may sound, it's the truth. And everybody knows it, and I think you know it. And I think you're so desperate to have people overlook your flaws, to try to see you for the person that you want people to see you for, not realizing even to yourself that that person doesn't even exist. It's a construct of your imagination. You know what I mean? The problem is that you are so devoted to this online shit because you have nothing going on for yourself in real life that you want people to perceive you the way that you see yourself every day. And the reality is, you hate that person as much as the people around you hate you. That's the problem. That's why you won't commit to anything. It's one of the reasons why you're scared to change. Because then people see you for the actual fraud that you are now. And then whenever you do, ass clowns like me are still going to call you a fraud and a poser and a fake, because that's what you are. That's why you absorb the mannerisms of the people around you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's nothing to you. You're hollow. You're empty. And I'm not going to be like other detractors and shit and try to fucking sugarcoat this shit. Fuck that. The truth is, you're nothing. You're literally nothing. And you know that. Remember, you're the ass clown who said all those years ago that if it wasn't for the fucking internet, you wouldn't have any meaning to your life. If it wasn't for the success from YouTube and whatnot, you felt like you would have nothing meaningful in your life. No one would care about anything you say or what you do. This is what gave you meaning. Do you not know how pathetic that sounds? Legitimately, do you not know how pathetic that sounds? Your family, your friends, those are yourself. Though you yourself, no one's gonna ever justify your existence or how meaningful of a person you are in your own life more than yourself. After that, it's the people around you, your wife, your kids, your family, your friends, things that you don't have. That's the reality of it. You're just as worthless and useless as Boogie and Wings. The only difference was is they accepted it. They accepted it. They may have been somebody's back then, but they're nobody now. And they just accepted it. And you're resisting it because there is somebody else or there is a group of people that's on a level that you're on, you always need to try to distance yourself from them. If Keem had came to you, I honestly believe this. If Keem had came to you first and said, hey, I want to do this podcast called Lol Cow Live, will you be the first, and you're the first person I thought about it, would you be willing to sign on? I honestly think you'd do it. I honestly think so. But because Boogie and Wings were there first, because you've had your run-ins with them, at one time or another, because you could fuck them over out of that money, you were like, screw that. You did it out of spite. You wanted them to beg, you wanted them to plead, you wanted them to make accommodations for you. And they weren't willing to do it. But they still went along with it. And they're still making money. And they're still keeping themselves relevant, however which way you would perceive relevancy. And it bothers you. It bothers you that it didn't just crash and fucking burn like you thought it did. It bothers you that they're still, to whatever degree, are actually happy and whatnot. It bothers you. It really fucking does. And yet you're sitting here like a fucking bump on a log and whatnot, fucking PPP, and already had his foot straight up up your fucking colon and shit, damn near coming out your mouth. And now you need to have a pity party for yourself and shit to make yourself feel better. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, it sucks. So here's the thing.
And then he's such a spiteful piece of shit. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't emphasize this to you enough. But then again, go to your favorite detractor's favorite detractor and they'll tell you too. Don't ever do nothing for this cat. Don't ever do anything for Philip, Paul Burnell, DSP, Darksydephil, Dark Geppetto. He doesn't care. He doesn't appreciate it. He never could. He doesn't have the practice.
It's like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Okay? And you might say, well, what does that mean? If I had never said a thing that I was going through anything personal right now, okay? And then all of a sudden on a stream I explode and I'm pissed, or I put out a whole stream where I'm sounding like an asshole or whatever.
Sounds like every day. It sounds like par for the course. It sounds like the everyday thing, if you ask me. But that's just if you're asking.
But I haven't explained that this is very much because of stuff behind the scenes and not you guys or anything public facing. You know, that might actually hurt someone. That might actually like upset someone. So I feel it's my responsibility.
Who's it gonna hurt? Who's it gonna upset? And besides your wife, maybe. But who's that really gonna upset? All right, whatever. You don't have as much control on people's lives as you think. And if you do, it's really more indirectly, to be honest.
As a creator, that every day I'm going to be on this stream, that I at least tell you if there's something else going on. So then you can be like, oh, I get it. So Phil's really in a bad mood and that's why he's acting like this, you know, and this.
If that's the case, then don't stream. Okay. Here's the thing. And this is just me. If I feel a certain type of way or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to step to the mic that day. I'm not going to turn on OBS. I'm not going to stream. I'm not going to do whatever. And that's just me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how I feel like rolling and whatnot. And he's no different. He like no one, like anybody else, to be honest with you. Like if you're angry or if you're upset or if you're having a bad day or whatever, streaming's probably not the best idea, or at least not right then and there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, give yourself a couple hours to kind of settle yourself up, because if not, you're going to blow up on someone that you don't need to. And sometimes an apology is not going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear about this. There's no love in this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there is no love in this game and shit. You can have someone that's followed you for years and shit. All it takes is one phrase taken out of context, or just one phrase to be said. All it takes is one bad video, one bad stream. It doesn't take much to have someone who spent years watching you to turn on you, or to even sour their opinion of you. It doesn't take much. It really don't. Resentment is very much a seed that's already planted. It just needs the smallest bit of nourishment for it to flourish. It doesn't take much. It really don't. And that's something that everybody needs to be mindful of. So if you got an attitude or whatever the fuck, you going streaming doesn't help that. You know what I mean? It really don't. It's a quick way to make enemies, and years upon years of goodwill get flushed down the drain. It just doesn't take much.
Particularly this last week and a half, 2 weeks, has been really bad. Okay? So I just see that, again, it's the right thing to do. If I had completely told you all of my business top to bottom, now that's oversharing. When you guys come to my streams, correct, you want to unplug. You're here to chill. You're here to have a good time. You're here to have a nice podcast and we have some conversation, hear about game news. Then you want to see me jump into a game during the gameplay session and you know.
But you don't know anything, though. Like, your whole come here, chill, and relax. How do you do that when you have a grown-ass man that is sitting there begging you for money when most of these idiots can barely make ends meet themselves, or they're on disability or something else and they got to cough that money up? How is that a fucking chill, relaxing time and shit? And then if you want to start getting into the gameplay nonsense, okay, I'll play that game with you. You got to be handheld through everything. If that's the case, they might as well play the game themselves. And then you have literally no conversation about anything because you don't know anything, you don't care about anything, you don't like anything. You have nothing to add. Your podcast is nothing more than a therapy session, and if there is gaming news, it's you just railing on or bashing whatever company that's already down bad and you're just looking to get your kicks in. When's the last time he said anything on fucking his supposed DSPN? I'm not even gonna call it DSPN because I'm about to confiscate that shit. I'm about to take that shit and whatnot and actually make a segment out of that. So what is it? Does he ever talk about that pertains to game news or anything socially that's actually positive? Nothing. The only positivity comes out of it is if he can bash another content creator who's fallen from grace, or a company that's going out of business, and he tries to give you fake sympathy, like he gives a fuck about all those people who are losing their jobs, when at one time or another, some of those very same companies, he said that they made bad games and they deserve to get fired anyway. Who cares? He don't. But it's supposedly a positive fucking space over there and shit. It's a place for you to sit down, unwind, and relax. You got to give him money. You got to give him moral support. You got to handhold him through games. You got to fucking sit around, as of late, you got to sit around these fucking setup streams where this idiot is having a hard time doing quick fixes on stuff that should take 5 or 10 minutes, but this idiot don't understand how Google works, and it takes him 4 hours damn near to fucking get through the smallest shit. Or he's so enamored with his fucking lights and shit that he forgets what he's talking about more often than not. And then when one of them goes out of sync, he has to spend 45 minutes to try to fix it because he can't just ignore it. Because he's so fucking autistic that everything needs to work a certain type of way. Something to think about.
A hangout session, if it's a chill game, or a more intense session, if it's a multiplayer game. But in general, you're not here to get wrapped up in the sorrows and the problems of others. You have your own. You don't want to come here and hear a sob story, and I get that.
So then why are you always badgering them financially when more often than not, these people have financial issues themselves? Now, granted, in the true words of an e-thought, if you got financial problems, you probably shouldn't be on 4 or 5 hour streams and shit, listening to or watching anybody else. But for all functioning human beings that are just above the bell curve, you can listen to something and do something else at the same time. The problem is DSP isn't saying or doing anything that's really worthwhile while you're doing other things. He's he does. He expects your undivided attention with anything and everything that he's doing. He wants you to be just as single-minded as he is. he is slowly but surely dumbing you down. Something to think about.
That is definitely something that over the years I have learned from and changed for the better, despite the fact that people on the internet act like everything is universal and can never be changed. I'm sorry, I absolutely have done my best to change for the better and not turn this into the woe is me, feel bad for Phil stream. Okay? So,
like how we've picked up the snorts again. For a while, he wasn't doing that. If you think about from August of last year till probably at least December or January, that snorting thing kind of stopped for a while, but then it just slowly started to come back. You can only be a piece of shit for so long.
it sucks because it's a tough line to dance on. You'll want to tell everyone
Or you can only fake not being a piece of shit for so long is what I should have said.
what's going on, but you really shouldn't and can't. But at the same time, if you don't mention anything, now definitely people are going to be upset with you if your behavior is different.
Well, then that means you are admitting to badgering these people, throwing all of your problems and issues on them to siphon money out of them or to gain support. Does he not realize that? Like, he sits there and starts the argument off, or not even argument, but starts the conversation off with, you guys are here not to be dealing with someone else's problems, but to unwind and have a good time. And there's no point in me sharing stuff with you because it's my problems, it's my issues, it's my personal life, and I need to deal with it. But then he sits there and says, oh, well, if I don't share with you, then you guys don't know there's something wrong, so you guys don't have a reason to give me money. The mental fucking gymnastics are incredible.
Right? So it is what it is. And that's the thing. People will always speculate about stuff and they can't. I've heard everything this week. I've heard that Jasper Kitty was sick or injured. I've heard that my wife is getting divorcing me. You know.
Oh, wait. What were you about to say? That's not what you were going to initially say. What were you going to say?
Play session and you know, have a hangout session if it's a chill game, or a more intense session if it's a multiplayer game. But in general, you're not here to get wrapped up in the sorrows and the problems of others. You have your own. You don't want to come here and hear a sob story. And I get that. That is definitely something that over the years I have learned from and changed for the better, despite the fact that people on the internet act like everything is universal and can never be changed. I'm sorry, I absolutely have done my best to change for the better and not turn this into the woe is me, feel bad for Phil stream.
Well, your best needs to get a whole lot fucking better. I got to tell you, if this is really you changing for the better, then you need to try a whole lot harder. I got to tell you, you're not making any real progress.
Okay?
Nice snort.
So, it sucks because it's a tough line to dance on. You'll want to tell everyone what's going on, but you really shouldn't and can't. But at the same time, if you don't mention anything, now definitely people are going to be upset with you if your behavior is different, right? So,
sorry, I went back a little further than I wanted to, but I'm kind of glad I did just because.
It is what it is. And that's the thing. People will always speculate about stuff and they can't. I've heard everything this week. I've heard that Jasper Kitty was sick or injured. I've heard that my wife is getting divorcing me. You know.
Nah, he was going to say that the wife was getting sick, but we already know that because you don't put on that much weight in such a short amount of time and not have any type of negative repercussions or consequences, if you will. So, that's an interesting language feint there.
Oh, taxes are bad this year and they're going to repossess my house, all kinds of dumb shit.
I don't know about all that, but I do know PayPal changed the way they're doing things, so I'm curious how you're going to play that out. Speaking of which, I'm also curious if you're going to go back to PayPal or Stream Elements, because there's nothing to say that he couldn't do that. So, but then again, DSP wants to tell you that he's changed and that he doesn't believe universally that if something happens, it's set in stone, even though he'll go back to shit that happened to him 5 years and try to equate that to what's going on now. Semantics. Don't think about it too much. Don't think about it too much. It's forbidden thought. It's not a good thing. Just like forbidden math. Shouldn't do that either.
Of course, zero, reality to any of that. They're just morons making stuff up constantly like they always do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this simple. All right. There's stuff going on. You don't need to know about it, but it is affecting my content, and there's nothing I can do about that either. And I'm sorry for that. But I hope that you would understand, and hopefully you're still enjoying the content despite the fact that it is being affected.
Well, does that mean that maybe you should take some time off and like get your mind right? Like get your shit together? You're a mentally ill person that is showing the signs of clearly being mentally ill, and you want to continue doing this instead of actually addressing what your problem is. If you're not going to address it on stream, fine, whatever. It's going to eventually come out regardless. But don't you think you owe your audience at least some type of respect and or decency to maybe take some time off and get your shit together? Because what good are you as a podcaster, in air quotes, or as a streamer / content creator if you have problems going on that's bleeding into the content? I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Okay. And then, and there's the thing is, of course, like they say, when it rains, it pours. It can't just be one thing, then another thing has to happen, then some drama has to happen, then some bullshit has to happen. That's the worst possible timing, and it's like, it all compounds. So not only do I have this shit going on in my life, but then I got to hear about, did you hear about this drama, that drama, this drama? I could give two fucks about it. I've got real shit going on. I don't have to worry about your internet bullshit. Really, it's just so stupid. Why the fuck would I care about all this nonsense you're bringing to my table when I have this immediate heavy shit going on?
Then why are you, well, one, because you're irresponsible as shit and you're not taking care of that alleged heavy shit. Two, you live and breathe the internet. So it's very clear that the shit that's going on in real life that you clearly can't handle, you're using the internet as an escape. Hence the reason why you're addressing the internet bullshit. And three, and most importantly, you're a mental midget fucking monkey and shit. Of course you're going to feed into the drama. You're a drama whore. So anything that allows you to escape your real fucking life, which isn't even a life, by the way, it's just existing. Of course you're going to sit there and fully, fledge yourself into it. Or you're going to fully commit to it, I should say. Why wouldn't you? You're not a fucking adult. You're a 10-year-old, stuck in a fucking 42-year-old body, a 42-year-old's body. Sorry, I don't know why it took so much to get that out. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing to you. It is what it is. A real adult would address the problem and get that squared away before they bring that shit to their quote-unquote place of business. But that's never been you. You've always divulged the worst aspects of your life into this bullshit. That's the reason why we know so much about you. It's the reason why people can poke and prod you in all the ways that they do. This ain't no different. You think you're actually dispelling anything? No, all you're doing is feeding the machine. And why? Because you need the machine to survive. Truth be told. Even with the argument that if detractors, trolls, haters, and critics left you alone, you would fade out. The truth is, you would just manufacture more drama to bring them back in. That's the reality of it. I may not fuck with Duty, but truth be told, in some way, shape, or form, you need Duty. That's the reality. As much as he needs you, you need him. That's what it's starting to come down to. Same thing with Tevin. You need Tevin. You need Snort now. You need all these different people. And you know it. And you try to act like you're above it. You try to act like you're putting out something that's worth a damn, and you're not. You're not in your audience art. You're doing whatever you can to try to keep your fucking neck above water. Your gullet above water. And then you got all those dents that are drowning themselves under you trying to prop you up. End of story. Anybody can see that. Not everybody may want to acknowledge it, but everybody can see that.
But then again, I guess if you live in a fantasy world where you think everything is based around stuff on the internet 24/7,
projection,
you actually think that kind of stuff is more than trivial, and when it's really not. So anyway, with all this stuff going on, all right, what I'd like to do is get you guys caught up on everything, because I do feel like now we're lagging behind. Like today I woke up and I was like, all right, let's get back into the rhythm of things. Wait, it's Wednesday? It's freaking Wednesday? I feel like the week just started. I really do. I feel like we just began.
That's called too much drinking, by the way.
And like it's Wednesday. Holy shit. So stuff's been going crazy, right? And in that regard, we do need to get back on track because when everything is kind of derailed and going all over the place, it's definitely hard to try to maintain the right course and not get confused. And you know me, I'm the kind of guy, I've got that mind. I like to plan everything. I want to have my schedule laid out, and this is exactly how we're doing stuff each day, and we're going to tackle this and tackle that. And I realize to some extent you can't always have everything pre-planned, right? It's true. But I'm the kind of guy that I have that kind of analytical mind.
Oh, shit. Wow. Skinwalking as your father now. Well, you've been trying to skinwalk as him, to be honest. Let's be honest. You're never going to be man enough to stand in Dave's shoes. Dave knows it. That's why him and Linda coddled you the way they did, to be honest. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, Phil. You should have just stayed in Connecticut. You should have just stayed home, to be honest with you. Your parents should probably be less stressed out.
And I want to have everything laid out. So we're going to talk about that today because things have changed in the schedule.
Because it's the same idiot that has to make a schedule as it pertains to fucking video games. Think about that. He wants to sit there and talk to you about an analytical mind. But then again, he says boss fights in Resident Evil games are puzzle battles. Or puzzle fights and shit. Or puzzle boss fights and shit. Does that sound analytical to you? This is the same idiot who miscounts literal dollar amounts when it comes to tips and shit. This is the same fucking idiot who gets caught up in lies and then has to make new lies and then forgets the original one. And that's why he just says, stuff like an answer is an answer. Because he's at the point in life where he can't even keep his own lies together. You know what I mean? Like the mental dexterity is like wearing thin. That's why he don't have no fight left in him. Oh, he's unworthy at times. Unworthy.
Times already. I want to talk about Monday's marathon because the Five Nights at Freddy's event, I feel, went really, really well.
That shit was a trash fire. Holy fuck. I saw Snort and Memology's kind of like compilation of it. And then I saw some of it on Raw Phil. It was a trash fire. Oh my Christ, that shit was a trash fire. He bashed the first one and then completely and utterly got mind fucked in the second and third one. He kind of liked the fourth one, and then he went back to and then I think he thought about going back to the first one. I'm not even sure if he did or not. I know he was certainly talking about it, and I don't know what happened after that. I punched out. Punched out after that.
Was eye-opening for many different reasons, in my opinion. And I basically want to talk about the results of it and what's going to come of it, because some things might actually come of it, which is great. So let's see. Let's cover all this. Basically, we got to talk about everything, right? I'm going to tell you why we didn't do a podcast yesterday.
Oh, another thing too. This idiot tried to use Street Fighter logic while playing the Five Nights at Freddy's. He was talking about, oh, they won't leave when I need them to leave. Oh, I thought that they were supposed to show up on this side. Why did they switch up? Like, he damn near wanted to sit there and say that it's pattern play. He definitely said it's RNG, which it is. He was a mess. It was really sad to watch. I have to say, it's so sad to watch. It really, really was. It was just embarrassing. I mean, more than usual, to be honest with you. Was such a game, that's simplistic and gets more and more, which compounds in its suspense as it goes forward. This idiot was trying to purposely get himself drunk, which is the only reason why he kept pushing for, give me $100. I want a drink. I need a drink. I need a drink. Like typical alcoholic shit. And then he didn't want to do certain stuff. Like when you get into the second and third game, he didn't want to use the camera. He just wanted to sit by the door and wait until they actually showed up. He didn't see the point in using the sound box at certain times or whatever to try to lure the animatronics away. He just was like, oh, well, I'll just focus on this one area on the camera and then I'll just go ahead and watch the doors and that's it. Like all the things that makes the game fun and suspenseful, he killed it. And he did it on purpose. It's very clear he did it on purpose. Just garbage, man. Just absolute fucking slop content.
I want to just cover everything. So, all right. So all that being said, Okay? Let's start at the beginning, shall we? Let's kind of jump back in time a couple of days and let's talk about everything going on so that we can get caught up. So let's fast forward back to Sunday, okay? Because on Sunday, something really weird happened, okay? We were at, if you remember, 46 out of 50 goals hit. And when we hit 50 goals, we were going to unlock the Five Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon, whenever it may be.
This is literally IRL microtransactions and shit. That's fucking... It's so peculiar how he was able to get this passed. It really is. It's literally IRL microtransactions. Fucking A, bro. And then you throw even more money so you can get DLCs and shit. Like, Jesus Christ, man. It's so wild. It's that right there in itself should show you, like, how disconnected he is from reality. You know what I mean? He's literally figured out a way, kind of. It was probably someone else's idea and he just shoehorned it himself. But he's literally figured out a way to monetize everything, even the most minute bullshit. So much, in fact, that most of it he can't even justify when he's questioned on it. He just uses his audience as a shield to keep doing it or to go along with it. Fantastic, man. I got to tell you. It's disturbing, but it's fantastic, too, in some ways.
I didn't think we were going to be doing it Monday. I told you guys we weren't going to do it Tuesday because Smart Guys was scheduled for Tuesday night, so that if we didn't do it Monday, we would do it Wednesday, and that was fine. But I said, hey, there's always a weird chance that maybe there'll be a rallying of support, and out of nowhere, right, we would hit these goals, 4 goals in one day, and then boom, we would do the marathon on Monday, which would work fine. I was ready for it, right? I said, we're going to have food planned with my wife and I'll get the games and stuff.
See, it's funny because he said that he wasn't looking forward to it, but then he's sitting here telling you he literally planned for it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you see how, like, here, let me bring this back. Like, you really have to listen to how silly this shit is. Like, and it also goes back to how autistic and how rigid that schedule is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't understand that he's literally killing himself and suffocating the audience at the same time. But it doesn't matter because as long as he can get in this particular case, the $600, it doesn't matter because, oh, well, they must want it because they paid for it. Not realizing that it's just constant inflation, and once shit eventually deflates or just pops, I should say, then what's he going to do? Once these people are tapped out for a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, or even a month, what the fuck is he going to do? And that's why instead of doing the 6-day-a-week bullshit, he should cut himself back to 5. And I think he wants to, if he can get that like $300 to $600 a day, then he might actually be willing to do it. But then he's so fucking greedy and inept, he's like, oh, well, if I can get $600 a day out of you 5 straight days, then why not go for that 6th day? Come on, guys, why not? You see what I'm saying? And it's not pushing the envelope like he thinks. It's just him being a massive piece of trash for the sake of being a greedy piece of trash. And he wonders why people don't like him. Or he wonders why there's only like 3 or 4 people carrying the goals. Whatever.
So let's fast forward back to Sunday, okay? Because on Sunday...
And it really comes down to the fact that he doesn't view people as people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how, like, I call him an NPC, I call him a walking fucking ATM for the FGC or whatever. That's how he views people. And that's probably even how he justifies it.
Today, something really weird happened, okay? We were at, if you remember, 46 out of 50 goals hit. And when we hit 50 goals, we were going to unlock the Five Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon, whenever it may be. I didn't think we were going to be doing it Monday. I told you guys we weren't going to do it Tuesday because Smart Guys was scheduled for Tuesday night, so that if we didn't do it Monday, we would do it Wednesday, and that was fine. But I said, hey, there's always a weird chance that maybe there'll be a rallying of support, and out of nowhere.
See, the idiot can't even catch himself. He literally is telling you that I set it up to happen Monday, and I'm even putting up the roadblock that, well, it can't be on Tuesday. And why draw it out any more days than it needs to? Let's hit this goal immediately so we can immediately get on to the next goal, the next project, the next whatever. but he thinks he's so clever, and he literally is just talking for the sake of talking, that he's hoping that people will get confused and not be able to tell. Well, shit, we have to hit this deadline on Monday now, guys, because Tuesday is smart, guys. And then, yeah, we could do it on Wednesday, but then we'll be behind. He's literally setting up the deficits like that. Absolutely fantastic.
Right? We would hit these goals, 4 goals in one day, and then boom, we would do the marathon on Monday, which would work fine. I was ready for it, right? I said, well, I have food planned with my wife, and I'll get the games installed. We'll get it all done.
But I thought you said it wasn't going to happen on Monday. Contradicting himself. Oh, well, yeah. Now it happens on Monday. Great. Now I can get everything with the wife going on, this, that, and the third. And these are all moving parts that shouldn't matter anyway. You're not paying Darksydephil to do a DSP tries it for him and his wife. It's supposed to be only for him and the audience. No, I'm surprised none of these idiots ever catch that shit. But the reason why he puts that in there without any fear of pushback is because, well, hey, if you guys don't do this, and I'm planning for it, I'm planning for us to do this. If you guys don't do this, then my wife has to cook. You don't want to put that stress on her, right? She had to get up early, go to work. She comes home, she's going to be tired, she's going to be hungry. You don't want her to starve, do you? You don't want her to have to slave over the stove for 20 goddamn minutes to get food together, do you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how fucked up that is? That you would even put your own family at a deficit to bleed these idiots for money.
And then out of nowhere on Sunday, there was this crazy rallying of support, okay, which I was not expecting. On the Suikoden stream, we actually hit the goals. 2 Suikoden streams in a row, we've hit a funding or a support goal, which is wild because it's a JRPG, and the fact that we're getting support for a JRPG is crazy.
Which means we're going to bleed the fuck out of those until those, until those go stagnant, or they fizzle out or bottom out. And then he's going to be like, what's going on, guys? We had so much support in the beginning, and now I don't understand what's going on. You guys already know what's coming.
But we are, okay? And then on the late...
Which means he's going to extend those streams, or he's going to extend the gameplay on that so he can bleed it for as much as he can. And that's the thing, too. It's not even about playing games anymore. It's finding a game that people are interested in and bleeding it for as long as he can. And then turn around and try to blame people, or try to make people, or try to get sympathy out of people for not supporting something that they did initially support. But now it's dragged out, or it's dragged on too long, and wonder why they stopped.
Stream of Avowed, while we were open world roaming the final areas of the first map and just having a good time chilling and exploring and questing. Boom! Explosion of support. Now, there was all this confusion because it was these accounts who no one really knew. Ken, what was the other one? There was 2 accounts, and they were both, Sanitarium, right? These 2 accounts just start dropping big contributions out of nowhere, and everyone's like, this is really suspect because in the last week, we had multiple nights where there were fake contributions. And what I mean by saying fake, I mean people using a stupid VPN to change their IP address to make it look...
I think he's bullshitting on that tip. I'm not saying that people don't use VPNs with the Nigerian or the Argentinian peso or Argentine peso, whatever. You know how I like to do my little shit. Anyway, those are real things. But I think he casts doubt on legitimate fucking contributions or even gifted memberships or whatever to get people to come in and compensate, or to have that same person who's under scrutiny or who has the shadow of doubt cast over them, or the shroud of doubt cast over them, to donate even more. Stuff like that. I honestly think he's been doing that on purpose too.
Look like they're in another country and buy a bunch of members.
But then again, I'm also getting word that there's allegedly a detractor that's trying to like convince people to actually give DSP real money and get off of the whole VPN shit for a while. Allegedly. I can't prove it, so I'm not going to name nobody. But it's something that's floating around.
Memberships for pennies. So throwing 50 to 100 memberships at the channel at a time, and I'm making 2 cents on it. So really, they don't have any value, right? So when we're trying to...
Except for, what about that one time where he said he got like 100 or a couple of 100 gifted subs using the Argentinian peso, and it amounted to about $40? I guess we memory hold that. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Count, you know, are these real contributions or not? You get suspect when there's people you never really seen. These aren't regulars. These are people I've never heard of before, but they're showing up and they just start contributing and they're gifting memberships and super chatting. It's going crazy.
Well, how are they regulars if you've never seen them before? And let's be honest, they're like that Mike Hatch or Mike Hutch, I think is actually the name. I'm sorry, not Hatch, but Hutch. I think that's a sock account for a well-known whale, but allegedly semantics.
Right? So after much skepticism, you know, we did count all those contributions on Sunday, and boom, we hit all of our goals and unlocked the Five Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon on Monday.
We unlocked. Like I said, this goes back to that microtransaction DLC bullshit. That's wild. That's wild that you're shaping goals up as microtransactions to try to justify it. Oh, that's sick. That's so sick. The literal earmarks of a gambler / alcoholic.
Okay. And so on Monday, it was a crazy day. First of all, one of the longest marathons I've ever done. I was here from 11 in the morning till past 9 at night. So almost like, 10, 11 straight hours of streaming with very few breaks in between. It was pretty crazy. In my opinion, it was pretty crazy that I played so many Five Nights at Freddy's games in one sitting. Normally, I wouldn't do something like that. So that was really kind of an unprecedented thing. I had 5 different games back to back to back. It was the first time I ever gave them a serious look, because previously I just played them casually or saw people play them. In this case, finally, me focusing on them and trying them out and giving them a fair shake, right, was something that was unique and different. And there goes my camera. Unique and different and interesting.
It really wasn't. It was just a bitch fest the entire time, to be honest with you. He never really gave any of them a fair shake. He praised the first game after, like I said, the second and third one, and that's only because he had no choice, because it was the only one that he was succeeding at. And then game number 4 ended up getting a bit of praise because it was similar enough to the first one where he felt like he was progressing. If not, he would have bashed that too.
Yeah, I'm still having problems with these cameras, and I don't know what to do about it.
And yet he keeps running back to the motherboard. I love how he keeps doing that. He keeps running back to the motherboard because someone put it in his head that could be the initial problem, and so that's what he just keeps running back to. Same thing with rollback netcode, so same thing with fucking lag, same thing with delay fucking inputs, all kinds of other zany crazy shit that he cries about, but I never hear other people complain about. It is what it is.
So I plugged both cameras into the motherboard. They're still turning off. It doesn't matter if I plug them into the USB hubs or the motherboard or the front ports, they still turn off. There doesn't seem to be a way around it. I just, I've tried, I updated, like I told you guys yesterday, I updated the firmware for them. I opened up the app. Oh, their firmware update. There's no firmware update. I did it yesterday.
Yeah, there's probably another one, because who knows how many firmware updates you ain't sat there and missed, dumbass. You got to work through the cycle. On top of that we're not updating Windows on any of our PCs, by the way, either, which leads into even more problems. But because he's a fucking dent, he don't see that. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to do that shit. I love that screenshot, by the way. It shows the idiocy and whatnot. Look at him looking at that microphone that he ain't fucked up, or that mic stand, I should say, that he ain't fucked up when he first got it. Now you got to keep looking at it. Just an absolute fucking tard, bruh. And this just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, you can't just throw money at something and expect it to work. You're gonna have to do some other things too. There's more ins and outs than that. But if you're an idiot who just expects everything to work out of the box, you know what I mean? Then, and the funny thing is, his issue is probably something incredibly simple. It really is, because it usually is. It's not as complicated as Darksydephil makes it out to be, but because he's stupid, because he's lazy, and truth be told, he can garner more sympathy the more that goes wrong than he would if everything's going right. Why not keep going along with it? Something to think about.
But it claims there still is, meaning the firmware for the cameras doesn't even save. It's all screwed up. It's all kinds of screwed up. Okay? Let me see if I can get this camera working again. Hold on.
The sights and sounds and smells of failure. Amazing. Just amazing. Literally the gift that keeps on giving. Oh, man. Hope he's writing all this shit off on his taxes. Jesus.
So I hate to say it, despite the best intentions of that person who 2 days ago wrote me that email.
Oh, and now you want to blame somebody else for your own ineptitude. That's your equipment, not his or hers equipment. They can only go off of what they see. They're not actually there. They can't troubleshoot everything for you. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Were you expected a multi-page written dossier put into email form? Jesus Christ, look up a YouTube video then, idiot.
Trying to help me. At this point, I do actually believe that it's my motherboard that's the problem. I do. I think my motherboard is just a piece of garbage.
He can't even explain to you why the motherboard might be the problem. It's just the motherboard. Could it be a faulty USB port? Are you putting too many things in the USB port? Have you thought about putting a camera in one USB port and then put the other camera in another USB port in another part of the PC? Have you thought about any of those things? No, you didn't. Nah, why would he do that? They need to be together, dude. You don't want to put them in separate spots. What if something happens? Something like what? You can't even answer that question. Oh my God. Absolutely should win the fucking gold medal for fucking mental gymnastics. Jesus Christ.
And just turns the things off randomly for no good reason. Like, you know, no rhyme or reason. It shouldn't, but it is doing that because it sucks. I don't know what else to say. I just think the motherboard is trash. And I think we're going to keep dealing with this. And there's going to be entire weeks where things work fine with no issue whatsoever. And then there's actually going to be times when nothing will work and the cameras will turn off. And I just got to deal with it because I'm not buying a whole new PC. I don't have the ability to replace the motherboard myself. There's really nowhere.
So you're useless. So you're basically saying you're broke. Okay. You're broke. And you're so inept, you're so stupid that you can't go ahead and read online instructions on a website. You can't look up a YouTube video on how to uninstall and then install another motherboard or whatever. Oh, that's right, you're broke, so you wouldn't have had the money to buy another motherboard anyway. But then again, if you had the money to buy another motherboard, you would just beg for even more money to just get you a whole nother PC. Ah, yes, I see the great conundrum, which is Philip Brunel. Gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Reliable around here to do it. There's one local PC shop around here, and I don't think that they're going to do it in any kind of a timely manner and not rip me off.
Oh, so now you want to pay someone to go ahead and fix it for you, but then you're afraid they're going to rip you off. I see. Are you afraid that someone's going to call the PC shop and be like, hey, you got a guy there named Philip Brunel who yada, 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 yada. Yo, he may have a PC on his, or CP on that PC, bro. You might want to be careful about that. Yeah, you might want to do that. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Yeah, because he's a piece of shit. I promise you he's a piece of shit. Is that what you're scared of, Phil? You're scared that a detractor is gonna find the computer shop, or there's a detractor who actually works at that computer shop? Is that what it is? I see, Phil. That's our paranoia kicking in.
So, I guess I just gotta kind of put up with it for now. No rhyme or reason for it. And by the way, it's not always the same camera. Sometimes it's this camera. Sometimes it's this camera.
So then maybe why don't we just give up on the multi-camera setup thing? It's not really adding much to it anyway. I don't think. And if it only works half the time, then is it really worth the value then? You played yourself. Get over it.
Sometimes it's both cameras. So obviously the camera's not overheating. I just turned my setup on. So how could it be that the camera overheated? It's not that. It's the motherboard's trash. Well, whatever. At least it's a quick reset. Hopefully it doesn't keep turning off during the show today. I switched ports. I went from the motherboard direct port back to the front USB port. I used it like this for ages and it wasn't having much issue, so hopefully it'll keep working today. I don't know. All right, anyway. So back on track. With the Five Nights at Freddy's Marathon, previously I had never really given a lot of time to these games, and this is a unique opportunity for me to actually try these out in a row and to see the evolution of the series and how it had adjusted and changed over time, but also to give it a fair shake because I had never had, similar to Minecraft back in the day that I just crapped on it constantly. Okay. Now, obviously I want you to watch the videos. I played all day. I mean, it's a good 7-8 hours of gameplay plus vlogging and stuff that I did about it. And there is a final video that I did at the end where not only did I give my final thoughts, but people started hitting me with so many contributions. I got shit-faced drunk at the end, but then I turned the stream off, luckily, because man, I was sloppy drunk. Okay. But in a nutshell, let me summarize. Five Nights at Freddy's is not bad, okay? In fact, if you look at the first 5 games, they're all cheap. I think the most expensive one is $8, right? They're just a few bucks each. They're not meant to be giant AAA overblown game experiences. They're meant to be little short jump scare simulators. Each one has a little bit of a different spin. If you want my honest opinion, I actually think that the first one is the best, and then each one after tries to do a unique spin or take, but I think the first one kind of did it the best and laid the groundwork, while the ones after it, hit or miss. Like 2, I think.
Well, see, here's the thing. You don't understand that. First off, the game is lore-driven, so the games ended up changing given the complexity of the story and how the story was pushed forward. On top of that, truth be told, instead of him saying the games are cheap, why not say that the games are inexpensive? If he had said that, I think that would give more emphasis and even more motivation for people to go out and try it. By calling them cheap, he's not only saying that the games are cheap themselves, but he's also trying to say that he's trying to convey that the experiences are cheap, right? It's a very cheap experience, right? It's a one and he's basically trying to say it's a one and done type game. You shouldn't expect much out of him, given that it's not a big release game. It doesn't give him a reason or anybody else a reason to be invested in it. And he's really downplaying the game while he's trying to kiss the game's ass. So you guys will watch his playthrough of it. It's really dishonest. And it's a really lame type of doublespeak that more people should be able to identify. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're a Dent, well, I guess if you could identify it, then you wouldn't be a Dent. So never mind. I just kind of contradicted myself, I suppose.
It got too complicated. 3 is just bad. It really is. Like 3 is just stupidly bad the way that they laid it out with only 1 killer, and it's just really stupid. 4 doesn't even feel like Five Nights at Freddy's because the way they laid it out, you're in a bedroom, right? But it has this unique audio factor to it that I actually liked a lot. Having the headphones on and hearing the audio cues was actually really well done. And then 5 is a crazy lore fest where the game is building this world and all this lore and excitement. Like, wow, this is interesting. It's like they're taking it seriously now. So overall, even
now, yet again, he's an idiot, not realizing that like there's been lore throughout the games. Each game is telling a story and whatever. But he's so simple-minded that he just never picked up on it, which is ironic, to be honest with you.
Though I thought I was going to go into it and absolutely hate everything,
Which he did.
thought it was actually a really great marathon. I went.
Now, are we saying that to be honest, or we're saying that to get you to watch the videos? Just keep in mind, got to get that 2 or 3 or 4 cents of ad revenue, right?
Into it with this one expectation. I came out the other end kind of with a knowledge of the games. And in a nutshell, here's my feeling about Five Nights at Freddy's. It is a unique series that has merit. It is insanely overblown, overhyped, and overpopular.
So how does it have merit, but then say it's overhyped and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's overblown. How do you say that? How do you say all of that literally in the same goddamn snort? Here, let me bring that back so you can catch it.
I went into it with this one expectation. I came out the other end kind of with a knowledge of the games. And in a nutshell, here's my feeling about Five Nights at Freddy's. It is a unique series that has merit. It is insanely overblown, overhyped, and overpopular. It doesn't really need to be.
How is something overpopular?
As talked about and as popular as it is, but internet content creators decided to try to blow this game up for personal gain and succeeded with it. There is absolutely no.
You're literally trying to blow up this playthrough so you can get more people to watch it. So how are you any better than them? You're no different. And there were people who were committed to the game, who bought the game, who convinced other people to buy the game, which drove the fucking popularity of the game, which caused them to make more. Like Street Fighter, you fucking idiot.
Nothing that needs tons of time to be focused on.
But then again, now I think about it, this idiot doesn't even know all the lore of Street Fighter either. So, I mean, I guess I'm proving my own point. Not even meaning to be honest.
In the fight.
Okay, maybe a little bit. maybe I mean to a little bit. Just a little bit. Little bit. Tiny bit.
Five Nights at Freddy's series. It's not even meant to be like that. But then content creators made it like that.
Actually, that's not true. Scott Cawthon had always had plans for the games to continue to move forward and to have a much larger storyline and shit. It's the reason why his hands are in that shit. That's like kind of saying that. That's like saying Game of Thrones was never supposed to go past the first book. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that.
So what did they do?
But then again, if you're an idiot who has no idea of like long-term thinking or have no plans or has no future or doesn't think about the future because you don't think you have one, then that kind of makes sense to an idiot like this.
They started changing the series to cater to the content creators to keep that popularity rolling. And so by the time you play 5, you're like, wow, 5 actually is a much better designed game with better lore. But is this really what it was intended to be? Probably not.
And then how do you question the lore 5 games in when you really didn't know what you were doing in the first 4? Like, how do you even... All right, whatever. Whatever. That's what he does, though. And it's crazy because he says, like, he'll say assholes like me go out of our way to bash him in every little thing that he does, right? And yet, that's what he does. He legitimately does the same thing. Matter of fact, I would argue that he puts in more effort than I do to sit there and pick shit apart because other people enjoy it. I don't fucking bash Darksydephil because people enjoy him, because nobody enjoys him. You know what I'm saying? Like, more often than not, if you took a poll, the majority of people that watch him who aren't hate watchers or just detractors under like sock accounts and shit, the people who do watch him only do it out of spite for assholes like me. So the question is then, who's actually driving the content? Is it me or is it him? Because if you're there because you're trying to get back at detractors, trolls, haters, and critics because you think it pisses us off, is DSP really even a factor? Or is he even the majority, I should say, in that scenario? Because hypothetically, if I stop bashing him, would you guys feel need to support him? Would you go somewhere else with your contributions and shit? Would you actually try to go to another community that would probably accept you for who you are and not what's in your Velcro wallet? Makes you think.
Do you really think the creator thought that this is what the series would be? This is probably just a hobby or a side thing for a few bucks, hoping a few people would play it.
And he don't even know. Like, it's not like Scott Cawthon's entire story isn't out there. It's not like Matt Pack hasn't made multiple fucking videos that went over all this bullshit, but whatever. Let's play stupid. Let's go ahead and tell these little 200 people, 300 people here that it's a trash game that's existed for all these years. You got entire YouTube channels that have made millions upon millions of dollars in a short period of time going over it. There's a fucking movie about it. Not great, by the way. But there's a movie on it. And there's supposedly a few more down the line. But because Darksydephil is a trash game, or because Darksydephil says it's a trash game, we should just take that as the gospel. Then again, is this the same idiot that tells us to think for yourself?
And then internet creators, streamers, and lore streamers decided to blow it out of context and blow it out of proportion.
I argue that's bullshit too. I argue that it's because of the lore monkeys, to be honest, who actually made it popular, or who got into these Reddit groups, I should say, and started to really talk about the lore and this, that, and the third, and then Matt Pack helping to blow that shit up. I think that's where the popularity really came into play. I'm not saying that the quote-unquote streamers or whatever fucking lame-ass name he came up with it, I'm not saying they were the driving force, but you got to really give it to Matt Pack and people like him, who really wanted to learn more about the lore, who speculated on it or whatever, who are really some of the driving force behind it. I think, or at least the popularity of it, or giving interest to it. Because there are people out there who've never even played Five Nights at Freddy's, but they know almost all of the lore front and back.
But after having played all 5 games, I actually don't fault the creator of the game at all for what happened. I don't think that it's...
For what happened? I love how he says that shit like it's a bad thing. Hey, I don't fault you for people loving your game and shit and having all these Reddit groups and these Discords dedicated to it and whatever, and now there's a movie with another one on the way and all these books and everything. I don't fault you for your own success, my guy. I don't do it. I blame these brain dead idiots who made you millionaires while making themselves millionaires in the process. Is that what we're trying to say? What the fuck is the meta to this shit?
It's, you know, it's what's his name, Scott. I don't think it's his issue. I don't think he intended that. I don't think he's even part of it.
Who said there was an issue with anything? He doesn't even, and here's the funny part. I want you to really catch this because I know I'm long-winded. How did we go from gameplay, I guess, to now crying about what the amount of money that content creators have made and the popularity of the series? How did we stray so far from it? You see how quickly his mind fucking drifts? You see how fucking much of how petty of a bitch that he is? He could easily have just said the gameplay is not for me. But he had to bash the gameplay. Then he had to bash the people who made the game popular. Then he had to bash the people who speculated on the lore to keep driving the game forward. Now he wants to try to bash Scott Cawthon, but he can't. He can't do that. So then he basically tries to victimize Scott and say, I'm sorry that all these people blew your game up and forced you to do all this work and you to have all this unexpected fucking popularity and success. And I'm wondering how he's going to try to shoehorn himself into that too. Because we're getting to the point in the story where I would expect him to sit there and say, oh, it's just like me. When I started doing this, I did it for free. I didn't expect to get popular, and then I did, and then I got really popular, and everybody loved me, and then people started to hate me because they were jealous of me, and then yada, yada, yada. I'm wondering if he's trying to build the sob story up, and he just doesn't know how to do it. And he ain't strayed so far from the original point that he don't know where to go with it.
It just kind of happened around him, and he just rode the wave. And I can't blame him for that at all. Really. Like, I actually think that after having played all of them, I enjoyed myself. And I've said I would consider going back and playing 1 again. I would consider going back and probably playing 5 again. Those 2 were the ones, like the originator and the one that had a lot of lore and was building.
It's not even the last game, though. All right, whatever.
Those 2 are probably the most interesting to me that I would consider going back and playing again. And then people had actually said, well, would you go back and play more? Because they had more games after that. That's a maybe. Like, I would like to go back and maybe beat 1 and then maybe play through 5. And then after...
Oh, that's right. I forgot this fucking monkey didn't even finish the fucking first game and shit. He ain't quit it. He ain't sat there and rage quit the shit. I don't know if he finished any of the games. Now I think about it. He might have, but I don't know.
That make that determination. Would I want to go play, what was it? Control breach or security breach? Security breach, right? So would I want to play that? It's a maybe. You know, so I was actually,
and then the truth is, he's putting all this out there to fish for people to pay him to play it again, to basically have another marathon, just like we had, you know, clean out my closet 2.0 type bullshit like that, and it just comes across as very lazy and insincere.
Blown away, quite frankly.
But because he made $1,200 off these idiots, why not, right?
I came out of that marathon feeling completely different than how I thought I would. But, you know, again, it seems like history's repeating itself.
But then again, you admitted that you were drinking the entire time. So how much consideration is that? How much? So let's reword that. How much of your alcoholism is a factor in that equation? It's a fair question, to be honest with you. He was damn near to the point where he was begging people to give him money so he could take another shot of something. So where does our alcoholism become a factor in that equation?
Because isn't that exactly what happened with Minecraft back in the day? Where I crapped on it. But then when I actually gave it a fair shot, I walked out of there saying, whoa.
You mean after you charge people to have you play it, and then you charge people to have you build shit in it, even though you didn't have to come up with any of the concepts yourself, someone else did that. They were the ones that had to actually put everything together, and then they had to actually tip you on Twitch to give you instructions to walk you through it. Semantics.
This actually wasn't half bad. This was actually pretty good. And then I ended up doing a giant series of content on Minecraft that was really popular and everyone liked it. So who knows? Maybe that will happen again with Five Nights at Freddy's. Maybe I'll play 1 and 5 again and beat them and like them. And people will ask me to play future ones, or the
people will pay me to play the other ones.
Ones I missed and the new ones, and maybe I'll end up making content on them, right? I don't know. But to be honest, do I really think that there needs to be a movie? No. I can't imagine what the movie's about or why there's a movie. That it just seems really silly to me that there is one. Jasper Kitty in the house, by the way. Everyone say hello to Jasper.
Yeah, it's because everybody's blind. Sorry. I forgot there was a blind guy over there, but he's dead now, so, you know, it is what it is on that.
Jasper Kitty, ready for the Jasper Cam? Jasper Cam. Here we go. I like having this camera so you see him up close better. Jasper, look up here. Look over here.
Yeah, we can see him so much better with his back turned against us. Or his back toward us, I should say. That makes a lot of sense, Phil. Fucking retard. Literal fucking Dent.
Okay. There you go. Falcule says, I'm close to correct. It blew up way beyond any kind of expectations. The lore was developed later, and the developer incorporated fan theories into the lore. There you go. Well, see, I'm glad to understand it now, finally. Because ignorance...
That's still being incredibly dishonest, but all right. That's being incredibly disingenuous and dishonest, but all right.
Some people say ignorance is bliss. For me, ignorance is just like, I don't know, like, I feel like I'm stupid because...
You're stupid because you're just stupid, to be honest with you. And that's okay, you know what I'm saying? You know, your parents coddled you. You were conditioned to do stuff a certain type of way. That's the reason why you don't have any creativity. That's why you can't exhibit any intelligence beyond what you think you already have. And that's why it's easy to bash other people who you feel that are beneath you, despite their success, which you can't explain, by the way. And when you do, it just makes you sound like some bitter little bitch that, oh, I could have done that if I wanted to, but I didn't do it because I'm better than them. But then you're begging and they're not. But then when they're able to actually retire from doing this or move on to other ventures, then you sit there and say, oh, well, they're just quitters. Why? Because they were expected to do YouTube for the rest of their fucking life? Just like how your dumbass thought you were going to be on Machinima for the rest of your life? Or you were going to be at the helicopter company for the rest of your life doing customer service because you weren't capable of doing anything else? Gotcha. I roger that.
I formulate these opinions based on half-truths and bullshit, and then when I finally look into stuff and I see the truth of it, I'm like, oh, it's not nearly as bad as I thought.
So you admit to talking out of your ass about shit you don't know, but you would rather be ignorant and then spread that ignorance to other people until people are willing to pay you money to see the truth. That's pretty fucking sickening, to be honest with you. Really is. That's pretty fucking gross, I gotta be honest.
You know, it's happened with Minecraft, and it happened with Five Nights, and probably this will happen with other games.
And that's the worst example, being that people had to pay him large sums of money to actually do that. In both cases. That's fucking amazing.
Franchises in the future as well. You know, much like how everyone on the internet hates me because of the stuff that everyone says, misconceptions and nonsense. And then when they actually come to my streams and they check them out, they're like, oh, it's not nearly as bad as everyone makes it out to be. It's actually pretty good content.
But that's actually being bullshit because, truth be told, that's the reason why people edit your streams the way they do, or edit out certain shit that you do in your streams. Your streams are boring as fuck. And you know that. You think that your streams are so mundane that when these type of blow-ups and shit happen, it's misconstrued. It shouldn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just one part of my stream. Even though you're so stupid, you're so ignorant, right, that you don't realize that when you have these blow-ups, they can be connected to another blow-up that happened last week or a month ago or whatever, which establishes a pattern. But you're so stupid that you don't notice patterns in your behavior because you're so mentally disconnected. And that's what people pick up on. And you somehow, I think you're somehow aware of that, but you can't do anything about it. And I think that's what bothers you more than anything. You show a pattern of behavior and you can't stop it. But you're mad that people hyper fixate on it, or more importantly, they catalog it. You know what I'm saying? That's what bothers you, I think, more than anything. I think that's the reason why he hates his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics the way they are. If they were out there just on forums or in discourse talking about it, he could just wave it off as they're liars, they're bullshit, this, that, and the third. But when you have like actual physical evidence, like when you actually have video forms and shit of his content, it bothers him. Because he has to actually try to explain that situation away and he can't. So then he just says, oh, it's a one-off. So we move the goalpost back and say, oh, it's just a one-off. You know, it is what it is. That's not what my content represents. But then you get these compilations of him doing it, you know, with dates, with times, and this, that, and the third. And then it's all about, oh, it's taken out of context. It didn't happen that way. It's bullshit. They set the circumstances up. They did it to make me look like that. And yada, 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 yada.
Like it, and I'll hang out with Phil. you know, yeah. Anyway, so there you go.
But then he won't sit there and address the fact that the view count is down, the actual attendance on the streams are down. He doesn't explain to you why he has to be overly aggressive with the begging and pleading and shit for support, but supposedly everybody likes him and everybody loves the content and shit. He can't sit there and give you guys a name or show any emails or even read any emails from these alleged former detractors who have now gone over to his side and say they actually like his content and they're suffering from troll remorse, even though none of them give him money, which is weird. But to keep a particular streak going, we'll go ahead and, you know, pull up a fan letter from like 6 months previous, talking about how important DSP is in their lives and his constant endurance of all the hate that allows him to keep going is inspirational and yada 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 yada. You know, just saying.
So I really liked the marathon. Now, let's talk about the other half of the marathon, which was the support. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, outside of like way back in the day, we're talking many years ago and times when they were going really badly. All right? And I wasn't doing well financially and basically...
You've never done well financially, to be honest with you. Like, I'm starting to question... You remember how DSP likes to say in his lore, oh, I was in so much debt because of the FGC, but then I started YouTube, and then that got me out of debt, right? And that's how he was able to pay back all those credit cards and everything. But then a few short years later, he ended up putting himself back into debt by buying the house, or no, I'm right. He got into debt because of Street Fighter. He got out of debt because of YouTube. He got into the condo in Connecticut, which he basically conned himself into getting into, and barely paid little to anything on that. Then went and bought himself another townhouse in fucking Seattle with little to any money, which is the reason why he had to go to 3 separate banks before he got approved. He's been in debt his entire life, basically, or at least his entire adult life. He's always dealt with financial issues. He had financial issues when he started YouTube. You know, it was when supposedly he was doing it for free and he wasn't being paid for it. Well, that's a lie, because he always had a PayPal link. He was always begging for money on PayPal. That's how he was buying those early games, to be honest with you. And even when the YouTube ad revenue was coming through, this is after he lost his ad revenue, or his AdSense, went over the blip, got himself fucked out of that situation, came back to YouTube, begged Hutch for a job, got back on Twitch the second time. He still had his PayPal link that he was using and directing people towards. Semantics.
You know, essentially, hold on, I'm getting distracted by Jasper and losing my train of thought. Besides the days back in the day when things were going bad for me and I would do like a marathon, oh, I have $1,000 goal and I really need your help to pay my bills and stuff like that. I
thought that was exaggerated. I thought you said people like me lied about that shit and it was support for a marathon and for a stream that everybody was looking forward to. And I thought you said people like me were lying and trying to downplay it and trying to discredit you by saying that you really needed it for your bills. Even though you admitted that you did, right? Even though, didn't they have to pay you a bunch of money just to get to the marathon? And then, you know what? Okay, sorry. We're just forbidden thought. We're just starting to we're starting to get it deep into the waters now. But whatever.
Days are in the past. All right. I'm embarrassed that I used to do that kind of stuff. Back then, I used to have some bank on a stream. Like, I had streams where people would give $2,000 tips, okay, which is insane. To even think that in the modern day, that's never going to happen again.
And yet you still felt the need to beg days, if not the week after that. You got $2,000 on a stream. That shit got memory hold. People would be like, hey, you just made $2,000 yesterday or whatever. So what, dude? Today's a new day. Does a business, let's go ahead and use his little food analogies and shit, or restaurant analogies. If a restaurant has a great day on Monday, does that mean they shouldn't open their doors on Tuesday? That's not even the same thing, because you don't have any employees and you have very little to any overhead whatsoever or any business costs, but semantics. Like, you can't even, that's the thing about the food analogy thing. It doesn't even make sense because it doesn't even work the way he's trying to make it work, right? Or he's trying to force it to work. It's fucking silly, to be honest with you. On top of the fact that he don't even know what he's talking about. He's not even talking about it from a business standpoint or even a management standpoint, let alone ownership. He's speaking from an employee standpoint. A drone that goes in and clocks in from 9 to 5 and then goes home. Like, the fuck kind of insight can you really give anybody, to be honest with you, from that position?
Right? But Monday's stream, basically, here's what happened. Okay, the first half of the stream, we had people coming by and supporting, and we had a good amount of support. We did. It was probably like $500-600 in the first half of the stream. And then it died out and froze. And I was like, well, it is what it is. If we don't get anything else by the end of the stream, it's...
So we hit 6 goals, or no, we hit 4 goals, I'm sorry, at 150 apiece. We couldn't have been happy with that. But he's like, oh, we'll just cracked out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Which goes back to the concept of, when's enough going to ever really be enough? Like, how do you bleed people for $600 each and every day and not foresee that you may have some slow days, right? Like, just because someone drops $150 to you on Monday, there's no reason to expect they're going to do it every day from Tuesday to Friday or from Monday to Monday. That just doesn't seem rational, to be honest. But whatever. I don't use streaming as an ATM, so I don't know.
Still a good stream. I'm not upset. Hit multiple goals. This is great.
How would you be upset? You made $600 and yet you're sitting here basically being a bitch and saying, oh, well, it really wasn't enough, but I'll deal with it. I'll settle for it for right now.
And then all of a sudden, in the last like hour and a half, the last 90 minutes, so I was playing Five Nights 5, which is what, Sister Location, and then I was doing like my final thoughts. All of a sudden, some people start showing up and they start supporting huge. We're talking giant super chats, tons of gifted memberships, all right? So again, you got to be skeptical if it's all real or not. But I gave the benefit of the doubt, and I counted it all. And by the end of the marathon, I don't even know how much I made. I'm going to be honest.
That's a lie. That's legitimately a lie, because if he's scrutinizing how much he's being given and by who's giving it to him, it's clear that he's keeping tabs on it. But whatever, let me let him have his delusion and whatnot, trying incredibly hard to make himself seem like he's not greedy and whatnot.
Because people got me so drunk. Remember, I said I'm going to take a shot every $100. By the end of the marathon, within like an hour, we went from $600 of support to over $1,200. So I'm like chugging shots, and it's all hitting me. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to finish this marathon, because if not, I might, pass out at this rate. You know what I mean? Like,
but that's not true either. Let's be honest, and I gotta be very clear about this. DSP is a functional, semi-functional, really, but he's a functional alcoholic for all intents and purposes. Those little things that he's throwing back isn't gonna do shit. Let's be honest. Any of you who are just a casual drinker, you probably go through 5 or 6 of those, no problem. You know what I'm saying? DSP is definitely not feeling nothing off that. He tries to play it up and thinking that, oh, okay, let me over-exaggerate this so more people give me money or whatever. But he's gonna tank those in the exact same way he tanks games. It literally has no effect on him. Truth be told, one of the reasons why I think he was the way he was the day after the social experiment that we're about to get into is he was probably hungover, but he wasn't hungover off the shots. After he finished the marathon, I guarantee you he went downstairs and had a couple more drinks just so he could go to sleep. You know what I mean? And that's where the hangover may have came in. Those small little flavored shits or whatever, those weren't doing anything. I promise you.
Holy shit. So I basically, had to quick and end it. I legit don't.
And keep in mind, this is the same idiot who has admitted to us that since his 20s, he goes ahead and does nightcaps just so he can go to sleep. You don't stop that. I don't think he stopped it with Panda. I don't think he's ever stopped it. It's a thing. So by the time he actually goes to bed, he's probably already sloshed. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the way I sound right now. he's probably already pretty slushed up before he goes to bed. And that's probably the only way he can sleep. And I think it's been that way. He admitted this during the Panda breakup saga. But he's talked about it even before that.
Don't know.
He's spoken about that since his time in Connecticut.
How much I made at all. I have no idea. I'm completely lost.
And how are you this greedy and sits there and says, "Oh, we made $600 early on, but you know that's it. You know, we didn't make any more. That's okay. Whatever." But you're gonna tell us that you weren't paying attention on how much money you were making in this big marathon, where it's $100 a shot, and you're sitting there throwing them back. Make it make sense.
All right. So anyway, all that being said, ended the marathon. Yes, I was drunk at that point. Luckily, I was able to sober up and everything and spend some time with my wife before I passed out. But it was absolutely wild, all that happened. Okay. Now, you might say, well, Phil, was it all real? Okay. Well, let me put it this way. For the most part, it seems like yes. It does seem like some of the stuff was fake because I looked at my kind of analytics. You know, you get them after a day or two. And it basically says that on that stream, I think I made like $800. Now, we were counting, and it said I made over 1,200. See? So something...
Well, no, because didn't you make 1,200 through all the with the accumulation of all contributions? What are you talking about? I don't think all $1,200 just came through gifted subs, gifted memberships, super chats, and whatever. Like, you see how we're sitting there skewing the truth and shit? And why? What's done is done. So what's the point? So I don't know if it's like he's trying to drum up more sympathy. I don't know if he's trying to deter people from not charging back. It doesn't, it's bizarre. It's super bizarre on why he would do some of this shit.
Doesn't jive there. So what was fake? What was real? I don't know. Could it be? I know I didn't make like over $400 in tips that day. We did make some tips, but not that much.
How do you know? You're not going to tell us how much you made. See, he's already skewing. He's already trying to skew it because there's going to be somebody who's going to do what I just did and question, you know, how much did you make in tips? Well, I can't tell you all that. I can't tell you all that part. Let's not worry about that part. Let's just go back to the fake Argentinian fucking peso and shit with the gifted memberships and the gift and the super chats or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Focus on that part. Don't focus on tips. Don't pay attention to that.
So basically, yeah, it's like I really don't know what what was real and what wasn't.
It's the same reason why he doesn't bring any attention to Patreon. So he's making 300, 400, whatever it is now passively, but he doesn't want to draw too much attention to it because a lot of those people are probably on auto renewal, and they're not even really thinking about it. And it would be a shame if someone actually brought some attention to that shit and be like, oh, wait a second, am I on $20 or $50 auto renewal on that? Well, let me cancel that. It'd be a shame if that happened.
I legit don't even know who was legit. Like someone was giving fake stuff, but who was it? I don't know. There was a bunch of people at the end of the stream who were all contributing at once in one big group. So it's hard to tell, like, was one person legit or more? I don't know.
And that doesn't make any sense either because this is coming from the same idiot who does literally tip quisitions and shit and like membership quisitions that actually suss out this. It's not like he hasn't figured out a way to do this, but he don't want to say it. And the reason why is because if he goes ahead and ousts that person, right, and he's wrong, then they may charge back or they may just stop tipping him altogether. So just put the doubt out there, but don't call no names in the hopes that, well, maybe if I'm wrong, then I can still hedge my bets like any degenerate gambler, basically.
Okay. Also, there was that Avowed stream the night before, and I looked into that, and from what I could see, I think that was all legit.
But I thought you said you didn't know how much you made, but then you went ahead and did tip positions on what happened the day before? Okay. I mean, all right, fair enough. If that's what, we don't know how much we made. We're not sure, but we're also going back and looking, and we don't recognize names, and we don't know if their tips are legit or not. And we wouldn't have even came to that point unless we went back and looked. And then we looked back the night before to see if any of those tips are real, but we don't know, though. We don't know how much it really is, though. But we did go back and look, but we just don't know how much. I got you. That makes sense, right? Right.
That Avowed stream. So all that stuff that came in on the Avowed stream seems legit. So basically, yeah, it all looks like it was pretty good and it's going to help out in the long term. Okay. And that's a good thing. So thanks to everyone who did show up, support that marathon. It was amazing. All right.
Even though we don't know who gave fake tips or how much they, or fake contributions. Let's say that. We don't know who gave fake contributions and we don't know how much, but thank them anyway. Even though you're already putting out the doubt that they did fake or someone fake contributions. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure it's somewhere down the line it makes sense, I guess. I don't know.
It will help. I mean, I wasn't expecting to do a marathon that was essentially twice as good as a normal marathon that I would really do. You know, it was out of nowhere, and really, I'm very appreciative of that. That will help a lot.
Keep in mind, we're basing that metrics on marathons we did years ago when we were begging for sympathy and support so we didn't lose our house. Keep that in mind.
Okay. Now, that was Monday. Okay. So let's talk about yesterday. All right. You may have noticed yesterday was a very different kind of day. There was no podcast. It was pretty much pure gameplay. All right. What was it? It was a giant stream of Black Ops 6 Ninja Turtles gameplay, trying to unlock the remaining content in that battle pass before it ran out, because it was scheduled to run out tomorrow, and I knew I wasn't going to play it again today. And also it was a nice indie game night, all right, which was very fun. So we'll talk about that. Let's talk about that in a second. I want to do a couple shout outs, all right? So let's do a couple shout outs, and then we'll get to this. So first of all, Iron Chef Sucks Guys did a $5 super chat, and I appreciate that. Iron Chef Sucks Guys was the first super chatter of the day.
Petty as hell. You so damn petty. Why did you even have to read that name out?
So thank you, Iron Chef Sucks Guys. And then he tried to start drama, and I'm not going to start drama today. So thanks for that.
So you didn't mind reading out the name, but you won't read out the message. All right.
A couple quick ticks came in. Let's shout out these tips. Hold on. Stretch this out a bit. There we go. So I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, our first tip today is a $5 tip from Super Snow Carl Turbo HD Remix. And we're going to read the message in a sec. Let me get it on the leaderboard.
No, but it's so much easier if he just automated this shit. And I think so too, and I don't hold me to this, because I haven't gotten into that far of it yet. But like, I'm pretty confident though that you can actually like put a pause when a contribution comes through. And if you don't like the name or if you don't like the message or whatever, you could just have it skip. So basically it comes up on queue. If you don't approve it in X amount of seconds or whatever, it'll just go up. But if you do put like a filter on, or if you do put in, I don't want to say a stipulation. If you put in a prompt that, hey, let me approve this before it flashes up, you can do that too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Streamlabs does it. Well, it doesn't use Streamlabs. Now I think about it. I don't know what the fuck it uses actually. But I do know there are certain services that you can use that you can set that up. And it would probably be easier than him typing it out and doing all this extra bullshit. But this goes back to the narrative that, oh, I work so hard. Look, I have to read out your contributions. I have to type them up, this, that, and the third. You could just do text to speech. You put filters on that shit, but you don't want to do it because I guess idle hands do the devil's work. I don't know.
Yeah.
So he's lazy as shit at things that he shouldn't be, he's lazy as shit at things that he shouldn't be doing. And things that he could legitimately make easier for himself, he won't do. Make it make sense.
What a name. He says, you know, I thought that you were maybe being paranoid about haters, but after finding out what's happened to a Japanese streamer, was an IRL streamer, some hater of hers took her life yesterday. Wow. Having seen that, I see why you're paranoid about your biggest haters. Well, you have to understand something.
First off, that doesn't apply to Darksydephil. If someone wanted to get his ass, they would. On top of that, there's been plenty of streamers that have had like people physically go after them. Like, I mean, shit, I could run the gambit. I mean, there's a bunch of them that have had it, but like, especially female streamers, it's a thing. Especially IRL streamers, to be honest with you, because the closer that people can get to touching you, the more opportunities some will take to actually see if they can hurt you. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens and whatnot when you put yourself out there like that. Anybody can cross that tightrope. You know what I'm saying? And once that happens, you know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit there and think you can live like a regular life like that. You know what I'm saying? You should have some type of protection on you. You should be aware of your surroundings and whatnot. Especially an IRL streamer. Dude, you know what I mean? Some of those streamers that they especially overseas, you know how many of those IRL streamers do that you can legitimately see on their streams that people are following them and shit, especially at night. And some of these people are just oblivious to it. Like absolutely like here, I'll tell you a story. I was watching Streamers Reloaded. It's a YouTube channel. They're great. And there was, I think she was in she's Korean, and I think she was in China, or maybe she was somewhere in Japan. I think she was in somewhere in China, to be honest with you. And she was streaming there for like 3 or 4 days. And the same dude was literally stalking her for like 4 straight days, and she was completely oblivious. Now, after day 2, people saw it, and they were like, hey, maybe you should, you know, watch out for this person. That and that. She was like, oh, I love it here. Oh, that's no big deal. It's probably some random person. How can you tell? They're not wearing the same clothes. Like, just lack of fucking common sense. And by the 4th night, you could tell that whoever it was, that dude was going to try to make a move on her. And the cops ended up arresting him like right then and there, because a couple of people in her subreddit identified the dude and notified the cops like day 3, I think. And so the cops were following him up until they arrested him. And dude had zip ties on him. He had a blade on him, and he had something else. I don't know what that was. He had some type of chemical on him or whatever. I can't remember if it was acid or chloroform or some type of derivative, whatever. And when she got home, that's when they told her, and she's like, oh my God, I need to be more careful. And they just went on with her stream like nothing ever happened. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of the day and age that we live in and shit. You're just gonna have, you know, she seems nice enough, but there's a clear level of ignorance there too. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not aware of your surroundings, just because you choose not to be aware of let me try this again. Just because you choose not to be aware of your surroundings doesn't mean people in your surroundings aren't aware of you. You know what I'm saying? You just have to be fucking careful. And that's just the cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? That person may have not have hated her. He may have just gotten too attached. You know what I mean? It's just we live in a very sick world. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you. We live in a very sick culture at times. You have to be aware of what's going on around you.
Okay. We are currently.
But DSP is not a victim of society. He's a victim of his own making. He fucked around and he found out. That's what that is. He's living his consequence. Or he's living out his consequences. Trust me, if someone wanted to put hands on Phil, they had done it. They had done it. If people really wanted to run up in the Wings' house, they had done it. If anybody really wanted to pick a fight with LTG, they had done it. Don't get it twisted. It's not like any of these people are easy to find. Or hard to find, I should say. And they're not easy to get to, is probably what I meant to say. It's not like this shit is difficult. It's really not. So trust me, if someone wanted to do it, they'd have done it.
In what I would consider the formative phase of internet content creation.
No, we're not. We're past that shit. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. We're way past that shit. We're not in the infancy of anything. You know what I'm saying? The game is the game. And if you either respect it or you don't. And you're always going to have people, like I said with that young lady, that are just absent-minded to the world and shit. The stages of internet content creation is not just flourishing. It's been this way. It's just various degrees. It just depends on where you are in it, to be honest with you. It depends on your level of ignorance, your level of experience, your level of being able to identify things, to be honest with you. That's what it comes down to. You can blame the situation all you want, but personal accountability is still a factor in this.
Okay. We are at a very early stage. Okay. I've only been doing this for 14 years as a job. okay, and made a full-time living doing it. So you could argue that maybe you could have done content creation as a job for around 15 years at this point. That's like it. I mean, that's super early. Do you understand?
But it's not the beginning.
Super early. What's happening is the content creation is rocketing past levels of control, sanity, and safety. That's what I'm looking for.
Safeness. All right, whatever. It's okay. I'm sure I make up words too. But here's the reality of it. This shit was always dangerous in some way, shape, or form. This is the same idiot who was accusing fucking Evil AJ of trying to kill him almost a decade ago. Did we forget that? Did we just memory hole that shit?
The word safety. Sadly, all right, we are in a situation where there is really no one monitoring content, behavior, social interactions, and all of this stuff on the internet. No one. And people,
if they were, they wouldn't allow people like you online, to be honest with you. Same thing with Wings. Like, as messed up as Wings is and as drugged up he is more often than not, do you think he should be on the internet? Honestly? Do you think someone like Cobra, who at the time of recording this, allegedly there's something wrong with that YouTube channel. I don't have the full story on it at the moment, but it's not there right now. Do you think he should be on the internet? Do you think Chris Chan should have ever been on the internet? Do you think Ethan Rauch should be on the internet? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a shit. Josh from fucking The Farm shouldn't even be on the internet at times, to be honest with you. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that shouldn't be on there. Or on here. You know what I mean? So, but then you get a problem, or then you have a problem. Because if you start identifying who should be somewhere and who shouldn't, after a while, then you start grouping people together. Then after a while, you start identifying the people who congregate around other groups. Then you have to start deciding, do we just start eliminating everybody? Then you start getting into really fucking murky waters with the shit. Should you be going to Darksydephil's stream and everything he does is basically a microtransaction just for him to do the regular shit that he's supposed to be doing? Does that sound right to you? Does that sound sane to you? No, it don't. Well, at least not to most people. Should Wings be up there talking about his fucking drug use with Lexapro and then talking about the age of consent? Should Boogie be up there lying about cancer and shit? Should Keemstar be profiting off of, most of that? Like, think about it.
people are constantly pushing the boundaries, constantly doing things that you would consider more risque. Is this acceptable? Is this not acceptable? Right? What's entertainment and what's not? At what point has it gone too far? And I feel like at this point, we do have people who are constantly pushing those boundaries. And some people are wise enough to say, okay, I get it. It's content on the internet. It's just meant to be silly fun. It's not meant to be taken seriously. This is not, a complete serious matter. There might be some facts here or there, like we say, a nugget of truth that in there at some point ties in, but you got to at some point understand it's being made for the internet so you can digest it, entertain it. It's kind of like reality TV where, yeah, it's sometimes real, but a lot of it's scripted. You know what I'm saying? And as long as you are enjoying it and everyone gets...
See, that doesn't make any sense. You can't sit there and say IRL streaming is staged or IRL streaming is like reality television. Those are two different mediums. And when you have idiots like DSP who sits there and tries to blur the lines and whatever, then you start getting into problems. And that's the reason why, truth be told, or it's one of the reasons I should say, on why you have people who stalk these people. These other streamers or whatever. Are you a real person or is this just an act? You know what I'm saying? If I put you in a certain situation, will that happen? What will happen or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why that is. Or that's one of the reasons I should say. I mean, outside the fact that you got people that are assholes. You know what I'm saying? You got people that are trolls who take that shit too far. You got people who are just mentally ill and just can't tell the difference. And they'll use DSP's justification of, oh, it's IRL, but it's also reality television, this, that, and third, which he's an idiot You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, just using that analogy, it's just it's it's far more complex than that, I think. To be honest with you. It's far more complex. And we're getting to the point that you have so many people on the internet who just can't tell the difference. And a lot of it comes down to people like DSP. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very clear that who he portrays up here, a lot of people thought was an act. That's still an ongoing theory from even like, you know, like the OGs and shit, that they question at one time or another, is this an act or if this is real? The reality is this was always real. This was never an act. This isn't some Andy Kaufman type shit. He's not that funny and he's not that smart. But it was easier for some people to deal with it, or at least come to terms with it, by thinking it was something that it wasn't, instead of accepting it for what it really was. Now, do I fault those people for it? No. Everybody's going to have their own comfort level or whatever the case may be. But it does make you think, what would detracting look like today if those who came before us identified this shit for, well, some of the people, I should say, who came before us identified this shit for what it is, instead of what they thought it was, or what they thought they were comfortable with. Something about
that it's a product, then it's fine. There are some people out there that don't understand there's a product here, right? They don't. They actually legit think that, like, some of this stuff is real, or it's all real, and then they get wrapped up in it, and they become part of this vortex of crap on the internet.
Yes. Now we're starting to make it about ourselves. Well, he's been making it about himself for a bit, but now he's finally starting to get into it now.
And it's all day, every day.
It's unfortunate that that poor person died. Then again, I don't think he even said he was sorry about that shit. It's about, how do I make myself the victim? It's automatically like shoehorned or locked in or buttoned in, I should say, into his personality. He doesn't really give a fuck about what happens to other people. He only cares about what happens to him, or how to take that situation and make it about him. And that right there is I think that's the real tragedy of it. Not being able to empathize and or sympathize with somebody else. You know, whoever that person was, they had a family, they had friends, they had people who cared about them. But DSP looks at it as, well, what the fuck do I care? They're already dead and I'm still here. So now I get to be the focus. I'll use them as a cautionary tale to keep me alive. Not realizing that, you know, there are people who are mourning this person. The person's body is not even cold yet, and you're all ready to use them. But then he get mad that people say that he used T and Scott for profit. Why not? They're already dead. He might as well make some type of usefulness out of it, or he might as well get some type of usefulness out of it, right? Just like the Kobe situation and that corrupted game file. You shouldn't worry about who's dead. You should worry about who's here alive now and suffering, I guess, according to him. Just saying.
Day, and it becomes insane obsession, insane amounts of involvement, right? And that's where I get scared, because, as you know, all I do is sit in this chair, turn on my stream, talk with you guys, make content, play games, and ask for support in response. That's it. I'm not sitting here blowing the world up. I'm not doing insanely controversial content. I'm not saying things that are harmful.
Oh, really? We're not being racist. We're not being sexist. We're not defending pedophiles. None of that, right? Right? Right. Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'm not,
we're not begging for money and shit. We're not trying to use our family. We're not trying to use ailments. We're not trying to say that, our parents are dying and shit to try to get sympathy out of people. We're not sitting there telling people that they could lose their house, or they would have to stop doing this as a job and this, that, and the third. We're not doing any of that either, right? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Leading a cult to jump off a cliff like a bunch of lemmings.
Really? So we're not sitting there calling out for people to go ahead and go after other people's YouTube channels, their Twitch channels. We don't sit there and call women sluts. We don't sit there and accuse women of sleeping with whoever at whatever EA office, and that's how they were able to get opportunities or get ahead in life. We never did any of that either, right? We weren't harassing other content creators that were far more successful than we were, and we weren't sitting there trying to get our audience to harass companies and businesses because they wouldn't do things we wanted them to do. We never did any of that either, right? I just want to make sure.
None of that is happening. But some people act like it is. Some people actually think that like this harmful, horrible thing's happening. And that's sick. Because all you have to do is just come to the stream and hang out, you know, and it's just, you would know the truth.
Hang out and do what? He never really tells you anything about that either. Hang out and do what? Sit there and take on the pignosis? But if he doesn't, but wait a second, if you don't give him any money, he's never going to acknowledge you. And then anybody else, as if you've been listening to this podcast up to this point, right? He's sitting there scrutinizing the people who do give him money, the people who do contribute to him. He doesn't even know if the money that he's even being given is real or not. But he's not doing anything wrong? Okay.
So, you know, that's a situation that I find myself in. There's people who are absolutely obsessed with me.
Can we say something about the dead streamer first? Can we at least give our condolences or anything? All right, whatever. I just thought I'd ask.
Me and my family, my cat, my content, all of it. All I want to do is sit here and hang out with a few people every day and have a good time and make a living doing it. That's it. I don't want to harm anyone. I don't want to.
So wait, you don't want to harm anybody? So are you admitting that you are harmful? Or you've been harmful? Or you've been abusive? I'm just asking, because it's all about what you say and how you say it. Just saying, if I've never harmed anybody, I would never come up here and say, hey, I don't want to make harmful content. I just want to sit here and play games or whatever. If I'm not harming anybody, then why would I even bring that up? Why would I even say that? If I'm not abusive to women, then why would I even use the term abuse, for example, right? If I'm not a belligerent alcoholic and shit, why would I even need to bring that up? Makes you think. When people tell you a little too much, then it makes you wonder, well, why would you even bring that up? Womp womp.
You know, go crazy to make a living. I don't want to step on anyone to get ahead. I'm cool with who I am and where I am. I'm just happy. But
you don't look happy. And what is happiness exactly for you? And you say you don't want to step on anybody, but you don't mind going after people. Does that sound like something a happy person does? Does a happy person say that, hey, you know, I'll go after people if they go after me? Does a happy person who makes positive content, why do they have to keep telling you that they're a happy person and they only want to make positive content? Why wouldn't they just do it? If you're happy, why doesn't that just come out through the content? If you're a positive person, why doesn't that just come out through the content? Why do you have to keep saying it? Sounds like you're overcompensating. I might be reading into it too much, though. I've been known to do that.
People just aren't satisfied with that. And that's why I get nervous that someday there will be some crazy weirdo, okay?
And here's the irony, too. This is going to be dark. So I'm going to put it out there now. The person that decides to go after, if someone was to go after Darksydephil, I don't mean to put that energy out in the universe, but if it was something to happen, I guarantee you it'll be a dent. It'll be a dent. And it'll probably be a disgruntled one at that. It's not going to be a detractor, troll, hater, or critic. It's not going to be someone who's pig whistling or dog whistling or whatever. It'll be someone in his own audience that does it. Hell, for all we know, it'll be Derek. It'll be Derek. I can see him going in there. I pray Khet's not home because I'm scared of what he would do to her. But it'll more likely be, it'll be someone that's already overly committed to him. You know what I mean? Just way out there. The chances of Derek doing it before duty is pretty fucking high. Just saying. if you wanna start taking bets.
Who thinks that they are some kind of crazy righteous knight, that they can end Darksydephil in his content creation forever, and they try something stupid. And who's to say that that won't happen? I mean, I hope it doesn't. I hope that people are smart enough to understand this whole thing. You know, it's just...
Well, first and foremost, all those deterrents and shit that you keep trying to put out there, I'm in a gated community. You can't be on this street. That's illegal. This, that, and the third. Yo, Phil, I'm going to be honest with you because someone's already done this. They did this years ago. Dude, you have between a 7 and 10-minute response time for your neighborhood and shit. You can literally hop a fence and be in front of your particular unit within like 5 minutes, like a 5-minute walk or whatever. It's pretty easy to get out. The gate key for or the gate code for your community is widely known. Like, there isn't, dude, people know who your neighbors are. People have at least a decent understanding of what their fucking schedules are. Do you know, when your dumbass is streaming, you leave your window open and people can hear you. Like, do you not understand that you've laid out all the groundwork? If someone wanted to go get you, they could. You could easily go back and watch one of Phil's old condo or house tours or whatever, and you got the layout of his house like that. He pretty much tells you when and what Khet's schedule is. So now you got that. Khet doesn't, I mean, fucking Jasper doesn't have any claws. You don't even have to worry about him. And then what's Phil going to tell you? We already know where the hatchets are. We know he can't defend himself. We know that the door's open. You kick that bitch open and shit, that's going to knock over one of the tables. Like, does he not understand that if someone was to come get him, he's already laid down the foundation, conditions, and circumstances to do so? But yet again, if someone wanted him, they'd already done it by now. To be honest. Even if, hypothetically, even if someone pulled up on his ass and blitzed the house, even with the security cameras and shit, what's the first thing Phil's going to do? Is he going to pick up his phone and immediately dial 911? Or is he going to run to lock the door or try to hide himself in a closet or some shit? What do you think his first response is? Let's not get deeper into that discussion, but the point that I'm trying to make is, if it was to happen, he's already done everything to assure that it does happen. Whether they get away with it or not is completely different, but he's already set up the scenario. Like I said, don't for Khet's sake, I hope she got a gun or something, because she's gonna have to be the last man standing in that house anyway. To be honest, if she's home,
just a show. It always has been, but people just don't get it. They don't. They think everything is fucking crazy, serious, and real, and it's just
no. And this right here is a lame ass cope for all those dumb things that he had said in the past that caused people to hate him and whatnot. He thinks that, oh, it was all just an act, it was all just a skit, it was all just a gimmick, and people took it too far. And that's not the case. He meant what he said. He's just mad that people still held on to it. He's mad that he has said things over the years to reinforce it, which has only caused more people to hate him. You know what I mean? And this is why he's so desperate to get that documentary or whatever about Detractors and shit. The reality is, ladies and gentlemen, is that if someone was willing to do a documentary on Detractors, and if you actually sat down and talked to some Detractors, can't say everybody, but some of them, like definitely not me, don't talk to me, talk to someone who's rational. If you were able to talk to a Detractor who's rational, they could articulate their gripes in a way that it'd be like, okay, there's no way this person's going to run up in your house and you know what I'm saying, and do something to you. At the same time, you say or do stupid shit on the internet and they talk about it. So in the same way that you say you want to come up here and do content and that's it, these people, any rational documentarian or whatever, would sit there and look, you have a group of people who speak about the dumb shit that you do and whatnot. And if you don't like it, then stop doing the dumb shit. But he can't do that. And his ego won't let him, because he don't see himself as the problem. So why should he stop? So then why should you expect us to stop? Now, are you going to find some people that are on the fringe of this shit? Sure. The DSP Detractor community is like any community. You're going to find your grifters. You're going to find people who do take this shit a little too seriously, who get a little too angry. You got people who are heavy into the lore. You got people who just want to point and laugh. You have people who just want to come in and just get a giggle for between 15 minutes and like a half hour, and then they're on with their day. The real problem will come down to Darksydephil himself, because you can't tell that Detractor story without him. And any type of claims that he makes against Detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, he's going to have to prove it. He's going to have paperwork. He's going to have photos. He's going to have something, because his word doesn't mean anything. Because when you really look at Detractor content, okay, these are people who use clips of things that you said. You've said multiple times that you're a liar and that you don't have a problem with lying. So how do I know you're not lying now? What proof, what evidence, what receipts do you have to back any of this thing up? That's the thing that DSP hates the most. He hates the fact that his word is questioned. But yet he'll question everybody else, even when they have evidence and proof, and he don't. Rich is like that too. That's the reason why I can't even say it's a win beating Rich, because it's not. Because Rich ain't already done more than half the work. Rich will sit there and tell you that he has receipts that someone says such and such, such and such, when set person asks him, okay, yo, where's the receipts for that? He don't have it. He never has it. He'll just give you speculation or shit that he saw or shit that he allegedly heard. And then when Rich gets beaten down and he goes back to his own stream, then after 20 minutes of talking to the chat, oh, I could have brought this up. Oh, I should have said this. Oh, yeah, they did this. None of that means anything. So it just makes him look even more incompetent. You see what I'm saying? DSP does the same shit. Semantics.
It gets to the point where it's scary shit. Now, in particular,
trust me, if I had put the amount of time and effort into going after DSP, like an IRL, that I put into these videos and broadcasts and shit, I'd have been got him. I'd have been had him 100 times over. If that was really, it's not that serious. It's really not. It's not that serious. I'm not someone who agrees with forcing the content, i.e. taking it into IRL to drum up drama around him. I'm not for that. But I'm damn sure not for taking the fight to his doorstep either. It's just, he's not worthy of it. You know what I mean? He's just not worthy of it.
I have no idea what you're talking about in regards to this person in Japan or whatever.
I don't know what you're talking about, i.e. I don't care. I got you.
I don't know the story, so I'm not going to comment on it at all. But, you know, all I can say is I would...
So, I don't care. They're dead. I'm not. Pity me. I got that.
Hope that it never gets crazy. I would hope that to this point it hasn't, right? To this point it hasn't been to the level of insanity and trying physical harm and shit like that. And I'm happy about that because obviously I want to protect
So I'm happy that they're dead and I'm not. Gotcha.
Myself and my family. But yeah, it gets crazy when you think that this could happen. You have people who go outside of the realm of reality and just do extreme things. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because I can't comment on a situation where I don't know the specifics. I'd be pretty stupid, right? Okay.
So what are you trying to say then? Can you not say, hey, I'm sorry for their loss? I'm sorry for what their family and friends are going through? Any of that? Oh, it's, hey, I don't know enough about it, so what the fuck am I going to say? Maybe they had it coming and I don't know it, so fuck them. Or maybe they were someone who was a VTuber or some shit and they said something about Darksydephil, so fuck them. They got karma. Can you at least just say, hey, I'm sorry for their loss or whatever? No, everything's a lie until DSP has the body right in front of him and shit on the goddamn slab to feel a certain type of way about it. Jesus Christ, man. Fucking A. Fucking A. Oh, man, that's tough. It's tough. God damn.
I received $2 from Big Larry Gaming. Well, there you go. See, Fed Roger says, yeah, the Comcast thing is crazy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so far, I would argue that's the craziest thing is someone who actually worked for my ISP, sought out my account, searching by name, found the account, and was messing with my internet for many years.
There's no proof of any of that. There's no proof that the person was messing with him for years. He's full of shit, and he knows he's full of shit. There's no proof of any of that. But by him saying that, he can go ahead and say, oh, well, this is the reason why I have all this harassment. He can also say, oh, all those matches online in Street Fighter that I lost, I didn't really lose them. He can literally say that now. He can literally say any competitive game he ever played online, oh, I didn't really lose those fights. Or I didn't lose any of those matches and whatnot. Someone was fucking with my internet. And that's the thing. And that's the reason why you can't show any empathy or sympathy for Darksydephil. One, he doesn't exhibit any of those traits for anybody else. But two, he'll take the smallest, minusculest bullshit and go ahead and try to use that as a blanket to protect him in all ways, shapes, and forms. And that's disgusting. And it's blatantly dishonest as well. You know what I mean? That's where the problems really kind of come into play with this guy.
It wasn't just, oh, they did it for a month. They were doing this for years.
He has no proof of that. None of us do, to be honest.
That was
We do have an idea of what the guy's timeline is based on what he said, but we have no proof this was going on for years.
the reason my internet reset during the Side Scrollers interview. It's pretty crazy to think about that, but anyway. All right. So now we got that out of the way. Thank you for the early support, everybody. Okay. So now let's talk about yesterday and how stuff went. Okay. So yesterday, no podcast whatsoever. So no real hangout session vibe or anything like that. It was just me playing Call of Duty for over 4 hours. And arguably, that was my best Call of Duty stream of all time when it comes to gameplay. Not only was I wiping entire enemy teams with melee weapons, but I also switched to the sniper rifle, and I went and all of a sudden,
You can't do two things at once. Someone saying something in the kick chat that's got him flustered and shit, and he can't even keep his own fucking thoughts straight. That's hilarious.
when it basically exploded, I got the best kill streak I ever got. The best kill streak I've ever gotten. Insane. Like over 15, 20 kills in a row. Because I was sniping, and then I was swapping weapons. I was killing with the blast traps. People were trying to come in and get me, and they were dying. Then I was summoning my score streak, so I had the napalm strike. That killed a bunch of people. Then the chopper came in. That killed a bunch of people. I continued to snipe. It was insane.
He almost made it try to sound like he was just on a 15-20 gun streak. I don't know if that idiot can really tell the difference between the two, but still, it was starting to sound pretty dishonest. But whatever. I'll let him have it.
Insanity. Okay? And in truth, this last week, there probably would have been 3 or 4 great things that I've done on stream that would have been great highlights. For example,
and yet we were too lazy, too stupid to do them. But that's weird, though, because doesn't he have editors? And I say editors, meaning more than one. Why didn't any of them pick up and do it? So what good is your greatness if you have people around you, if you have resources around you, and no one's actually doing anything to put that out there? Doesn't seem to have any real value, right? You don't have any receipts to prove anything. Did it really happen? Makes you think.
It was the Neil Druckmann segment, where I highlighted how he's complaining and crying that he may never make Last of Us 3. He's all stressed out.
Yeah, no one cares, to be honest with you. As long as Season 2 of Last of Us 2 doesn't follow the game, I don't really give a shit. On top of that, did fucking DSP talk about how he's still mad that Ellie got aged up in the second one and she's in the women and this, that, and the third or whatever, which seems weird as shit. Like, that you're mad that Ellie, or that they chose to age up Ellie. That seems weird. It sounds like some shit that a pedophile would say. But whatever. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm reading into that a little too much, I guess. I don't think so, though. Because I remember when he initially, when Last of Us 2 was getting ready to come out, and he was really, really butthurt that they aged Ellie up. That was really, really strange that a grown-ass man is getting upset that a little girl got aged up to at least her mid-late teens, I guess. I don't know why you'd be upset by that. But whatever. It is what it is.
And it was so hard making Last of Us 2 and the Last of Us TV show because of the online bullying he got. The online bullying.
And here's another thing. So, yet again, this is a perfect chance or opportunity for him to empathize with Neil, even though Neil's a piece of shit. But he damn near's gonna tank the company. Fuck just Last of Us 2. He ain't made a bunch of mistakes. Naughty Dog ain't sat there and just shit the bed multiple times. Anyway, this is a perfect opportunity for him to be able to empathize with Neil Druckmann, or Cuckman, whatever, and be like, hey, he gets a lot of online hate for decisions that he thought were right. I can relate to that because I've made decisions that I thought were right and they weren't. And it didn't have to be that way. But because DSP has a gripe with him as well, we push all that off the board and we just join the hate mob. Strange. That's real strange, because doesn't he say to people, or at least to some of you who are listening right now, or who have made it this far into the broadcast, that you guys are part of a hate mob too for no damn reason. You guys are just jumping onto the hate because it's popular. Or you're jumping onto the hate because of a personal gripe that you have with him, and you're not willing to see all the changes that he's made and how he's grown and improved as a content creator / streamer / person. But then he don't mind taking shots at Neil and continuing to hate him for all these years over essentially nothing in the grand scheme of things. Whether Last of Us 2 was a good game or not, I don't give two shits, nor do I care. And whatnot. Naughty Dog can fucking close down tomorrow and I give no fucks, to be honest with you. I just really don't give a shit. That doesn't affect my life in any way, shape, or form. I have the first Last of Us, and I'm good with that. To be honest with you, I'm perfectly good with that. I have the season 1 of Last of Us, which is all right. I can live with that too. It does not affect my life in any type of way if nothing else happens after the fact. It is what it is. So I don't need to take the fight to someone else's doorstep over something that I just don't really care about. But DSP is sitting here fighting a one-sided war with Neil, and Neil don't even, well, actually, truth be told, Neil Druckmann probably does know who Darksydephil is, but he's just smart enough not to respond. But he's fighting a battle with someone who he's got bigger fish to fry. But DSP is so desperate to get on this hate wave for Neil, and he's still not getting the recognition that he wants, but he keeps chasing it though. Even though you know what it's like to be harassed, Phil, allegedly. You know what it's like to send death threats to you, right, Phil? That's what you say. You know what it's like for people to scrutinize you in every little thing you do, to be honest with you. You, of all people, should be able to relate to him. Just like you should be able to relate to Boogie and Wings and all the shit that they've gone through. But you never do, unless you can use them for something. There's something to keep in mind.
He got. Give me a fucking break. Anyway, that would have been a good highlight. Obviously, that kill streak would have been a great highlight. The thing is, I just haven't had the time at all to do highlights, which sucks because, like I said, I'm making them. I don't have anyone else doing them for me.
That's funny. This time last year, we supposedly had a bunch of editors that was doing shit. Where'd they all go? Guess that's what happens when you go unpaid for so long, I guess.
You know, I'm doing it all. So I just haven't had time at all to do it. Okay.
But this is someone who cares about his business and his family. Keep that in mind. Everything he does is for his business and his family. But we don't have time to do stuff to help further our own business that in turn our family depends on. Besides begging, of course.
Anyway, so massive gameplay yesterday, and then eventually we unlocked Master Splinter, and I even did a bonus video of playing with Master Splinter, which was fun. So if you wanted to see some of the absolute best content that I've done in Call of Duty, you should check out yesterday's videos. You're going to enjoy it. It went really well.
So basically, the videos are doing shit. I need to funnel all of you guys to the videos because the videos aren't getting any views. Which makes me think if the videos were doing well, he probably would have done the shorts. Or he probably would have done the highlights. But because the views on the videos are suffering so bad, funnel all of you guys over there. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Now, you may have noticed something different from yesterday. I'm going to address it in a second, but let's see here.
You look for troll tips? Someone to ban?
Listen to this. Someone tipped me $2.01. Question, if there's a vortex of mental illness that the internet seems to be creating, do you think on a psychological level we're connected like through a common consciousness? People plug into the common culture and has a physical entity, or the people reacting to and creating a feedback loop which creates in our minds the perception of depravity and mental ill-being? That's a little heavy. What I would say is, like I said, we are currently in the formative years of content creation on the internet and understanding what it's doing to change humanity as a culture. And this is a dangerous time because there are literal groupthink communities forming. It's not just about, a creator making video game content. Take a look at what's happening with politics. Right?
Stop. First things first. The question was too much for Phil to handle in general. And he should have he said it was too heavy, which means that it's beyond his mental capability, which it is, to be honest with you. He's literally the last person you should be asking anything as it pertains to that. The reality is the very things he's about to bitch and complain about has been going on for like the last 40 years, to be honest. Before some of this behavior that you see was on the internet, it was in IRL, to be honest. It just moved from one medium to another. At the end of the day, you're always going to have that. You're always going to find that. The internet is not in some type of formidable years with fucking behavior and this, that, and the third. The same type of, like I said, weird or crazy, even though crazy is a bit dismissive, disruptive or disturbing behavior that you see on the internet has been exhibited in IRL and whatnot for decades, to be honest, if not longer than that. Mental illness didn't just happen after fucking the pandemic and shit, and then people just started going crazy. No, that's existed long before, which goes back to when the pandemic happened, we weren't ready for it. It was very clear that we weren't ready for it. And it wasn't just an economic type situation, it was a social type situation. You know what I mean? Because the talk of mental health really did not become as strong as it did until afterwards. When truth be told, it was a conversation that should have been had, truth be told, since realistically since the like 20s or the 40s or the 60s. Hell, even the 80s, to be honest with you, and that's still a little bit out of my time. But the point being is that it's a conversation that should have been happening, to be honest with you. And it wasn't, for various reasons. So because of that, now you've got this concept of mental health days and shit where people can just take days off because they don't feel like getting out of bed or whatever. I don't mean to trivialize, let's reword this. The word I'm looking for is trivialize. Trivialize. There we go. Trivialize it. It sounds weird the way I'm saying it, but I don't mean to downplay it or whatever. At the same time, whatever problem that you have on Monday is going to exist Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You need to be able to face it and work it out. I'm not saying that people's mental health shouldn't be identified and shouldn't be helped, right? You taking a week off, for example, and just sitting in bed does not fix the problem. If you're going to take time off of work or school or whatever, you need to actually do something about it. You laying in bed for a day is not going to fix anything. The problem's still going to be there. You know what I mean? But the reality is that we as a society, we're just not equipped, and still are not. We're not equipped to deal with those type of problems. We're just not. And because every problem is different based on the person in general, there is no one size fits all. Or like DSP has said in the past, just give that bitch a pill and leave her somewhere. A pill doesn't fix anything, to be honest with you, or at least not for everybody. You know what I mean? You can't just take a pill and then you're good now. If that was the case, look at Wings. Look at what Lexapro did to his dumbass. Think about all the pills that fucking Boogie's on and shit. And that's the reason why Keemstar, for example, comes across the way he do, because he don't understand it. The funny thing is, it seems like Keem is an alcoholic himself. So as he sits there and bashes other people for taking medication or drug abuse, this, that, and the third, he himself may very well be an addict and he just doesn't realize it. Because his particular bag of choice is different from what other people choose. We're just not equipped from a society standpoint to deal with these type of problems and issues. The internet is not in some of these formidable years and shit. The problems that you see have been around and whatnot, and it's something that was ignored for a very, very long time, and now people are having to face it because it's a behavior that we've ignored for so long. I don't know why I'm even getting into this, but I don't even know why I'm getting into this. Now I'm taking it a little too far for no reason. But point being is that this isn't new. The reality of it is it isn't new. We're getting to, what's really going on is we're getting to a point where we have put off so many things for so long that now we have to face it. And probably even more scary is we have to deal with it. And we're just not equipped to do so.
Right? And how things are being affected by things on the internet with politics, when previously, I would argue, politics had always been a very much IRL thing, right? But now all of a sudden there's online movements, conspiracy theories, and it's getting pretty crazy in that regard.
That literally, oh fucking A, we're running the fucking gauntlet on this shit. Dude, there's been online conspiracies about politics since people were able to get into a chat room with another person and talk politics. You know what I mean? That's just been a thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Which just goes to show, to be honest with you, how disconnected DSP is. How the fuck are you on the internet all day, every day, and you know nothing? You know what I'm saying? Because everything that he's even talking about right now, right, as I speak, everything that he's speaking on is stuff that has addressed, that's been pretty much addressed to him personally, right? Because he can't see out of his own, he can't see past himself, if you will. So all of his experiences that he's drawing upon are just stuff that he himself have been dealing with. This shit isn't new. Like, who hasn't heard a conspiracy about politics that either formed in IRL or online and has flip-flopped between the two? Like, that's nothing new. That didn't just happen. People being stalked on the internet, that's nothing new. That didn't just happen. People having disagreements with themselves and whatever, and forming groups to talk about it isn't anything new. It didn't just happen. But yet again, it exposes a much larger problem that DSP, Darksydephil, Phil Burnell, Dark Geppetto deals with. And it goes to show why he treats people the way he does. In some ways, it actually explains why he acts the way he acts. You know what I mean? And this is why it gets harder and harder. Maybe not harder and harder, but I think for some people, it gets harder and harder to just point and laugh. Because after a while, you do want to sit down and actually think about something. And once you do, then it gets into a whole nother fucking abyss of shit that you have to go through. You know what I mean? And well, you don't have to go through it. Let me take that back. You don't have to go through it. If you can stay blind to it if you want to. But then if you want real answers to some of this shit, or if you want to see real consequences, then you got to make a choice, which kind of goes back to the mental illness thing or whatever. It's easy to ignore it and just go with what you're comfortable with for as long as you're doing it. But sooner than later, you're going to want real answers. You're going to want a real solution to something. And how equipped are you going to be able to get that? Something about.
So I'm curious what's going to happen moving forward, because it's very much true when you say the following: it doesn't matter what the truth is, it just matters what the majority of people believe. Right?
Well, holy shit! First off, that's the worst thing that's the worst thing coming out of your mouth. Okay, first off and foremost. Secondly, what he should have said, but it still would have worked against him, is what he should have said, or what he could have said. Let's not say what he should have said. What he could have said. The truth, or let's say this: history is not what really happens. It's what we all agree on, if you will, right? The truth kind of falls into that same category. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like history is written by the victors, yeah? So if you win, if you're a winner, you can describe a situation however which way you want. You won. That right there in itself gives you all of the leeway you ever need to tell the story any which way you want. That right there, or at least what he just said, I should say, encompasses who Phil Burnell is. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It's about what I can get people to believe. You know what I'm saying? So, or let's go ahead and do it this way, to be honest with you, but this is more the detractor side of it. DSP will tell you an answer is an answer. It doesn't matter if it's the truth or not. An answer is still an answer is an answer. For a detractor, or at least most detractors anyway, it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. And I think that right there in itself actually defines, I think in a lot of ways, the scenario around DSP, Darksydephil, Phil Burnell, Dark Geppetto. You know what I'm saying? You have one person who sits there and spews bullshit right up out of his ass, and he will admit it. But it doesn't matter, because if he can get just a few idiots to believe it, then that's all that matters, and that reinforces that it can't be a lie if you believe it, right? That's literally what he's saying here. But for most detractors, or at least some detractors, I should say. No, I'll say most. Most detractors, it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. And how do you beat that? How do you beat actual, tangible evidence? You know what I mean? How do you do that? And DSP can try to trivialize trivialize that all he wants to. That's the reason why it sounds weird, because of how fast I'm talking. But he can't get past the truth. So he has to spin it any way that he sees fit until he can get himself out of it. And then he wants to move on. And that's his problem. But the irony of that all, or the irony of it is, DSP will do the exact same thing to other people. He'll sit there and scrutinize, and truth be told, he just assumes that everybody's a liar because he's a liar until you can prove to him what you're saying is true. But if you do that to him, though, it's unfair. It's really strange when you think about it.
Right? But now all of a sudden there's online movements, conspiracy theories, you know, and it's getting pretty crazy in that regard. So I'm curious what's going to happen moving forward, because it's very much true when you say the following: it doesn't matter what the truth is, it just matters what the majority of people believe. Right? Let's say there's a certain situation that happens, and it could be anything, any hypothetical, and there's a factually what happened, but everyone just wants to believe that something else happened, says it happened, and regurgitates that it happened. What are more people going to believe? The thing that everyone talks about on the internet, that groupthink mentality. That becomes the fact, and the actual facts get forgotten.
But he's lying, though, because the actual facts is actually in video evidence that that usually comes off of his own channel. So there's actual proof of something that he said. Here's a clip of it. How do you sit there and try to trivialize it? There we go. Like I said, I'm just saying it too fast. And then just discard it. How do you do that? That's the evidence. That's the proof. He can sit there and say the situation was like this all he wants. If I give you the 2-minute clip of it, which one are you going to believe? What this known liar is saying, or the actual video from that day, from his channel, or from a channel that was mirroring his channel, and like, you know what I'm saying, and actually has the proof right there. Like, how do you beat that? He thinks, or he's trying to put it out there as, it's his word against somebody else's word, when there's really far more to it than that. But then DSP is so fluent with his lies that he'll move from one lie to another and not even care. He doesn't give it a second thought. And he'll use that as justification. Oh, well, that's what I said Monday, but this is what I'm telling you Wednesday. So don't worry about that. That's in the past. I don't live in the past. Why should you? You see what I'm saying?
And that's a scary thought. It really is. That's an incredibly scary thought. Okay?
That's wild. He doesn't even have a follow-up.
People are saying my leaderboard's wrong.
What the fuck? Was he, did he have like, is that like a King Cobra like glitch in the Matrix? They said your leaderboard was wrong, but then you're just like, like, what was that?
Actual facts get forgotten. And that's a scary thought. It really is. That's an incredibly scary thought. Okay? People are saying my leaderboard's wrong.
Oh shit!
It should be 14. The leaderboard should say 14. I must have not added the one of the $5 contributions. So there you go.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hiding contributions. Imagine
anyway,
that.
So let's continue on. All right.
Jesus Christ.
So yesterday there were 2 distinct differences in my content. Okay. So let's address them. Distinct difference number 1. There was no podcast at all. So there really was no hangout session where it was just us talking.
And begging for
there
money.
was interaction and talking during Call of Duty, but it was between games. There was some interaction and hangout during Kiosk, But it was a little different than just say, hey, here's the podcast that you've grown to know and love every morning, covering topics, discussing what's going on. It was different, right? For sure. And the fact that there was no podcast, some people distinctly were saying they felt like there was something missing. Because that's a staple piece of my day. And why did I not do one? Okay? So that was number one. Okay? Number two, you may have noticed that the other major difference all day long was that not once ever during the course of my entire full streaming day did I ask for a contribution. Not once. I shouted out contributions. I updated the leaderboard. I mentioned if we were like halfway to the goal.
That's like a shadow beg though. That's like a shadow. No. No. That's like a shadow beg then. That's what that is. That's a shadow beg. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you guys. Okay, that's like if I put on a stream and shit. Let's say I have a goal. Let's say I don't know, like $100. Let's say whatever. And let's say I'm not asking for contributions. Fuck that. Let's cut the bullshit. I'm not asking you for money, right? But I'm updating the leaderboard. Okay, guys. Thank you to I don't know James Lester for $20. Thanks to Proper for another 20. Big ups to Declan for another 10. Big ups to Asian GTG for another 5. Big ups to Chio for 20. You know what I'm saying? Like so on and so forth, right? And now, hey guys, we're at $80 out of the 100. You know what I'm saying? I very much appreciate. That's kind of, you could take that as a shadow beg. To be honest with you, you could kind of say that, or you could kind of not really spin it, but you could kind of take that. Or you could say, hey guys, we're $80 of the $100 goal, whatever, and we're at such and such goals hit to hit this. That's a shadow beg, or it's a soft beg, if you will.
What's going on? It was different, right? For sure. And the fact that there was no podcast, some people distinctly were saying they felt like there was something missing. Because that's a staple piece of my day. And why did I not do one? Okay? So that was number one. Okay? Number two, you may have noticed that the other major difference all day long was that not once ever during the course of my entire full streaming day did I ask for a contribution. Not once. I shouted out contributions. I updated the leaderboard. I mentioned if we were like halfway to the goal, but I
shadow beg. Gotcha. That's literally a shadow beg.
Absolutely.
Or a soft beg, if you will.
Not once did I ask for anything. Okay? That was a distinct difference. And I think people noticed. Some people didn't, actually. Some people didn't at all. But then some people noticed and started talking about it and stuff like that. Okay? So
wait, you can get banned if he asks for too much, if he asks for contributions too much. But if he doesn't bring up contributions at all, he doesn't say anything, but he mentally logs that in for later. Okay.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the two distinct differences, all right? And let's talk about directly what the result was. So, the result is, no real hangout feeling. Instead, it's just Phil playing games, right? And that's very different, okay, than the usual feeling, then vibe that you get around here. A lot of people have said, I come by because I want to hang out with Phil. I don't necessarily care about what he's even doing today, okay?
So if that's the case, then why are you putting an emphasis on there being no podcast? Why are you putting an emphasis on contributions or your lack of asking for contributions if some people come by and don't care what's going on as long as something is going on? Starting to kill our own narrative with this, I guess. I don't know. Maybe because I'm a stalker. That might be a thing too.
Now, if you didn't notice, yesterday, during the entire ginormous Call of Duty stream, I didn't hit my goal. All right? In fact...
So, it wouldn't have been the first stream that you've never hit a goal. There are streams out there where... That's actually a great screenshot, by the way. That's his little sad fucking ugly bulldog face. Anyway, or gremlin face. There have been plenty of streams where you literally begged and plead for contributions throughout the entire goddamn stream, if not the entire day, and you still didn't hit your goals. That doesn't mean anything, to be honest. And then and coming off the fact that you ain't already made $1,200 a day before, I mean, womp womp. Semantics.
I only got about halfway. It was around, and I think, again, I'm just off the top of my head. I didn't really count it or anything.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we don't count money around here. You know, our livelihood, our life's blood, but we don't count anything.
It was around $80 of support. Not a bad stream. All right. And it's Call of Duty, and Call of Duty always is hit or miss. Sometimes with Call of Duty, I've done really, really well. And other Call of Duty streams have been on the slower side. This one, you know, I got more than halfway, but we didn't hit the goal. Right. There you go. Now, there's many things that can be surmised from this. There was no podcast. And typically, in a podcast, I get some support, and that support is tied to the podcast. Like, look, we already have, you know, $14 of support, and undoubtedly there will be more that will come by the end of this show, right? And that is definitely tied to the podcast. Since I didn't do a podcast, likely there were people who said, oh, well, since he's not doing his podcast today, I'm not interested, and they didn't come by and they didn't support, right? So I think that is 100% got to be a factor in that, okay? So maybe if I did do the podcast and then I had done the Call of Duty stream, maybe I would have hit my goal, all right? And maybe not. Because as you know, when I'm doing the podcast, I say things like I'll talk about the goals and say, hey, look, guys, we're at 58 out of 60.
So we're going to hedge our bets on a what if? Is that what we're doing? I could have made my goals. I may have not. So then what's the point? We're literally arguing semantics at this point. You're literally hinging everything on a guess, on a what if, which means nothing now. So there really isn't any point to prove, being that you have a history of going days, if not weeks plus, without hitting any of your daily goals. Or stream goals, if you will. That literally means nothing. Wow. Okay. Whatever.
Goals hit. And remember, the big reward that's coming up when we hit 60 goals is DSP Tries It Girl Scout cookies, where I'm going to be trying 3 different kinds of Girl Scout cookies. Now,
what a scam. Like, people have never had a Girl Scout cookie before. Like, Jesus Christ. Well, maybe you haven't, but whatever. I only care about the peanut butter one and the mint one anyway.
I haven't had these since I was young. It'll be interesting to see what I remember of these cookies versus what they are today.
X the doubt on that. Didn't Panda buy Girl Scout cookies, I want to say, at one time or another? Don't hold me to that.
I'll tell you the price. I'll tell you the flavors. And it's going to be an interesting one because it's not fast food, right? Usually I hype it up. And I didn't do that yesterday at all, okay? That didn't happen. So without that hype, right? Without that hype factor, definitely I think there's people who aren't going to contribute because they contribute when the hype hits. Oh.
Wait, now doesn't he accuse streamers and content creators who hype up games and say that they're not very good or they're not worthwhile, or a game's only popular because popular people talk about it, this, that, and the third? How is that any different than this shit then, to be honest with you? He says people hype up games for personal benefit. This idiot is hyping up a DSP Tries It Girl Scout cookies for his benefit. What's the difference between the two?
Oh, we're almost close to a goal. Oh, that goal sounds interesting. Oh, I want to be a part of that, right? And that didn't happen yesterday.
And then he bitches about, in that same scenario, now I think about it, those games that are being hyped up by these big content creators that he says, oh, the game's probably trash because these people were paid to hype it up and this, that, and the third. Most of those games, if not almost all of them, he doesn't even play. So why are you bitching about something that you didn't have any plans of playing? You're clearly not going to play, and you may never play. What's the issue? Why do you care what someone else does? So I'm thinking about.
So there's many factors. Factor number 1, there was no podcast. Some people just didn't show up because there was no podcast, and normally they would have supported during the podcast, and there was none. Number 2, there wasn't a lot of interaction because I was just sitting here playing Call of Duty all day. Okay. And number 3, I wasn't asking for contributions. I wasn't hyping up the goals.
Well, don't you see that being a problem? The reason why I wasn't getting any contributions because there was no podcast. There wasn't a contribution, or there isn't any contributions because I'm not interacting with the chat. And because of those things, I didn't get more contributions. Well, aren't you admitting low key that the only reason why you have to actually interact with people is when they're giving you money? Let me bring that back because I could be reading into that wrong.
Okay, that didn't happen. So without that hype, right? Without that hype factor, definitely I think there's people who like aren't going to contribute because they contribute when the hype hits. Oh, we're almost close to a goal. Oh, that goal sounds interesting. Oh, I want to be a part of that, right? And that didn't happen yet.
So you mean groupthink? Okay.
Yesterday. So there's many factors. Factor number one, there was no podcast. Some people just didn't show up because there was no podcast. And normally they would have supported during the podcast and there was none. Number two, there wasn't a lot of interaction because I was just sitting here playing Call of Duty all day. Okay. And number three.
So because wait, he indisposed, well, he stay exposing himself, but because there was no podcast, I didn't get any contributions, hence the reason why I didn't hit the goal. Two, there wasn't a lot of interacting with the chat because I wasn't begging for contributions, so I only stayed hyper-focused on the game. I.e., because I didn't ask you guys for money, and because I didn't feel like interacting with any of you, none of you had a reason to give me any money. So you couldn't have just interacted with the audience for the sake of doing so. You know, these people, like, you like to start his streams off with, hello friends, how are you doing? Yada, yada, yada. You guys are here for a chill time, this, that, and the third. You couldn't have interacted with these people off the merit of just interacting with them. It's, if I'm not begging you guys for money, then what's the point? That's essentially what he said. I mean, okay, that's a choice. That's a choice.
I wasn't asking for contributions. I wasn't hyping up the goals. Instead, I just kind of let it ride to see how it would go. Okay? Now, this all applies basically to the first stream. Let's talk about the late stream.
I hate how he drinks his little flavored salsa water out of that cup like it's actually coffee. That shit annoys the shit out of me. I don't know why, but it just does. It really, really bothers me. It doesn't really bother me. It's funny that I like to think that it does bother me, but it don't. It is annoying though.
So the late stream last night was this unique indie game kiosk. Now, when I play indie games, it's definitely going to be hit or miss as well, because it really depends on what's the game that I select. Is it something that people know? Does it catch on with the viewer? Some indie games that I've played have done a lot better than others, depending on levels of hype and things. So it's always all over the place, right? It is. So again, last night on that indie game stream,
and so hype, by the way, make sure you guys have this logged in. Hype is another word or another code word for begging. Just keep that in mind.
I didn't ask for anything whatsoever during the course of the stream. I didn't really bring up the goals or hype them. I think at one point I did mention, hey, we're like halfway to the goal, but I didn't really bring it up.
So soft begging. And yet again, hype is code word or another code word for begging. Keep that in mind.
Instead, it was just me talking with you guys and playing the game. And how do we do? I think by the end of the night, I think we got to like 70 something in support. So about halfway. All right. So there you go. Now, what can be surmised? What can be taken away from this? All right. That's really what we got to ask. What is the end result of yesterday? And by the way,
that you're a shitty streamer that only interacts with your audience when they give you money, and you, so realistically, it's not that you care about your audience or those people. You feel obligated to interact with them because they're giving you money, and you're shit at games, and you're just boring all around. And hyping and begging are apparently the same damn thing, which is weird, but okay. See, it's kind of strange, but all right. I guess I'm pretty confident that's a thing somewhere.
Why did yesterday even happen? All right. Well, I'm going to tell you. But first, I got to see if this is a troll or not. No, it's not. It's a $1 tip. Someone says, as an addendum, the scary part is when we create a mental disorder in society, it can persist for generations. The mental disorder in some way rubs off to your children who act upon the impressions when grown up. If it's a societal wide, then it can persist and recreate itself. Yeah, I'm really interested to see, in the next few decades, when people start to see the impact of being on the internet 24/7, being involved with this world group thing, these memes and all this shit, like, how does it affect human society? How has it changed us, right? Because right now I think we're all in it, but no one's really analyzing it. Anyway, thanks for the dollar tip. Okay, so there's two things, all right, going on here at the same time, and basically they both really got to me, and that's why yesterday's content was different, okay? One thing is very personal, something that has happened this week that has hit myself and my family really hard, and basically yesterday was a horrible day, all right? So that being said, I didn't even want to do a podcast. I just wasn't in the mood. Like, I felt like I needed to come to this stream and distract myself as much as I possibly could with gameplay.
So instead of spending that time with your wife, comforting her and whatnot, maybe reaching out to your parents and getting some feedback from them and comfort, if you will, or whatever, you decide to low-key trauma dump on your audience instead? With half-ass gameplay? Okay.
So that I could keep my mind off of stuff. Okay? So the moment I came on the stream, I just said hello, and then we went right into Call of Duty, and I'm going to be honest, it worked. Like, it actually legitimately worked, where while I was playing Call of Duty, I didn't really give a thought to anything else that was going on in my personal life outside of Call of Duty being played at that moment.
But you put up subpar gameplay as well as entertainment for your own selfish needs and whatever. You know how shitty that is? I mean, just going off of what he said, don't be wrong, it's not like the content or the service that he provides is any good anyway. It's not. But to sit there and say, I gave you subpar slop just because I have my own shit and I'm not man enough to deal with it. So I just went ahead and basically put that trauma on you. I got all of you guys concerned for no goddamn reason. How's that right in the grand scheme of things? Huh.
So absolutely, positively, 100%, it helped a lot. It did. I needed it. I just needed to get my mind off of stuff. Because a lot of the times people say stuff like, then why don't you just take time off? Why don't you just walk away from streaming and take a few days or a week?
Because he doesn't have anything else to do. He has nothing else in his life. All he has is streaming. All he has is YouTube. That's it. He has nothing else. To be perfectly honest with you. Because if he loved Khet so much, he'd spend more time with her. He'd find reasons to spend more time with her. He'd work harder and or longer days, or I would say he'd work smarter, but he's not smart, so we're not doing that. But he would work harder or he would work longer days so he could spend more days off or more time with her. And that's not even close to something he'd want to do. He didn't want to do it with Panda either. So, that's the reason why he had put a ring on fucking Khet's finger so goddamn fast. He wanted to make sure he had her locked in and obligated almost immediately. He really, really like preyed upon Khet's desperation. Because it's funny how you want to sit there and say at the end of the side scroller interview, oh, did you guys find the police report when he was beating her, this, that, and the third, whatever. So you're telling me that you put a wedding ring on a woman's finger after knowing her for less than 2 years, knowing damn well she had all that baggage, and knowing that you yourself wasn't equipped to help her deal with it? How does that make you look? Semantics.
Well, number one, I couldn't take a whole week. Maybe I could take a couple days. Like I said, thankfully, thanks to you guys, I'm not in like horrible financial difficulties anymore.
And yet he still didn't take the couple of days.
If I need to have an emergency and I really need to take time away for something like that, I can. Thankfully, I used to never be able to. I literally used to have to be here every day, all day. And now I don't have to anymore, and I'm very grateful for that.
That's not true either. He didn't have to be, well, first of all, he definitely wasn't here every day, but he damn sure didn't have to be here all day, and he certainly wasn't. So we can cut that shit too.
Okay. But in reality, if I had not been on stream distracting myself yesterday, I really feel like it would have actually been worse. Okay? Just being honest, you know? So it worked, you know? And thank you to anyone who was here yesterday and enjoyed the gameplay in the stream and everyone was having a good time. I really do appreciate you because it was a bad time for me. All right. And so that's why a lot of people could tell. They were like, his demeanor's different. This is weird. You're absolutely right. 100%. You guessed correct. Definitely stuff was going on. Okay. So there you go. Now there's another part to this as well. All right. There's two halves to this thing that went down yesterday. And the other half is that it was an experiment to some extent. And it wasn't planned. It just kind of happened. And as it happened, I was like, well, this is.
So you're going to label it as an experiment, but you just said that you're someone used to planning things out. You're used to using your analytical mind to sit there and kind of put things into perspective. But you're going to sit here and say that this wasn't planned, but you're going to actively call it an experiment? Okay. Well, okay. Whatever.
Fascinating, because now what we can do is actually take this data to try to see how it affected things. And, you know,
but if it wasn't planned and this was all an off day or whatever, just the circumstances itself doesn't give me enough of a sample. It's not enough of a sample size for me to come up to a judgment of anything. I would need like a week or even a month before I can come up to any conclusion. Anything else other than that, you're delusional and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And truth be told, you're probably just lying, to be honest. Or you're trying really, really hard to make a narrative and make it fit by giving the least amount of information possible so no one can question it. And being that we don't know what the actual situation is with him, right? Which is a factor in this equation, how could you expect to come to a conclusion? He can say, oh, I can come up to a conclusion because I know what's going on. But that doesn't, how do you convey that to other people without them having full context of the situation? Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Maybe use it as a positive for improvement and stuff like that. So let's talk about yesterday. So first off, there was no podcast. All right. With no podcast and all gameplay, immediately you could tell some people were turned off, didn't tune in or saw there was no podcast and left. All right. If anything, this is direct, actual evidence that people have adopted me as a podcaster, as someone who does content other than just gaming, that there are distinct groups of people who come here just to hang out with me.
That's bullshit. And I can say this bullshit because of a narrative that he put out earlier on, and he's not going to address because it hurts his narrative. Isn't this the same idiot who cried and complained and even made a video about daylight savings time? And how it was going to take people a certain amount of time, days, if not weeks, to adjust to it until they can, and then they get back into their normal routine. That in itself is an outside factor that needs to be calculated and factored into this equation. And I say that because he brought it up. He put an emphasis on it. His audience is really so fickle, he felt the need to make that statement, true or not, then that should needs to be put in there as well. And that's just one thing. We'll see what else I get to pick apart as we move along.
Rather than it being me play a game. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a good thing. Why? Because I'm getting older. Okay?
I.e., I'm planning on quitting games soon, or I'm going to certainly spend I've already said this, but I'm going to go ahead and reiterate it because I already know I'm right. We're going to quit games eventually, unless it's a hot new release that he's not going to get anything off of anyway because no one cares about what he thinks about new releases. He wants to have a 4-hour podcast during the day, and if he can pull his $300 to $600 during that podcast, $300 minimum, he's good with that. And then a little bit of gameplay at night, and that's the end of that. That's literally what he's trying to move himself towards. He won't do it because he's always going to fall back on games, because he'll always use that as an excuse. Oh, we would have hit the goal and whatnot. Yeah, you guys were incredibly supportive during the podcast, but we didn't hit the goal because there was no gameplay. And I understand I'm getting older. I understand that I got arthritis or carpal tunnel or whatever the fuck, but I am known as a gaming streamer. That's what I've been doing for 16 years. I can't stop it. The podcast is great and it helps and people appreciate it, but I need to do games because it's the only thing that people really know me for, or what they remember me for, or that's the nostalgia that they have for. So I have to keep doing it. He's literally running a dual fallacy for no goddamn reason. He's literally screwing himself over with his own narrative. And I love that for him.
In just a few weeks, I'm going to be 43 years old, and I'm at the point in my life, they call it you're over the hill. I think we all got to accept this. I am more than halfway through my life at this point.
Actually, you're not. Most people don't get over their hill till they're 50, and that's whatever, semantics, I suppose. And I wonder what's going to feel like when you wake up April 6th and you realize you're 43 years old and you haven't accomplished shit. And you got a whole legion. Literally, you have a fucking legion of people who fucking either dislike you, mock you, or even downright hate you. And you'll never be able to do anything to chase it. Or change it, sorry. And it'll be just another year of you trying to chase relevancy and failing at every step of the way. And there's going to be some asshole that's going to laugh relentlessly, if not mercilessly, at it. And you're not going to be able to do anything about it. You're going to lash out like a little bitch that's going to turn into even more content, and then it's going to end up in a top 10. Big ups to Proper. And Secret Limited. How's that feel? Another year of you begging for money on the internet to just get by. And still not have any retirement. Still not have any money in a rainy day fund. Still don't have any money for an emergency fund. The older you get, and the more that you and Khet choose to live your life, the closer that you're coming to your own demise. And you don't even have the money to cover it. Nor do you have the credit. And the house is in such a bad state that you can't even pull any money from the equity. The damn sure not. No one's gonna let you refinance. That's just no. Your spending habits alone already make that a problem, let alone what the condition of the house is. And you have no leverage at all. And your ability to fucking raise capital or liquidity and whatnot grows smaller and smaller by the year. You're in a worse spot now than you were last year, yet your spending is still ramping up. That's wild. It's absolutely wild. Oh, well. Great screenshot, by the way.
Okay? I'm not going to get any faster, any stronger, any more viable. All right? This is not going to happen.
That's funny. He says viable, but really what he meant to say was smarter. But you don't want to say that, though, because people can latch onto that. So you'd rather use viable instead. That's kind of funny. It's not clever, but it's kind of funny, though.
At this point in my life, I can maintain, and then there's going to be a decline. This is just the reality.
What are you maintaining? At this point, I can maintain, even though he's saying that he's over the hill. But eventually it's going to decline. You've been in a decline. You have been in a decline. I've seen those FGC streams you have with former members of Team Hate, except for VDO, as far as I remember, was never part of Team Hate. Smooth Cat was, but I'm pretty confident VDO was never part of Team Hate. I'm pretty confident in that, actually. That doesn't even sound like something that fits that man's personality. Anyway, and they both beasted you for free. They both beasted you for free. You were not even light work. You were just soft. You were just there. You just happened to be the most convenient combo dummy that either one of them guys were able to deal with that night. The only difference was they didn't sit there and take any money out your pocket. That's all the difference was. So you were very much the walking combo dummy that you are. You were just fortunate enough not to be the walking ATM as well. Trust me, you're already in a decline. You've been in decline since your 30s. Since your 30s, you were in a decline. Good God, man.
Reality of human existence. It's called the human condition. All right? Many people can't face it. I am.
You can't face it.
I'm trying to do this gracefully, age gracefully, and understand my limitations, and the fact that I'm not 20 years old anymore.
You weren't shit in your 20s anyway. Truth be told. I feel, I honestly think he doesn't understand what this is. You peaked, I mean, if anything else, he peaked in his 20s, which is, I guess you could say that happens to most people in some way. I guess it depends on, I don't know. A lot of people just peak right out of high school, but it is what it is. The reality is, that you're not. First off, I don't even think you understand what it means to age gracefully. First off, two, you're definitely not aging gracefully. You know what I'm saying? You're 43 years old and you look like you're 60 and whatnot. And sooner than later, it's going to come out that your hair is being dyed. It's not going to take long. Truth be told, I'm surprised no one's done this, and I'm not trying to give anybody any ideas. If someone actually had called that salon and actually reached out to the chick who does your hair, I'm pretty confident if they were clever with what they were saying and be like, you know, hey, there's a guy I know, you know what I'm saying, Philip Paul Brunel, you don't have to say the Paul part, just say Phil Brunel and whatnot that comes in there and whatnot. He's a buddy of mine. And I was just wondering, like, what kind of hair conditioning do you use for him and shit right there? You know what I'm saying? His hair seems pretty vibrant or whatever. And I was thinking about booking with you, but I was wondering if you could walk me through the process with him or whatever. She's going to tell you everything because you're a potential client. And trust me, what kind of product the person using their hair doesn't mean shit to someone who fucking works at a salon. A potential customer is a potential customer. It's literally that easy. It's literally that easy, to be honest. Even if this paranoid sociopath told his hairdresser, well, don't I got people who stalk me, don't tell them what what shampoo I use. Stop. Even she would think that's delusional. So sooner than later, that's going to come out, let alone everything else. Like, just trust me, you're not aging gracefully. That's why he put so much emphasis on Keemstar, and that's why he was so desperate to get Keemstar to admit that he dyes his hair and all this other silly shit and whatnot, because everybody else needs to be exposed before he gets exposed. Then he can comfortably slide into that scenario. But trust me, he's just as scared of getting old as most people are, because he's insecure as shit.
Okay? I can't just sit here playing games all day, every day, and expect that, number one, I'm going to play them at any kind of level that's going to be entertaining.
And yet we chased the FGC over 3 different platforms and still had the exact same results. And we still make excuses. Even though he's telling you now that he is already over the hill, he's trying desperately, apparently, to maintain before the decline happens, and yet he had to go to 3 different platforms to play Street Fighter 6, multiple arcade sticks to show the exact same results. And to be honest, if you look closer at it, you actually can see the decline with each platform he jumped on. Whatever.
That, number two, my stamina is going to keep up with all of that.
We need stamina to play games. It's not like fucking your wife, which is something he don't do. We need stamina to play games. This is the same idiot, though, who falls asleep during games, though, too. Not only during the day, but also at night. So we already failed at that, too. Womp womp.
And at number three, I'm going to be able to continue to make a living working like that. Okay?
Well, you're not making a living doing that. You make a living begging. So I've kind of refuted everything, to be honest with you. But if you have some more, please send it my way.
The reality is thus, I need to change and make new kinds of content. I need to change and do different things.
It is funny that it took another man to tell you this, though. That seems kind of weird that another man had to point that out to you. And another man who's not your father, not your brother, but then again, you don't have any brothers, not a close friend of yours, you don't have any close friends, not a peer, because PPPs, you and PPP don't do the same shit, or triple P as I like to call them. It is very, very strange that another man that you have really no type of relationship with, realistically speaking, of course, had to point that out to you. And now you're trying to pass it off as if it's something that you came to the conclusion yourself. That's fucking weird. Whatever.
And not just be Phil the gamer.
Phil, you were never a gamer. I'm just gonna say what other people aren't brave enough to say. You were never a gamer, to be honest with you. You're someone who played games for profit and failed miserably. And I say that because for someone who's made over $2 million, easily closing in on $3 million, who had all these different opportunities, you had all these different type of advantages by being, I think it's fair to say a trailblazer, at least, I don't know, a trailblazer, but pioneer maybe. I don't know about a trailblazer, but I mean, some people would say they're kind of the same thing, semantics. But someone who had an early start and had a lot of advantages that other people didn't have, and yet you somehow still got lapped by people who came after you, using the same tactics that you said weren't really worth anything, that were gonna eventually fade out, that have no merit or value or anything anyway, and that ended up being the status quo. Imagine that.
Okay, I need to have different aspects, whether it's as a podcaster, as a commentator, as making different kinds of content.
But you're not a commentator though, and you're not even really a podcaster. This is just you coming up here on this daily bitch fest. The fucking let's break it down for a minute. Actually, all right. The majority of the podcast is you bitching about your life, you bitching about how people treat you online, bitching about detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, bitching about how you don't get the opportunities that other people get. Then you talk about game companies or games that are coming out that you don't like, not really interested in playing, or are similar to a game that you've already played or a company had already put out, and they're just rehashing it. Unless it's a remake or a remaster that you're looking to exploit on Game Pass or whatever. Let's go ahead and talk about some game news for a minute. You talk about companies that are failing or games that are bad, and the company has failed from what the original vision was or what their original purpose was. Then we talk about all the people who should be fired, or we talk about all the people that are talentless hacks and whatnot, or we talk about all the people that are woke and they're killing the company from the inside out, or we talk about content creators who didn't deserve the success that they have. They didn't actually put in the hard work that you did, and they don't deserve to have anything, so fuck them, right? And then we go into contributions where literally they're troll tips or they're about trolls. And then you bitch and complain about not hitting goals, or we've hit this one goal, but let's push it a little further, see if we can hit another goal. And then we get into your fucking break, which is 5 minutes. 5 minutes turns into 15 to 20 minutes. And then we get into slop gameplay with more begging. Am I missing anything? I think that pretty much covers it. Pretty sure that's pretty much the extent of it. And then we wait for the wife to get Dent, which means for her to order Dent or you to order it, which is another thing too. Now I think about it. Instead of you actually going to the restaurant or having Khet go to the restaurant and pick up the food and then bring it home, you always have to DoorDash everything. Why is that? Why can't she just pick up the food on her way home? Now that I think about it, why can't she just do grocery shopping on her way home? She's getting off early enough to where she can do that. She could go by a grocery store and pick up a couple of things. So why don't you ever allow her to do it? Why don't you trust her enough to do so? Matter of fact, how much of the household finances is she in control of? I wonder. Because we almost never hear her speak on, sorry, let's reword that. We almost never hear you talk about her spending money on anything. So that makes me wonder why. And though I'm still of the hope that at least her paychecks, she's at least stashing some of that money away, I'm not completely ignorant to the idea that you do demand a portion of her paychecks, despite how small they may be. But why isn't she ever given the responsibility, or why doesn't she ever take on any of the responsibilities of the household outside of the house? If you trust her enough to work and drive your car to and from work, why can't you trust her to do grocery shopping then? Or pick up food on the way home for you guys instead of door dashing everything? Maybe that's one of Snortopia's great, or Goutopia, but Snortopia too. I guess this is one of Goutopia's great mysteries, I suppose.
This is what has to persist as I get older. The gaming will reduce. Will it ever phase out? No. I feel like I will want to be a gamer, all right, for a long time, for as long as I can be, all right? I love video games and gaming in general. It's been a part of my life. It's part of culture. It's everything that I love to share with the internet.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's going to always latch on to gaming like the cancer that he is, because it's going to keep him relevant. It's the reason why he won't commit to anything else. It's the reason why he doesn't know anything else. And which is ironic, because he don't really know shit about gaming. He only knows what he can exploit. Really doesn't know shit else. Or whatever's on the front page of Twitter. Wouldn't read an article to save his fucking life.
But you get to a point where you got to be realistic and understand that's just not what I can do all the time. It ain't going to work.
So after 16 years of content creation, you're only coming to that point right now? You didn't come to that conclusion, I don't know, 5 years ago? 8 years ago? 10 years ago? Whatever. That might require a little too much. More than you're certainly able to, certainly above your capabilities.
Okay, it's not. So there you have it. The podcast is the way that I get daily to do stuff that's not just sitting here playing video games all day. And that's a good thing. I love this podcast. I'm so glad that...
How do you love something that don't love you back? You might love doing something, but how do you love something that don't... You know what? Let me stop. Because then we're going to start getting... I'm going to start getting a bit more philosophical about the shit. That just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do you love something that don't love you back? That's like that dumb shit Rich used to say about how he loved his main YouTube channel. Look at how quickly he gave that shit up. Whatever.
We experimented with the pre-stream years and years ago, realized there was an audience for it, turned it into an official podcast, and now we have this content every day. And I'm incredibly appreciative to all of you who come by and hang out with me, talk these topics, hash this stuff out. This podcast has actually helped me improve my content so much in the last couple of years. I am so grateful. And for those of you who come by every day to hang out and support the podcast.
That's literally not even true. But truth be told, let me give him a bit of leverage. The only thing about the podcast that actually has been beneficial to him is that the podcast itself can actually generate, let's reword that, has the capability of generating more money than than his actual game stream can. That's really what it comes down to. In an hour and a half to 2 hours, he can generate more money off the podcast than he can off the actual gaming stream itself. That's the only thing. That's really what it comes down to. It's far more useful than to sit there and talk out of his ass for an hour and a half than to do 3 or 4 hours of gameplay, which almost doesn't even exist anymore. But remember, there was a time where the pre-stream was only like 20 minutes, half hour, which was too long even back then. And there was 4.5 hours worth of gameplay. Oh, how times have changed.
As opposed to the gaming, I really am thankful because this is where my future lies. This kind of content, not just play games. Now, I want to keep playing games. Again, I don't want to get the wrong idea. So this means Phil's just going to stop playing games. He's done. No, I want to keep playing games. Look at what I've been doing recently with things like fighting games and stuff. It's been great. But we do have to have
nice voice crack when he said it was great.
Variety of content, and the podcast has become a critical part of that content. And the day I didn't do the podcast, we saw a decline in viewership. People left. They didn't support. It's cause and effect.
It really isn't. It was only one day. It's a sample size. It's not even enough to measure, to be honest. If I really, really gave a fuck, I could literally go back and point to another day where he made $25 and he did have a podcast. You know what I'm saying? He did have gameplay that day and he only made $50 for that whole stream. What does that prove? Am I wrong now? If I'm going 1 for 1, theoretically I win. For some of you who are listening, you guys may even know what stream I'm talking about. So does that mean I win? Does it? Just asking. And if I win, what do I win? I mean, cutting the bacon off his back is a given, so that doesn't count. See what I'm saying?
Okay. Now,
someone go to Piece of Pieces tip tracker. Big ups to Piece of Piece. Go to his tip tracker and shit, and fucking pick a day, pick a stream, pick a game, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
There's another factor here that I need to bring up. Okay, and this is going to be a big one. So hold on to your butts. But I need to do a quick shout out, okay?
What a whore. Sometime today, Phil. Sometime today.
Someone tipped $1.50 and says, I feel like you did it because August the Ducks video on you went viral. It didn't go viral. It's doing exactly the same as every other documentary about me. It hashes through the same kind of...
Wait. It wasn't a documentary. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. It wasn't a documentary. It was like a 15, 20-minute video. To be honest. Truth be told, that makes it worse. Because if he could pull the same views in 20 minutes that a full-fledged documentary could make, I think, honestly, that might make it even a bit more it makes it a bit more impactful. You should really think before you talk, Phil. You really should.
Content, the same kind of stuff. It didn't go viral. Would have been if it had like 10, 20 million views. It's not viral. You don't know what the word viral means.
Wait. Sorry, I hit the wrong button again. It didn't go viral because it didn't have 10 or 20 million views. But when DSP gets 10,000 views on a video, that's considered viral. If he, and it's been a long time since this has happened, he gets 30,000 views on something, that's considered viral to him and whatnot. But it's not viral for anybody else who has 100,000 plus views. Funny how we keep pushing the goalpost back. I'm just throwing it out there. I just want to make sure that I have clarification. I'd hate to put misinformation out there and whatnot. You know, trying to be responsible here.
Okay, it's basically the same drama content. Okay, now the other factor involved in all of this, all right, is very simple. Okay, I wanted to do a test to see what would happen if I had an entire day where I...
Wait, I thought you said this wasn't planned. I thought you said it just happened. Now you're saying you wanted to do a test to see what happens? Am I lying? I'm so confused.
Did not ask for contributions, where I did not mention goals and hype them up, where instead I just let the gameplay content speak for itself. Now, it's a little difficult to judge because perhaps if I had done the podcast, it would have been different. Maybe there would.
All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. It's been about a day or so, so I'm not sure if this is exactly where we were or whatnot. I have a timestamp written here, plus or minus. So let's tap back. That'll be fine. So yeah, it's been a day or so. It's been a day or so. You know, sorry about that. It is what it is. Life comes at you fast. So we're just going to pick up where we left off, to be honest. I didn't say anything. You might not have even recognized it anyway. So anyway, just keeping it all on the up and up. Here we go.
For it's cause and effect. Okay? Now, there's another factor here that I need to bring up. Okay, and this is going to be a big one. So hold on to your butts. But I need to do a quick shout out, okay? Someone tipped $1.50 and says, I feel like you did it because August the Duck's video on you went viral. It didn't go viral. It's doing exactly the same as every other documentary about me. It hashes through the same kind of content, the same kind of stuff. It didn't go viral. Would have been if it had like 10, 20 million views. It's not viral. You don't know what the word viral means. Okay, it's basically the same drama content. Okay, now the other factor involved in
That must still really hurt though, being that it can still pull in more views than you can. That must still hurt though. That must still bite a little bit.
all of this, all right, is very simple. Okay, I wanted to do a test to see what would happen if I had an entire day where I did not ask for contributions, where I did not mention goals and hype them up, where instead I just let the gameplay content speak for itself.
I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but that sounds like he planned it to me then. No? It sounds like he planned it. But pretty confident. I know it's been like a day or so, but I'm pretty confident in the beginning of this, he said that it wasn't planned. It was just something that just kind of happened. Now he's saying that he wanted to do a test. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the definition of test is, just like that person allegedly doesn't know what viral means. I don't know.
Now, it's a little difficult to judge because perhaps if I had done the podcast, it would have been different. Maybe there would have been people who showed up to the podcast and supported it. You know, I don't know. You know, this is all hypothetical. You never know, right? But the results are the results. I didn't mention contributions. I didn't ask for contributions. All I did was shout them out as they came in, mentioned where we were with our running tally, okay? And all day long, I did not hit a goal. In fact, I only got about halfway to my goals on both streams. Okay? So I'm just going to make it known for those out there that say, hey, Phil, if you just sat around and played games and made it all about the games and that was your focus, you would have been fine. The problem is that you don't just focus on the games. You have these other segments, you have this other content, you talk about, just go games like you used to. Okay? Well, I'm just going to be honest with all of you. No, that doesn't work.
But you have no proof of that. One day isn't enough. You even said that over the years of you doing the quote-unquote podcast, it's become an essential part of your business plan or whatever. It took years to come to that point. So for one day to be missed, what does that prove? And hypothetically, you know what I'm saying? Hypothetical pig nose is our favorite game. What if he hit double goals on both of those streams without advertising or broadcasting or whatever? What would he have said then? Would he have still done the podcast afterwards? Why not? That sample size was enough to judge it. That's what he's saying right here. So it's funny how if it worked out positive, he still would have done whatever the fuck he wanted to do, but it's negative. I have to keep doing what I'm doing. Makes you think.
It doesn't. All right? It's incredibly hard in this day and age to make a living just focusing on video games.
Well, you don't make a living playing video games. You make a living begging, which is, you hate to admit it, but you have admitted that before. So I don't understand why you're so, why it's so advantageous for you to say that. I don't understand why you keep fighting against it. That's the reality of it.
This is a bad take. All right? I tried for a very long time to stick to my guns, to be who I was, just gaming. It doesn't work anymore.
But you were never that anyway. You never did just gaming. Begging was always part of that, or advertising, or whatever the fuck you want to call it to try to cope. This doesn't change anything, truth be told. Actually, if anything else, being how mentally dependent you are to sticking to a rigorous schedule, and or sticking to the what's the word I'm looking for? For you to stick to the compulsion to beg to get your way. It just shows, realistically, it actually just shows that you need to beg more than maybe people like me give you credit for. It may not be about just the money. It's just straight repetition. It's something that he is conditioned himself to do, and he can't break it and whatnot. And when he does, maybe that's when he goes into his whole little depression segment here. Now, you're probably thinking I'm reaching. It could be. Here's the thing, though. He's saying right here that it was a test. But I remember distinctly, and I could be wrong, at the beginning of all this, he said that it's something that just happened. He didn't plan for it this way. It's something that just happened. So which one is it? Did he plan to do this from the beginning, knowing that it was going to fail? Or did it just happen? And because of how spontaneous it was, it became something of a shock to the system, which led to this result. Don't worry, I'll wait.
All right, seriously. It needs to be a situation where basically there's got to be variety, there's got to be a mix. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be an understanding that it's not just about me sitting here playing games all day. It doesn't work anymore. The era of long form playthroughs and making a living just doing them ended a decade ago.
That's not true. Well, it ended for him maybe a decade ago, but it didn't end for anybody else. There are plenty of people who still do that and doing just fine. Or they just do this as a side hustle. Or they have sponsorships and endorsements. Or they actually formed a business plan and they're following said business plan. Just saying. On top of that, the admission that that era ended about 10 years ago or a decade ago or whatever, he's the one that's been bitching and complaining and saying that what he does is successful and that's why he continues to do it. He's the one who says that he didn't sell out because he didn't have to, because what he was doing was successful. It did work, despite what people said. He's the one who sat there and said he wasn't a dinosaur. That was other people being assholes and being prejudiced against him, so to speak, because he wouldn't change his ways. Now, all of a sudden, no, it's because it's not useful anymore, I guess. We can go ahead and say that all that stuff died out. Hey, I'm just going off what he said.
It's incredibly hard in this day and age to make a living just focusing on video games. This is a bad take. All right. I tried for a very long time to stick to my guns, to be who I was, just gaming, gaming, gaming. It doesn't work anymore. All right. Seriously. It needs to be a situation where basically there's got to be variety. There's got to be a mix. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be an understanding that it's not just about me sitting here playing games all day. It doesn't work anymore. The era of long form playthroughs and making a living just doing them ended a decade ago, arguably, because people had to start changing. There had to be.
You mean the same people who sold? I'm not even going to regurgitate it. You mean the same people that sold out? The same people who changed their content. They weren't true to themselves. They were lying about what their passions were, and so on and so forth, right? Remember that speech? All these people who said they were gamers and yada, 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 and they changed up. Or all those vloggers who went into gaming because they saw the quick buck, quick buck, quick buck. And they were never really gamers, and they were only there to take advantage of people. And then they ended up retiring and moving on and taking their millions and doing other shit. But he doesn't say that. He says they all quit. They all got out. And that's why people like him should be respected and should be appreciated and so on and so forth, because he stayed true to himself the entire time. He never changed. He always stayed true to himself and to the content. But now he's saying that the very content that he was staying true to died out a decade ago. But a decade ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, he told you that he was the one that was putting out meaningful, legitimate content. It was everybody else who was trying to ride trends, who was trying to ride the wave and whatnot, who were going for gimmicks and whatever to get a buck out of people. I'm just asking.
Sponsorships, partnerships, getting the games early, getting exclusive access, click this referral code, do that. That's how those kind of people are making a living today.
It's called business. It's kind of, and that's part of it, to be honest with you. It's funny. It's almost like if you were willing, if someone, actually, let's reword that. If a company was willing to get in bed with you and you shilled their products in the exact same way that you shilled your own bullshit, maybe you could actually get somewhere. Maybe. You ever thought about that? No, you didn't. Because you're completely and utterly self-serving. Which is weird because you're completely and utterly dependent on other people. So you have a problem with this is the thing I never understood. You have a problem with taking corporate money, but you don't have a problem with taking money for people who clearly have less than you do? You don't see something wrong with that? And you're so greedy and so stupid that I feel like you would rather take from people who have less than you so you can keep them under your thumb, I should say, than to take the corporate money and still ask for contributions from the regular stream goers because you're afraid of being called you're afraid of being called greedy under those circumstances. I almost feel like that's what it is. He doesn't want to take the bag because then he can't fucking rip off or even financially molest these people over here. I really think that's what it's coming down to. Instead of taking the corporate money and still catching his little contributions when he can, no, let me just focus on taking these people to the cleaners day in, day out, and then try to wait until the money gets so large on the corporate side that then he'll take that and try to figure out a way to justify it when it happens. Because I have to guess, well, if he had the numbers that could support it, I would have said that the corporate money would have been as good as what he pulls anyway. But the truth is that might not be the case. Now that I think about it, because his numbers and his viewership is so poor. Maybe not. Now that I think about it. And that in the engagement, because it's really, like I said, it's only like 4, maybe 6 people that's propping up the streams. You know what I'm saying? So if he was shilling a product, could he get 10 people, 15 people, 20 people to buy in? I don't hear too much about his merch store anymore. So that tells you something. He don't even he doesn't even what's it called? He doesn't even promote Patreon anymore. So that's a thing. I don't know. Let me think about that further.
It's very rare, and I'm not saying there's no situations, but it's very rare where you would find a situation where people are going to be able to just play the games, put out playthroughs, and make a full living. All right? Just being honest. I don't foresee that moving forward unless you are someone who plays that game, meaning you do the promotion, you do the sponsorship, you take the payback, the payback,
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's how you actually look at it. You might as well go along with it.
you take the bag and run with it, right? Those are the people who are making a living doing it like that. Okay?
That's actually not. And how would he know when he's admitted that he don't watch other people? So now it's what, selective viewing? Now we choose who we think and who we don't. What, you're trying to base all this off of Max? Max doesn't do this shit for a living. This is a side hustle that he's turned into a living, but he actually has a career. And he manages his time well. And he produces. Max is someone who has made content and has contributed to not just the FGC, but in other places as well as it pertains to gaming, that has initiated some type of real change. He's someone who's really important. You know what I'm saying? He may downplay his importance, but he's someone who's important. His opinion is valid. He can push the scale, if you will, or he can move the mercury when it comes to shit. DSP can't do that. There's people that trust Max. They trust what he says. And on top of that, they trust that he'll hear them out. DSP won't do that. You can ask Max, you can talk to Max, or you can ask Max to get into a conversation with you, depending. There's obviously that varies. You can't talk to every Joe Smo and whatnot. And he's willing to hear you out and give you some feedback. He allows you to open up a situation for a conversation. DSP don't. DSP makes a statement, it's fact. You make a statement, you got to prove it. That's not the same.
So, in that regard, excuse me.
And yet again, I love how we can speak on people, on other people, and how they run what they're doing, run their channels, run their businesses, or whatever. But these are the same people that he admits that he doesn't even watch. So how does he know? This is the same person that tells you how sponsorships and endorsements and all that shit works, and he hasn't had any in years. Matter of fact, he blames people like me for not being able to have those opportunities. He's been preaching that for years. So how could he know how that business works when business is constantly changing? It's constantly evolving. The terms and conditions have changed. It's funny how he says people like me are selective on what we choose to talk about and how we choose to blow it up, when he does the exact same thing to other people. Okay.
In that regard, I think that was definitive evidence that just doing the games doesn't work anymore, okay? Just being honest. I got a couple more shout outs to do, and then we're going to continue on with this train of thought.
This is literally the definition of pignosis. This is literally cult talk or cult speech and whatnot. Absolutely incredible.
Beaver Bother with a $1.50 tip says, hope you have a good stream. Thank you, Beaver Bother.
Yeah, you look real happy already.
And then there was a $5 tip.
Are you sure?
No, we have not covered gaming news yet. Someone says, have you covered gaming news today yet? No, I have not. But we will get to it. There's one Ubisoft story. Then again, maybe we won't get to it today and we'll cover it tomorrow because it looks like we're going long on this segment. Okay? I do feel like this is way more important. The Ubisoft story can be covered on any day. Okay.
It's weird because when people ask you about certain stories that happened a week ago, you say, oh, I can't do it, it's old news. But you're willing to put off this supposed story that's supposedly so important to you that you do want to spotlight, but oh, well, what you're saying now about your own bitching and complaining outweighs that, and we can just talk about this other shit another day. Okay. Yet again, I guess this is just We just pick and choose what's important and what's not, I guess.
So Sin did a $10 super chat and says, being honest, when you begin your stream answering detractors and drama and engaging with negativity, I hate it and leave. I was hoping you woke up. Sorry, this is my last dono, King.
Yeah, he'll never wake up. Like I said, he needs adversity. He needs to have an opponent. He needs hatred. It's what he is. All that positive bullshit, it tastes like salt coming out of his goddamn mouth because that's exactly what it is. He needs negativity. He thrives off of it. To be honest, he can't capitalize off of it. He can't really seem to do much about it unless he can somehow demonize the people that are doing it and try to drum it up as sympathy. And even then, he doesn't do that very well, at least not anymore. But he needs it. He needs it more than anything.
He didn't do that today. I have not addressed a single detractor at all. We're not addressing drama. We're talking about what happened, why my content was different yesterday. So if it's your last dono, I can't stop you. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I think you need to cool the hell down, cool your jets somewhere else, because obviously you don't know what you're talking about on my stream.
So thanks for the money, dummy. Okay, I got you.
Okay, but thanks for the super chat. If it is your last super chat, it's much appreciated. And thanks for ever contributing. Sorry you feel that way. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Wow, so basically, fuck you, get the fuck out, but thanks for the money, dummy. God damn, he could have just easily said, oh, well, he could have just said, hey, man, that's not exactly where I'm going with it today. I get it. If that's how you feel, I understand. No problem, man. I appreciate the contribution either which way. But no, DSP is such a petty little bitch. He needs to have the last word on everything, and that last word needs to sting. Because you had the nerve to come in here and say something about him when he was mid-strive. You want an example of that? I can give you a bunch, but let me give you the best one. I think the not BOS one. I think the fucking War Dog leader one is probably a pretty good example of that. And that's and that was a terrible situation. That was an absolutely terrible situation. But that's kind of what that harkens back to. You know what I'm saying? DSP's having his own little pity party. He wants to cry if he wants to, and you don't get to come in here and dictate whatever to him. You don't get to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's not how that's going to work. That's not how it's going to play. So he's going to give you a stern fuck you on the way out the door. Yikes.
Okay. Continuing on.
And if that was a $5 tip, I don't know if it was a super chat or not. I don't care. But if it was a $5 tip, charge that shit back. Charge that shit back.
So number one, I can't just play games anymore and expect some kind of success. I can't. I can't just play the games. It's not enough. All right? There's got to be change moving forward. So that's number one. Okay? Number two, the other factor here. Okay? I literally did not ask for support yesterday at all. And as you know, it's become part of my routine. It's part of my shtick. We hype up the goals. We hype up getting excited.
Begging is hyping. Oh, wow. Okay. I got you.
Over who's going to be the next super chatter, who's going to be the first tipper, who's going to do a sub over on King. And it works. It does. It legit works. People get excited when you hype stuff up in a positive manner. And as long as people understand that you're hyping things up in this positive manner and that it's to hit goals, to get rewards, to get excited, then I don't see there's anything wrong with that. All right.
Yeah, but you're mentally ill, though, and you don't see anything wrong with anything you do until somebody bigger or someone you're scared of finally points it out to you. Then you're willing to change, as long as they'll give you something in return for changing. And then as soon as that fizzles out, you're right back to what you're doing. So it's amazing how someone who would contradict what he's doing when someone of influence tells them that what they're doing is wrong, but as soon as that person is out of their life, they go right back to it. I don't know if that really means much. But then again, it doesn't matter if it's the truth or not. An answer is still an answer. Or an answer is an answer. Right, Phil? Doesn't matter if it's truthful or not. An answer is still an answer.
Right? Where I do think that there's stuff wrong with it is, for example, if I get back to my old bad ways of saying things such as, you know, oh, I'm desperate. Oh, my God. I can't pay my bills.
Oh, you mean when you were lying to people?
I can't afford my groceries. You know what I mean? Like, that stuff was extreme. Okay? To the point where I'm embarrassed.
Are you? Now, question, is Dave and Linda embarrassed? Is that a thing? How do they feel about it? How they feel to have their middle class son being online begging for money because he can't make his mortgage payment, he can't fucking feed his cat or his wife. He barely is making enough to keep the electricity and shit on. But then again, aren't you the same bitch? Last year when people said, "Hey man, if you're poor," and you said, "I'm not poor. I've never said that. I've never been poor." Why'd you get upset about that? That's strange. Why weren't you embarrassed then? Okay. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
I know I did it for years. I'm sorry I did.
Oh, you're sorry for begging? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, shit. Let me bring that back. You're sorry for begging? You're embarrassed by it? Okay. So let's run that again.
And as you know, it's become part of my routine. It's part of my shtick. We hype up the goals. We hype up getting excited over who's going to be the next super chatter, who's going to be the first tipper, who's going to do a sub over on Kick.
We hype up begging. Okay.
And it works. It does. It legit works.
Begging works. Gotcha. Okay.
People get excited when you hype stuff up in a positive manner.
People will get excited when you beg positively. Okay.
And as long as people understand that you're hyping things up in this positive manner and that it's to hit goals, to get rewards, to get excited, then I don't see there's anything wrong with that. All right. Where I do think that there's stuff wrong with it is, for example, if I get back to my old bad ways of saying things such as,
it sounds like he's low-key admitting that he lied all those years and whatnot, and he said whatever he could to make himself seem like he was in the worst possible situation to get money out of people, which now makes me think, was he lying about those taxes? Was he lying about his parents being sick and dying and shit? Was he lying about losing the house? You know what I mean? And now it makes me, it makes me question a bunch of shit, but then again, I always question a bunch of shit that he does. But, yeah, that makes me, I can't help it. He makes me want to question shit now. Not to say I didn't already question it.
As, oh, I'm desperate. Oh my God, I can't pay my bills. I can't afford my groceries. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
You were so broke after Panda left that you couldn't even run the heater and shit, and you had to put on your little blouses or sweaters, whatever. You had to put those on because you had to keep your energy bills down, shit like that, right? And you needed taxes so goddamn bad, or you need the money for taxes so damn bad, yet you were able to move Catherine, halfway across the country, and she didn't have any money, so you were literally flipping the bill on that, while at the same time you still owed all this money in taxes and you didn't want to lose your house. Okay.
Stuff was extreme, okay, to the point where I'm embarrassed. I know I did it for years. I'm sorry I did. It was because I was desperate. I was really in a bad way. There was a few years there where I had no money, no credit. Everything was falling apart because of the bankruptcy, and everything was destroyed, okay?
Wait. Pat was already in the house working when that happened. Because the bankruptcy happened in what, 2020? So, what? And you've been begging even before then. So when did the actual deception for that justified your begging, that you're so embarrassed and you feel sorry about, when did that actually happen now? When's the time frame? I have so many questions. But the thing is I'm thinking he's going with 2020, because if he goes anything before that, then people would have to really... He doesn't want to prompt anybody to go back and look at the Escort saga and really put his ass under the microscope with that whole state and business occupation tax business and the fucking back taxes federally. Because then that right there gets into really murky ass waters, because the begging really ramped up, middle of 2017 up until the bankruptcy, realistically. But he wants to start from, the bankruptcy, or at least post-bankruptcy, and then afterwards. Okay. All right. I'm game.
Now I'm in a better place. So I'm not doing that shit. And, I would hope I never, ever do it again. So, I'm hoping to improve for the better over time. And I hope that I am improving for the better over time.
But doesn't he constantly tell us that he's improving over time? Now he's saying he hopes to improve? I'm just asking.
Instead of saying, hey, I'm desperate, say, hey, let's get hype, right? Let's get this moving. Let's get momentum. Let's hit the goal. Let's do a big reward, an exciting thing. I mean, if I hadn't hyped up all of our goals over the last couple of weeks, we wouldn't have had a Ninja Turtles pizza party. We wouldn't have done the 5 Nights at Freddy's Torture-thon like we just did on Monday. That probably would have...
How's it a pizza party when there's really only one person there? And or there's only one person participating? Like, how does that work? You didn't even have Catherine up there, or Cat. You didn't even have Cat up there eating with you. So how the fuck is it a pizza party, my guy? Like, how does that work?
Been much later in coming, right? I mean, hell, we're almost to the next reward right now. And I don't think that would have happened either. We're getting accelerated rewards and special things. The Lego night, that was something special a couple of weeks ago that we did just specifically because we're hitting goals.
You mean how Lex and her girlfriend was able to finish it off in one night and it took you 3 weeks? I don't even know how long it took Review Tech USA to finish it. But how is that special? All right, whatever.
And that was something you guys told me you wanted. You said, don't do a DSP tries it, do a Lego night instead. So we did. And now there's people who are legitimately really enjoying that content, correct? So the way I see it, as long as it's being done in a way, okay?
This is a really lame cause and effect type of narrative. I gotta be honest. Besides the fact that it's just blatantly dishonest.
Where basically I am not being irresponsible. Then
you mean an addict? You mean a junkie? You mean what exactly? All right. Actually, here, let's bring that part back. Irresponsible. All right.
Rewards and special things. The Lego night, that was something special a couple of weeks ago that we did just specifically because we're hitting goals. And that was something you guys told me you wanted. You said, don't do a DSP tries it, do a Lego night instead. So we did. And now there's people who are legitimately really enjoying that content, correct? So the way I see it, as long as it's being done in a way, okay, where basically I am not being irresponsible, then it's okay. But if I am getting to the point where it is irresponsible and I'm begging hard because I'm saying, oh, I desperately need it and all of that, that's messed up. Okay, it is. So that's just another take from yesterday. I did a day with 0 asks. 0. Not once did I say, hey, contribute. Hey.
Besides all that soft begging, but whatever.
Let's hit the goal. Hey, let's do this. Not once. Did I get support? I did. I did get support. Did I hit any of my goals? No, I did not.
So you're going to let $150 one day be essentially the end-all be-all on why you have to continue begging? That's okay. Well, yeah, sure, whatever.
Not at all. Okay, so there's your evidence. I'll still do all right if I'm never asking for support, but likely what'll happen is you'll have incredibly slow days, and that will hurt me, to be frank. Okay, you know, you don't want to have a series of incredibly slow days. It would be much harder to hit goals.
It doesn't matter. The goals aren't a real incentive anyway. So that doesn't mean anything. That literally doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
To do celebratory rewards, to get hype for marathons, like that all goes hand in hand. Okay, it does. So I'm just going off the evidence as presented to me.
Wow.
All right.
So how is it that Steven from Truth Seekers could throw all that shit in your face and you waved all that shit off? How is it that fucking Stuttering Craig and Side Scrollers presented you with all that evidence and whatnot, and you could discard all of that? That's all. In both situations, evidence was presented to you and you discarded it, or you tried to discard it and sweep it all away. But you let one day go by where you didn't beg and you came up 150 plus, more or less, short. And that right there just completely and utterly justifies all the begging you're doing, while simultaneously admitting that all the begging you did previous decade was embarrassing to you. It came across as extreme. You're damn near telling me everything but the fact that you lied. Most of those situations, if not all of them, to get people to give you money through straight sympathy or out of pity. Like, what are we really saying here? Like, what point is he really trying to make?
Completely different was tried, and it had to be done organically, meaning I didn't announce ahead of time that I was doing an experiment. Okay.
So yet again, you're admitting that you had planned all this out and this is what you were doing. But I thought, I swore originally he said that it just happened. Now he's saying, oh, I had this plan, but I couldn't tell you that I had it planned. It had to come across as being organic. But I also thought he said that he was depressed, he was going through a bunch of stuff, and he just wanted to sit down and play games. Then why the fuck does he keep telling me that he was planning this? It was all an experiment. It was all a test. What?
Really, it had to be done with the right timing, and it was. It was a day when things were horrible for me. I just needed to take my mind off of everything. I wanted to immerse myself in the games. I didn't want to sit here doing an interactive stream where I felt like shit. I didn't want to be shilling all day. I just wanted to sit here and be focused to get through the day. And
if you were hungover, you should have just taken the day off anyway, as you normally would. So that's what that situation should have been. 2, you can sit there and try to throw all these circumstances up there to muddy the waters, but you've already admitted, at least just since me coming back on this second time, you've admitted at least a few times that you essentially planned all this out. And you're trying to make it seem like it needed to be presented as organic as possible. Like, am I missing something?
Worked. Okay? So all those factors combined, all right, there's a few things that I've kind of surmised and gotten out of it. All right. And here it is, because I'm going to present it to you now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Moving forward, I, Darksydephil, have 3 ways that I can continue. And I think all 3 ways I can be successful. Okay? I feel like if I don't take one of these 3 paths, I see 3 roads before me. One goes left, one goes right, and one goes right up the middle. Okay? And I see all 3 roads, and I don't know what the right course of action is. And to be quite frank with you, I don't actually believe there is a right choice. But allow me to present to you the 3 paths based on my observations recently, okay?
So what is this, like the gout, the doubt, the snout, basically? The fuck is that? First off, that was my gimmick that I brought, that I came up with, so you can't take that. So why is everything in 3s with you? I've noticed this for a while, but it's kind of funny if you think about it. All right, here we go. This really sounds like the 3-pronged plan that he said all those years ago. Matter of fact, he's used that multiple times, because the oldest time I can, or example that I have that I remember, was when DSP Gaming went down for like a second copyright strike. And I can't remember if that was because was that a Ubisoft, or was that let's say Ubisoft or whatever. I can't remember now. It was some type of copyright strike he got, because he got one for a wrestling game, and then he got a second one. Or was it Rockstar maybe? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's either Ubisoft or it was Rockstar Gaming. Anyway, and Darksydephil, the Darksydephil channel went down and shit, and he basically rallied all of his or as many of his viewers as he could. They went ahead and basically had an email campaign or whatever to basically berate this company or whatnot. They went back and looked. They realized it was a mistake or whatever, and then they reversed it. And because the Darksydephil channel, I should say, was already compromised, he went ahead and did the DSP Gaming family of channels or whatever, which was King of Hate Vlogs, DSP Street Fighter, and DSP Gaming, and whatnot. And then years and years and years later, he came up with another 3-prong plan to help himself in his business moving forward, which is it's a whole other clusterfuck in itself. Holy shit.
Path number 1 would be a path that many content creators changed to, course corrected to, all right, over the years. What do I mean by that? Something smells in here. Look, something smells. What's that? Anyone smell something? Oh, did someone cut the cheese? Oh, a fart that smells just did a super chat. That's what it is. Well, I'll shout that out in a minute. I'll shout that out in a minute. All right. So, course number 1 is a simple course, but it's a course that would mean a lot of changes for me. All right. Sell out. Just give up on the fact that I've been this stubborn asshole for the last 10 to 15 years of my life and career and say, I give up on trying to be different. I give up on trying to do things. And
you're not different. You're just a weirdo. You're someone that looks at something that works and you don't like it because other people do it. Because you weren't first, or you're not going to be the biggest or the most influential out of the bunch. You see it as a bad thing, so you don't want any parts of it. That's literally what it comes down to. There's nothing different about that. It's just being stupid. It's literally the definition of ignorance. How the fuck are you going to look at something that works, that's tried and true, and sit there and say, I don't want to do it, and then bash people who do it? And then when you get pushback, oh, well, I didn't mean it like that. I just mean that's against my personal philosophy and my faith and my religion or whatever the fuck nonsense that don't mean shit anyway and whatnot. And yet still sneak diss and bash those same people for the same practice. But yet you feel justified in begging other people who have less than you for money. Daily. Okay.
a different way. I should just do what's best for myself and my family and say, fuck all this. Stop standing on my own laurels, my own values, my own loyalty.
You don't have any of that. You've never been loyal to anything. You're barely loyal to yourself, to be honest with you, let alone anything else.
Oh, my honesty.
You're a pathological liar talking about he's honest. That's sociopath behavior 101, basically.
What does it all really mean anyway?
It's not that I lied to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's you just didn't understand what I was trying to say. That's what it was. That's what it is. So it's DSP didn't lie to you. We just misinterpreted what he was trying to say.
Right? At the end of the day, does any of it actually matter? Or does what matters is that I have the ability to provide for my family? Okay?
If you had the means to provide for your family, I'm pretty sure Khet wouldn't be as big as what she is. I'm sure Jasper would be able to get a blood test. I'm sure that we wouldn't have broken toilets, broken showers, mold problems, the floor coming up, fucking mountains upon mountains of trash in the garage, fucking ant and roach problems. Do I need to keep going? But you're providing for your family, right? Okay.
So when I say this, what do I mean? I mean, immediately I start reaching out to every major company that makes games, all those PR managers in between, indie game companies, game peripheral companies, every single fucking company. And I say, hey, let's make a deal. Send me your game. Send me your product. Send me this, and I will shill it, right? I will shill everything possible. I'll use your referral code. I will play your game early, and I will not break the street date, and I won't say a negative word about your game. I'll kiss its butt. I'll do exclusive stream previews for my audience so they'll see games ahead of time, and I'll get everything early, and I'll do advanced reviews and sneak peeks, and you can fly me out to events where you can schmooze me in person and fluff me up so that I can get hype for your game and say the game is the best game ever. Everyone should be excited for it. Everyone should buy it. And you, in turn, will give me money, or you will give me exclusive access to that so that then I will benefit from it. And then it'll be you pat me on the back, I pat you on the back, unspoken rule that we will keep this in the loop and we'll all just keep helping each other in a circle. And that's how we all make bank.
It's called doing business To be honest, I'm really confused on what the situation is here. You don't have to take every deal that's presented to you. If you're a whore, you will, which is clearly what DSP is and whatnot. But you don't have to take every deal that's presented to you. You do realize that, right? You don't have to take every option on the table. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to suck every dick that's in front of you. You realize that, right? It's not a thing. You could, all right, whatever.
And that's how we all get by. Ladies and gentlemen, any content creator that you see that is a game...
Jesus Christ. And he wonders why no one will talk to him, no one will interact with him. But on top of that, now that I think about it, why the fuck would anybody who's in the gaming sphere want to speak to this asshole when the majority of people in the gaming sphere are working themselves into getting some of the type of partnerships or deals or whatever, or already have them, and then you have to listen to this ass clown? How many people do you see who have Game Fuel? Or what's this other thing that, hold on a second. I got a sample of this shit the other day and whatnot. And I don't even know really how it happened, but, what's this shit called? Says GG. It's called something. It's like like Gamer Supply or something? Or Gaming Supplement? Yeah, Gaming Subs. Like, I don't have a deal with these people and shit. They just like sent me like this whole thing or whatever, which is kind of neat. To be honest with you, the flavors are kind of cool. It doesn't say anything about me having to endorse anything, so I'm not going to. But it's all right, you know what I'm saying, for what it's worth, to be honest with you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? And whatnot. I see a bunch of people promoting that shit. There's a bunch of fucking content creators on YouTube and Twitch who I fuck with heavy, who fucking use that shit. There's a lot of people I know who use G Fuel as well as other nonsense or whatever. I don't think of them as sellouts or whatever the case may be. But the point being, ladies and gentlemen, is why would he think people would interview him or deal with him when they do stuff like that? Mutahar well, I don't know about now. Mutahar is a heavy user of G Fuel. You know what I'm saying? And he has no problem with telling you that. I don't know if he's sponsored, but I know he loves that shit. You know what I mean? Why would anybody want to interact with anybody like this? Why would they fuck up their opportunities for your dumbass? Why would they put themselves at a deficit for your dumbass? You see what I'm saying? Like, what sense does that make? And if you really think people are sellout shills and liars or whatever, why would you want to interact with them? Why would you want anything to do with those people?
Gamer or influencer who abides by everything that I just mentioned has sold out. They don't make content because they're passionate about it. They don't make content because they care about what they're putting out. They make content because they want to make money, to make a living, to support their family.
You mean just like the same reasons you sit there and beg people for money every day? So because they decided to take corporate money that you really don't have access to, let's be honest. A few years ago, maybe, not now. But because they were able to get corporate sponsorship, corporate money, they're somehow less than you? All right.
To make bank, to get rich, and to essentially take the bag. That's it. Now, is there anything wrong with that? That's up to you to decide.
That's bullshit. You just said they don't make content. They're not honest. They're not real content creators. You went ahead and set the whole scenario up to paint them in a negative light. And then, like a coward, oh, well, that's up for you to decide. That's up for you to decide. That's like, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and play Hypothetical Pignos. It's my favorite game. Our favorite game. Darksydephil is someone who sat there and fucking groomed a chick who was under the age of 18 that he was speaking to for an undisclosed amount of time and whatnot, and kept her ass in pocket until she became of age so he could start dating her. Ladies and gentlemen, Darksydephil is a guy who sat there and defends pedophiles. He had a pedophile in his fucking midst for years, was told about it for years, and ignored it. And then, when he was in a position to make money with some other people, and they said, hey, we don't like that, we won't deal with you if you're dealing with him, and whatnot, he's not safe and whatnot, and he's just not a good person, and you shouldn't want that in your community, because we damn sure don't want that in our community. Then all of a sudden he decides to go ahead and get rid of him. But it's also alleged that he sat there and told that same pedophile that, hey, just make a sock account and just work your way on that. I don't have any evidence of that, of him telling him to be on a sock account. But then again, there's been a lot of problematic people in DSP's community at one time or another who DSPN said, just go ahead and make a sock account. Go ahead and do it that way. There's plenty of leaked DMs and emails out there that kind of prove some of this shit. So there's that scenario. This DSP is also the same person who is a blatant racist, and he always has been. And there are plenty of examples of racism being in his chat and this, that, and the third, and he let that shit slide. But then he says in his little slide situation that he is a partner and a friend or a believer in LGBT rights and all that bullshit, whatever. He's an ally, basically. But yet he lets racism not only seep out of himself, but out of people in his audience. So how much of an ally is he? But it's up to you, though, if you really want to think that he's a bad person or not. It's your decision if you feel that he's someone that you should give money to or support or whatever. That's your choice. I'm just giving you my opinion. The fuck does that sound like? Like, seriously, like, what the fuck does that sound like?
That's your own choice. Many people don't see any issue with it. And they go watch these big creators who get thousands and thousands of viewers on their streams, who get all the access, who get all the extra stuff. I could have done that and done that over a decade ago. I was in that group. I chose.
Wait, if you were in that group, then that means you were participating in the shit that they were doing. So that makes you a sellout, right? Did I miss that? Did I mishear that? Maybe I misheard it. Let me bring that back. Put your hose down when I'm talking to you.
Is there anything wrong with that? That's up to you to decide. That's your own choice. Many people don't see any issue with it. And they go watch these big creators who get thousands and thousands of viewers on their streams, who get all the access, who get all the extra stuff. I could have done that and done that over a decade ago. I was in that group. I chose actively to not do it.
Then how did you get in that group? How did you get in that group then? Why were you there if you didn't participate in any of those actions? How did that happen? Don't worry, I'll wait.
But
because Pepper's Farm remembers him taking advantage of every little thing that was sent to him, every little deal that he signed. I remember him promoting a bunch of shit. I remember that. Pepper's Farm remembers that. Pepper's Farms, sorry, remembers that. I should see if I can get them to be an official sponsor. Anyway, like, what about that? I remember all that distinctly. So he wasn't a sellout then, but everybody else is a sellout now. That's a great screenshot. Look at this shit. What the fuck is wrong with your mouth? You definitely had a stroke. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You definitely had a stroke. It may have been a small stroke, but it was damn sure a stroke. Because the human mouth isn't meant to look like that. Chantel kind of has something like that too. But I wouldn't be surprised if Chantel had a stroke. But yeah, that's a damn good screenshot. But goddamn, that's scary too, dude. God dog, like he's trying to assimilate or some shit, like body snatcher type shit. God dog, that's scary.
I could. It would mean a complete shift of focus.
But actually, I got to cut in again. That's not true because Phil tells us all the time that he tells us a lot of things. I know. But he tells us in one hoof, I can't get sponsorships and endorsements because these assholes online keep fucking with me and they fuck over my reputation. And anybody who wants to deal with me, they send them packages, they send them clips out of context and this, that, and the third, and they don't want to deal with me. Even though allegedly you could do a 5-minute search on YouTube or on the internet at large and you can find out that he's not the way he says he is. On the other hoof, though, he says that I'm not a sellout, I'm not a shill, I'm not any of these things, and I could have had those things if I wanted to, but I didn't want to do that because they went against my morals, my values, my scruples, and everything else. So which one is it, ladies and gentlemen? Don't worry, I'll wait.
It would mean a complete and utter change from the content that I have put out for the last 16 plus years. There would be no honesty. It would be all fluff.
You're not honest now, and you low-key just admitted that for the last decade you've been begging and lying. You were begging for stuff on the internet. You were putting out all this desperation and all this bullshit. You were ashamed of it. You're sorry for it. You're low-key admitting that you lied to get people to give you money. But you're gonna say this thing right here would make you be this. Sorry, you going with endorsements and sponsorships would make you dishonest? You'd be a liar? No one be able to trust your word? No one can trust your word now. No one can trust your word over the last 10 years, according to you. Oh, baby. Okay. Oh, baby. Holy fuck. Starting to feel lightheaded.
Now, the streams would be way more positive. You would never hear me talking about detractors ever again. I actually mean that.
How? Sorry, I don't mean like the Indian how. I mean, how? Like, how does that change anything? You getting sponsorship money all of a sudden just it removes the detractor element? This menace, these vermin, the vector that causes all these problems for you? How does fucking some shill money, according to you, how does some shill money change that? I'm confused now. I'm so fucking confused now.
Like, it would mean I have to never be honest again about any of that stuff. I have to pretend like it's all white noise and doesn't exist and doesn't get to me.
Wait, doesn't that mean that what detractors say about you now bothers you? It hurts you? It affects you? Huh? Like, you're retarded. It's just is what it is. I don't give a fuck. I'll debate anybody on anything. You're retarded. You're retarded. You sit there and say every day that that people like myself don't bother you, don't affect you, you don't give a shit. But now you're saying that if you were a shill, that cuts out the detractor element, and then everything would be a lie and everything would be just fluff, and nothing that anybody would say to you would mean anything whatsoever because of sponsorship money. I don't know about you, but the last time I checked, sponsor money doesn't suck dick. So I don't understand how you could everything just magically turns around and it doesn't happen. What are you talking about? Holy shit, you really are mentally ill. I mean, I already knew that and I believe that firmly, but you're really fucking mentally ill. You're really out of the fucking stratosphere with this shit. Okay, whatever. We're along for the ride.
It would just be me talking about games, game news, and all these promotions. Here's a referral code.
So sponsorship money would literally cut out the detractor content altogether because he would only be focused on games and what people tell him to say for profit, I guess. I'm not even sure. I guess that's what he's trying to say. I don't speak Dent, so I don't know.
Please click it. Please buy this merch. Please buy this game. Here's, it would be very different from who and what I am today and always have been. It would be a complete change of take.
But didn't he say he was ashamed for all the begging he was doing over the last 10 years? Great screenshot, by the way.
All right. That's path number one. That's the path going to the left, I feel. Okay. Now.
So that would be the path of the snout, I guess? The path of greed, I'm guessing? Okay, so we'll just go with that. That's the path of the snout. Okay, so we still got doubt and we still got gout. So let's see where this goes.
There is another path going to the right. And that path, ladies and gentlemen, is the path of drama.
Oh, I wish you would. I wish you would. I wish you would. Oh, great screenshot. Oh, look at you. You got such a punchable fucking face, Phil. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. All right, let me hear it. Please educate me on the path of drama. Please go ahead and then enlighten me on what this is.
The path of hate. The return of the old school classic, no holds barred, no punches pulled, say whatever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the big dog.
What kind of Twinkie filling soft to the ass shit is this? Oh, go ahead and try to play this shit up like you were gonna fucking walk the dark side on this bullshit. I wish you would. Oh, I wish you would. I wish you would. All right, whatever.
In the yard, and no one's gonna fuck with me. The return of the king of hate, Darksydephil. I shit on everything. I make fun of everything. I razz everything and I cause drama. I talk shit and everyone hates me and I hate them back. So I'm constantly arguing with people. We've got...
Wait, I thought the King of Hate moniker wasn't the negativity that assholes like me spin it as. I thought the King of Hate moniker meant that all the people who doubted you, who say you can't do anything, yada, 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 it fuels you. It allows you to clutch your little fucking fist and say, I can do this. I can be successful. I can overcome. It's just amusing as fuck. I can overcome any obstacle that's in front of me. I thought that's what the King of Hate moniker is. That's not what he's saying here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and touch back. Let's bring that back. Let's bring that back, because that's what he tried to tell y'all for years, that's what the King of Hate moniker really is, or really was, before he dropped it. Because people misinterpreted it. People took it the wrong way. But now he's sitting here saying, yeah. Let's go ahead and just fuck around and find out.
And that path, ladies and gentlemen, is the path of drama. The path.
So this is the path of Gout, I think I'm going to go with, okay? So the first path, the path of the Shill, is... No, wait. No, I'm right. The path, okay, so path number one, the path of shilling is the path of the Snout. So this right here, the path of drama, the path of hate, the path of whatever, it has to be the path of doubt. Yeah, that's what it should be. It's the path of doubt. Because there's no way he could survive in that element. There's no way he could prosper in that element. Okay, but let's hear it out fully, and then I'll throw my stamp on it. But for sure, the Shill path is the path of the Snout. I like that. I love that. That's the first discipline in the dark side, in the ways of the dark side pit. I love that. So remember, path of the Shill is the path of the Snout. All right, let's go.
Of hate. The return of the old school classic, no holds barred, no punches pulled, say whatever the fuck I want, do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, you mean like in that parking lot when fucking Mike Watson and Jaha had you on your hands and knees and shit, saying you rather get this work, Phil. Please, I'm alcoholic. Please, I can't control myself. Please. Oh, that's right, Phil. There's two sides to that story. There is your side of the story where you were in that parking lot and you said you put your hands to your side or behind your back and you told Jahan and Mike Watson to their motherfucking face, hey man, I say a lot of shit, I'm an alcoholic, but I get it, man. Do what you got to do. And you were willing to take the beating like you were Shawn Michaels and all those Marines that handed him his ass, even though I don't know if it was really all those Marines or was it just one Marine? I'm pretty sure it was a whole fucking damn near a fucking platoon of the motherfuckers, to be honest with you. I know damn sure the Harrison brothers tag teamed Sean's ass though. For sure. Big ups to Dwight. Yeah, now I think about Shawn Michaels and got his ass handed to him in IRL by a few different people. Anyway, semantics. Anyway, that was Phil's story. He was willing to take the beating like a man. He did admit that he was an alcoholic. He had tears in his eyes, you know, but he was willing to take the beating though. He was willing to take the beating like a man. But Jaha and Mike Watson's story is they ain't cornered your ass. You were on your hands and knees crying like a bitch saying that you were an alcoholic. Please don't hurt me. I can't control myself. Yada, yada, yada. Mike Watson was like, I smell retard. And he was like, yeah, I don't want none of this. And Jaha's like, you sure? We can go ahead and put the business to him. No. He's unworthy. Leave him alone. Now, of course, I'm saying it in a much more vile way than what they said. They were reasonable about this shit. And so they stepped away and they ain't left your ass curled up in a ball crying. But wasn't that the classic King of Hate? Wasn't that the same King of Hate that sat there and told Alex Valle, John Choi, and all the rest of them cats that now that there is no excuses, there is no he took fourth place at Evo and he was tired and all that bullshit, to see if they could talk that shit now about about the arcades versus console play nonsense? Wasn't that what the situation is? Is that just me? Did I make that up? Okay. But classic no holds bars, say whatever the fuck I want to whoever the fuck I want. Okay, I roger that. I roger that.
Because I'm the big dog in the yard and no one's going to fuck with me. The return of the king of hate, Darksydephil. I shit on everything. I make fun of everything. I razz everything and I cause drama. I talk shit and everyone hates me and I hate them back. So I'm constantly arguing with people. We've got arguments. We've got fights. I'm going on podcasts and I'm fucking tearing people a new asshole, but then they're tearing me a new asshole.
This sounds fraudulent, and not even fraudulent like, you know, he's cutting a fucking promo and doing a terrible job at the shit. I mean, this just sounds like bullshit. This sounds like what really almost had Jaha's fucking face down or fist down his throat and his fucking boot damn near up his ass. That's what this sounds like. And see, in an alternative universe, I'd like to think for a split second, Mike Watson, despite what his feeling may be, would have been like, you know what? I smell the weakness on him. Fuck it, we're gonna jump him anyway. And DSP just takes that massive fucking beating, and then he wakes up in the hospital, mouth wired shut, nose broken, you know what I'm saying? Shoulder dislocated, arm dislocated, broken ribs, because Jaha was a Marine. You know what I'm saying? That's his stock and trade. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Mike Watson is damn sure nothing to play with. He's always been good with his hands, from what I've been told, and whatnot. They'd have crippled him right. And DSP decided to turn his life around at 26, 27, however old he was at that time. It's amazing what could have been, what should have been, but you know, it is what it is. You know, both of those men have mercy. I can respect that, to be honest with you. Oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, sure. I got you. I roger that. I roger that.
Asshole. And we got people at each other's throats, and I'm appearing on Lolcow Live and Kino Casino, and I'm screaming at the host, and they're screaming back at me, and we're going crazy. And there's just drama left, right, up, and down. Darksydephil always causing problems for everyone. He just won't keep his fucking mouth shut because he bothers everyone and he talks shit about everyone. Why can't he just shut the fuck up? But it's very entertaining when he opens his mouth, and you always want to hear the next thing he's going to say because you don't know how crazy it's going to be, and you don't know who he's.
He's literally a mark for himself. Jesus Christ. Don't get me wrong, I'm my #1 fan too, but Jesus Christ. Literal fucking being my #1 fan and being a mark for myself is two separate things, I think.
Not afraid to piss off next.
Can't even sell it. It's not even believable. Look at the grease that's glistening off of his forehead. Ain't no one buying this bullshit. I wish it was real though, but it isn't. It's a work, a poorly done work, but a work nonetheless.
That's the right hand choice.
Okay, so that's the gout. No, that's the doubt. Sorry, that's the doubt. Okay, so the shilling is a snout. Fake ass tough guy is the doubt. I love that. Yeah, I like that. I roger that.
Okay?
Okay.
Complete polar opposite of the left-hand choice. Because I'm not playing the game. I'm ignoring, I'll still play video games, sure, but this would be leaning completely and utterly into the drama. Internet blood sport.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Then again, there's a lot of people who don't really have an understanding of how internet blood sports went down. They really don't. They say they do, but they don't. Like, internet blood sports, and anything and everything was on the table. Your wife, your girlfriend, your kids, your mother, all that shit. Whatever it takes to win. And I don't really think people understand that shit. They really don't. They really, really don't. Holy shit. Phil, of all people, damn sure don't know that. And he's been the victim of at least some of that. It's a great screenshot, though. That's literally, what's that fucking meme with that kid with the, let's say he has, like, Down syndrome or something. And he has, like, the little cape, he has, like, the little Superman cape and shit. He was just a kid, so, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to take no shots at him. But that right there works. But then again, it could be just Phil jacking off fucking PPP and Andy, so I guess that works, too. that might have to be the screenshot. That shit's fire. That will work great. You're right in your element, Phil. Actually, you know what that really reminds me of? Funny enough, it reminds me of this alleged story that Amberlynn Reed told about her being in a movie theater and fucking sucking off 2 BBCs and shit while she was in the middle of the theater. Absolutely hilarious stuff. It clearly didn't happen and whatnot. But you know, it was one of those random ass stories she told at one time or another. I want to tell you it would have been more believable coming out of Foodie Beauty or Chantel, but she's such a liar too, and supposedly she ain't sat there and sold her box to some no, she didn't sell it. What happened is she was allegedly out with 2 friends, and one of them dared her to fuck some homeless guy on a bet or some shit, and the guy fucking bent her over like a rock or a fucking table or a bench or some shit. I can't remember what the story is now. Either way, it was probably bullshit too. But anyway, so yeah, that works. That that visual works. Good job, Phil. That's real special, my guy. That's real fucking special.
Coming at all these motherfuckers who've come after me for the last 10 to 15 years. I'm going
Look at him with his little hooves. Look at him with his little hooves.
to destroy every single fucking one of them. And then when I'm done with them, because it won't take long to go through these fucking schlubs who shat on me for so long.
And so why haven't you done it before now then? What's the deal with that? All right.
I'm done with every one of those fucking losers, and they're just a pile of broken fucking bodies at my feet. Then I'm going after everyone else. No one is fucking safe from the king.
Okay, go ahead and pick up your little sippy cup. Go ahead and do that. Pick up your little sippy cup.
Now, what's hilarious about that is that everyone is going crazy right now. Everyone is going nuts.
I don't really see the chat moving. I mean, maybe the kick chat, but the chat on the other side, the YouTube chat doesn't seem to be really doing much. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
In the chat,
I feel like Raw Phil wouldn't lie to me, so I don't see what this is.
right? They are. Everyone, whoa. It's funny because the first option I mentioned, the left road, going towards gaming and butt kissing and selling out, some people were like, we would like that. We're okay with that. Now I go to the drama side and people are like, oh my God, yes, drama. Do it, Phil. Change, rip everyone, rah, 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 right? But you have to understand something, okay? Just like the left turn goes into selling out. When you go left and you turn that direction, you have to understand.
Half of the snout. Don't forget that. Half of the snout.
Understand something. You can't go back. Once you're a shill, you're always a shill.
Oh, so is this like the clown makeup thing? Is like that an analogy? Just asking. I'm asking for a friend.
It never changes. You will always be that shill and you can't stop it. You will have to be that for the rest of your career. Because no one's going to believe you after you've sold out and lied for so long.
Sold out and lied for so long. Okay.
If you go to the right and you become ultimate drama, the return of the king of hate, and I'm here to destroy the internet and fuck everyone.
Path of doubt.
Right? That also is an irreversible change. Because now, once you go down that vortex, all right, willingly, which I have not done.
Oh, I love how we're pushing back the goalpost now. Willingly.
I have been incredibly resistant. And I keep telling you guys, I don't want to go down that vortex. I think that it would be destructive.
You shouldn't talk about your wife's box like that. I'm sure it's not that bad. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe now, but back in the day, it wasn't that bad. You shouldn't speak about Cat like that. That's not fair. Even Cat's kitty needs to be dealt with every once in a while, my guy. Maybe not dealt with. Maybe that sounds really negative. So, don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Be quite frank, I think that would result in some of the most interesting, most entertaining content the internet has ever seen, and also it would destroy people's fucking lives.
It would destroy people's fucking lives. Wilbur? What? We're talking about destroying people's lives. Okay, gotcha. Holy shit.
Everyone, right? That also is an irreversible change.
Destroy people's
because
lives.
Now, once you go down that vortex,
Vortex.
all right, willingly, which I have not done.
Mhm.
I have been incredibly resistant. And I keep telling you guys, I don't want to go down that vortex. I think that it would be destructive. To be quite frank, I think that would result in some of the most interesting, most entertaining content the internet has ever seen. And also it would destroy people's fucking lives.
You have to be talking about your own life. Not to say that you have much of a life anyway, but you have to be talking about your own life, to be honest with you. I don't see any other casualties of war, to be honest. But whatever. Continue to entertain me.
Okay? I'm just being honest.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be incredibly entertaining and incredibly toxic and destructive at the same time. I see people losing their jobs. I see people losing their livelihoods. I
see people losing their jobs, losing their livelihoods. Initially, I was thinking this was supposed to be like this is like a lowbrow type situation against Rich, Boogie, or Wings, but that's not the case. Losing their jobs. I mean, the only person I can think of recently would be Raven, maybe. Raven's Dolphin, but how would you shoehorn yourself into that one? Oh shit, have you been keeping up with that, Phil? Sorry. I didn't mean to do a mating call or anything, but I'm enamored now. That's strange, because that's the only person I can think of that's been in some shit over the span of the year or so, and who's constantly saying that they lost their job because of some other drama shit. Is that what you're referring to, Phil? Interesting. Another mating call for Khet. So you gotta show some love. All right, let's continue.
I see people getting completely destroyed. Really. All right. So there you go. That's that direction. If I do that, that's the end of me seriously covering games. Every once in a while, maybe I'll pull a game out and play it, but it's going to be drama all day, every day, drama, drama, drama. And by the way, I truly believe that either of those paths, which are the easy paths, would make me more popular, more financially successful, and secure a future for my family.
Secure a future for my family? I don't know, man. That kind of sounds like the whole 14-word thing. Semantics. But anyway, that's kind of what that sounds like, though. But you just said that they're incredibly destructive, though. Why would it be easy? And if it was so easy, then why did you choose begging over the two of those things? Actually, not even over the two, because you've participated literally in both of those things so far. You've shilled and you've tried to engage in internet drama, and you failed at both. Oh, whatever.
I firmly and utterly believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
But then there's the third row. Okay?
All right, so now we're at the Gout. Okay, about time.
There's the third row. And the third road is the hardest.
Of course,
and the third road is the most challenging and the toughest.
Of course it is.
All right? Because the third road is the road that no one travels.
Wait. Okay. Wait. So we have the path of the Snout, or the ways of the Snout, right? Where we shill. We have the path of the Doubt, or the ways of the Doubt, or of the Doubt, which is internet drama. And now the ways of the Gout, the path of the Gout, is what? The shit that he's already doing? Because what he's doing is already so difficult? Because he could take the easy way out and he doesn't? He's constantly putting himself at a deficit. People hate him for his own opinions and his own beliefs or whatever. Allow him to be persecuted and castrated where he's at, but he continues to do it because he believes in it. He's willing to shed his piggy blood and flesh and whatnot upon the sacred altar of the internet to stand by his beliefs. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, look at his smug little face. Oh, look at him. Look at him. His smug little face. Look at his little snout. Look at his little snort sacks, too. God damn, your face is greasy, Phil. Learn how to wash your face, my guy. Really, learn how to wash your face.
It's the road. Don't sell out, but don't become a drama queen, person here. But The third road is the road where I listen directly to my viewers and I do my best to take constructive criticism and change for the better in the future.
How is that the harder path? If this is supposedly supposed to be the most meaningful, how is this the hardest? If this is what you're allegedly always been trying to strive, if this is the path you're allegedly been striving for, why is it the hardest? Unless he don't really believe in it, and he damn sure don't mean it. You're literally trying to say that begging is the hardest path. The path of gout is by far the most difficult, but yet the most righteous of paths. Get the silly son of a bitch. Oh, you silly son of a bitch.
But I be my own person. I don't become the shill sellout. I don't become the drama queen, king of hate, but instead, I'm just me. I sit here every day and I hang out with you and we have honest, fun conversations about gaming, about news, about other stuff.
So hanging out with these people is still, yet again, hanging out with these people and having meaningful experiences is the harder path, according to him. Make it make sense. If you're a Dent, you should feel something about this. This dude is literally telling you, him spending time with you is the hardest and most excruciating path out of the three choices, out of the three ways of failure. Hanging out with you guys is the worst, but he's willing to do it. But it's literally the worst path. It's not the most ideal thing to do. I didn't say that, he did. Jesus Christ. For Christ's sake, learn self-worth, ladies and gentlemen, or at least for those of you who are DSP Dents, which realistically none of you should be here. But learn some self-worth. For the love of God, please learn some self-worth. Don't let pieces of shit like this dictate your value. Please don't. And I don't give a fuck about a Dent, but I feel at least compelled to say that. That's insane.
I do branch out from time to time and do different kinds of content, but it's not always my major focus. If new hot games come out, we can go back and enjoy them. If a chill indie game's out, we can hang out and like it. But we can also adjust and pivot on the fly. I'm not going to be the king of hate or the king of anything. I'm not going to be the shill king where I make a ton of money, but I'm still going to be me, and I won't lose myself, and I won't have to change and take the easy way out like everyone else has. All right?
So what are you saying? Are you saying that you're willing to engage with all three paths of failure, but you're not going to commit to any one of them? Or you're going to try to ride the path of gout, which is the path 3, by the way, and whatnot, but occasionally dabble in the path of the snout, path 1, and the path of the doubt, path 2? I'm perplexed, to be honest with you.
But there is a caveat to all of it. All right? And here's the caveat. Here's the kicker. Here's the catch. Here's the trick. Here's the thing that so many people seem to have issue with when I take that third road. All right? The road far less traveled. I have to do things differently. And because I'm doing it differently and I don't have sponsor money and I don't have drama money, I have to ask my viewers for money.
Holy shit. So wait. Oh, wait. So praise be to the gout, the doubt, and the snout. Praise be Almighty. May Almighty A Gang forever make the pig sweat. So let me get this straight. I have to walk the path of the e-beggar. I have to. Because it's the only thing that morally stands grounds that I can morally live with. It's how I can sleep at night. I can't be a dishonest piece of shit and beg for money, the path of snout. I can't see myself or live with myself destroying people's lives, right? And just obliterating people just for the sake of it, the path of doubt. So I have to walk the path of the e-beggar. I have to take the path of gout because it's the only way, it's the only righteous way. Are you fucking serious? You can't. I am perplexed. I perplexed. That doesn't make any sense. That's just beyond insane. Let's hear it again.
King of hate or the king of anything. I'm not going to be the shill king where I make a ton of money, but I'm still going to be me, and I won't lose myself, and I won't have to change and take the easy way out like everyone else has. All right? But there is a caveat to all of it. All right? And here's the caveat. Here's the kicker. Here's the catch. Here's the trick. Here's the thing that so many people seem to have issue with when I take that third road. All right? The road far less traveled. I have to do things differently. And because I'm doing it differently and I don't have sponsor money and I don't have drama money, I have to ask my viewers for money. Because I'm asking you daily if you like the third road, the road that's the hardest out of all of them, where I'm not going to get big corporations backing me and a bunch of people who like internet blood sports throwing their money at me. I'm going to need those who want that different kind of content to actually come and support it.
That's insane. So let me get this straight. Excuse me. That's insane. Okay. I don't want to choose this path. I don't want to choose this path. I have to do this path. And by choosing this, I have to ask you guys for contributions every single day. And you have to support it because of the choice that I've chosen to make. I'm not going to choose one thing, the path of the shill, the path of the snout, that would enrich my own community, would enrich myself, would take some of the pressure, financial pressure off you guys. It would take some of the drama issues off me and could overall better our community by, I don't know, focusing on playing games. I don't want to take path number 2, path of internet blood sports, the path of drama, the path of doubt, and get money over there and finally clap back at my namesayers and all these people who used me as the King John of the internet, as their own personal shitter and urinal, if you will, and whatnot. I can't do that. I could do that, but I can't do that. I'd rather walk the righteous and humble path of the e-beggar, the path of the gout, where I have to ask you guys for money constantly and consistently because it's the most righteous, humble, and honest way of going about it. And for all 3 of those traits, all 3 of those tomes, you need to give me money. You have to support this because this is the right way of going about it. It's the only thing that keeps me set apart from all these other people, all of these other deceitful, corrupted, compromised, tainted, unclean individuals. This is the path of righteousness. I believe in it, so you have to believe in it too. How is that not cult fucking behavior? How is that not the sermon of Darksydephil that I just gave you guys? What the fuck is that not programming? Legitimate programming. Hypnosis, if you will. How? Make that make sense. That's insane. Oh, that's insane. I'm trying to come at it from a comedic standpoint and probably failing miserably. But god damn, that's insane. That's sick. That's legitimately sick. You can't tell me that's not mental illness. You can't tell me that. You cannot tell me that's not mental illness. That is disgusting. You know what I'm saying? That's literally fucking disgusting. Oh, well.
And I'm going to be asking you every day. And I'm going to be asking you, Jasper, are you okay?
See, even Jasper knows that shit's bullshit. That shit don't sit. See, even Jasper knows that shit ain't right. That shit don't sit right with his soul. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's Jasper, the declawed, Jasper, the clawless, Jasper, the once clawed, and whatnot, so on and so forth. First of his name, last of his claws. But Jesus, sorry, Jasper. But truth be told, that shit don't sit well with his soul. His paws tingle with the deceit that's coming off that. That's disgusting. Ew, that's nasty. That is nasty.
You all right? He jumped in the window and he slipped. And he fell out of the window. You all right?
Yeah, because he's listening to the deceit of the grease. That's what that shit is. You don't want to be tainted by it. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting.
I think he got caught up in the curtains.
See, that shit don't sit right with his soul. That's what it is. That shit don't sit right with his soul. I don't blame him. It don't sit right with me either. Damn.
Poor guy. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, if I say fuck him, let's get back to the begging. I got you.
Because this is the road less traveled, because this is the one that no one does, right? Everyone makes bank one way or the other. And everyone wants me to go one way or the other.
I mean, you could just make good content, but we're way past that anyway, and you never really made good content, or let alone great content. So you don't even have the practice in it. And let's be honest, the other two paths should be bad at anyway. Let's be honest.
I keep getting told, go this way or go that way.
I distinctly remember something. There was one time where he got these paddles for the Nintendo Switch, and they were for some type of Gundam-like game, or or S game or whatever, like a mobile suit game or whatever. It's from Hori, and they sent him these paddles, right? And he tried them. He did a video review, and he sent it to the person who sent them these paddles, and they never responded back to him ever. And I don't even think people even knew about the situation until he actually put the video out. And he actually bitched about it too later on down the line, about how someone from Hori offered him this deal. He took it. They sent him the product. He tested it. He made a video. He put it out. Well, he sent it to them, and I think he also put it out. Or was he supposed to send it to them first to see what they thought, and then they were supposed to give him the green light whether they want him to put it out or not? Or maybe they didn't care. I can't remember now. I just know that when he sent them the video, he didn't hear nothing back from them. And he was super butthurt about that shit. And you can kind of understand. It's Hori. You know what I'm saying? He thought maybe that would be a quick way to get, new fighting sticks and shit like that if the deal went through, and it didn't, and yada, yada, yada. But I distinctly remember that. I remember he was big mad too. He was big mad that they didn't respond back to him. And no one, if I remember correctly, no one knew about that deal until he put the video out. So he can't say that a good Samaritan fucked him over. They literally saw what it was. It was trash, and then they were like, "Yeah, fuck this. We don't need to worry about this. Let him just have it and just keep it pushing." Makes you think.
Go this way or go that way. But what about my way? And what's wrong with my way?
The path of failure? I don't know. Maybe because it's a path of failure?
All right, honestly, what's wrong with my way? Because
I mean, you just admitted that you'd been begging for 10 years under, in your own words, extreme circumstances, and you were ashamed of it, and you said you were sorry for doing it. But yet you want to continue on that same path? Make it make sense.
the major complaint everyone says is you just ask too much. Well, when I ask, I receive.
You see how fucking mentally ill this person is, dude? It wasn't long. Well, in our current timeline, it was a while ago. This shit's running long as fuck. But it wasn't long ago in this video where he said he was ashamed and he was sorry for his e-begging over the last decade. Now he's sitting here justifying and saying it's the path, you know, less traveled. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be like everybody else. I want to do my way. There's nothing wrong with my way, the path of the gout and whatnot, the path of the e-beggar. No, path of the gout, the ways of the e-beggar. And I don't understand what the problem is. If I ask, I deserve to receive, basically. Jesus Christ.
When I say, let's get hyped for an event, let's get hyped for this and that, people ask,
Let me see if I can bring that back a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a touch.
wait, go this way or go that way.
You're a little too far.
But what about my way?
We'll be all right.
And what's wrong with my way? All right, honestly, what's wrong with my way? Because the major complaint everyone says is you just ask too much. Well, when I ask, I receive. When I say, let's get hyped for an event, let's get hyped for this and that, people actually support it because they like it.
That doesn't make it right, though. Like, that's the... He doesn't know shit about morals, so that doesn't matter. But that doesn't make it right. That legitimately doesn't make it right. Whatever. I'm new to this monetization thing, so whatever. I don't feel right, though. This I don't know. Why can't shit happen on the strength of the fucking content? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's whatever. Holy shit, whatever.
If they didn't like it, why would they support it? When people say
But if they did like it, wouldn't they support it in their own time and in their own way?
things like, oh, your reward is you're going to eat fast food. How is that a reward? Well, why don't you ask the people who supported to get it?
So you're basically saying it's a stupid goal, but it's not my fault because other people want me to do it, so I do it. If you're someone who's contributed to this idiot, you have to feel like even bigger of an idiot. A fucking jackass. He's literally telling you, yeah, your DSP tries the goals are stupid as fuck, but I do it because you dumbasses pay me. You guys give me the $1,500 for every goal that we hit, so I do it. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Because obviously they saw it as such. Did they not? Did we not just do an entire day of me playing a series of games that I never would have played on my own, but because you...
No. That's different. Now you're muddying the waters. You hitting the DSP tries it every 10 goals and the marathon are two separate things. Waste the money either which way, but that's two separate things. No. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You legitimately don't get to do that. The marathon was not a DSP tries it. You can shut the fuck up on that. Just because you ain't shoehorned a DSP tries it in there, and the marathon is quote unquote the event / bonus, DLC, if you will. You don't get to do all that. That's not right. That's legitimately not right.
You guys asked for it, I did, and now we've got an awesome outcome where now I might actually play these games in the future and check them out because I understand them better. So how is that?
What? The outcome is I was an ignorant bastard that bashed shit that I know nothing about, but now, because I got, let's see here, you get $1,500. So what is that, $7,500? So because now I've made $7,500 and whatnot, at this particular point, I understand the value of the game and I'm willing to play it again if you're willing to pay me to do it. The fuck?
That not a good outcome from me asking for contributions to get there.
You're sick. You're fucking sick. Oh my Christ, you're sick. Oh my Christ, you're sick. Oh, you're sick. Oh my God, that's disgusting. That's slimy. Slimy. It's not. That's nasty. That is not very good. That's not very good at all. We're gonna have to redo this pulled pork because this is not good. Not at all. Not enough flavor. Not enough fat content to go ahead and bleed into the meat. Just not very good. No, not good at all. Very disappointing.
And another
very salty too. Very salty. Very salty.
Question that I have to pose, okay? Me sitting here on a stream all day saying, let's hit the goal. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some...
And then you're skin walking as PPP. That's crazy, but look at how slanted his mouth is. You can't tell me that's not a stroke. Jesus, Phil. Maybe because I'm just hyper fixated on that at the moment, but God, dog, son. Jeez, go and see a doctor, Phil. I really don't give a shit whether you exist or not, but I'm not telling you to fucking end your existence, but Jesus Christ, go see a doctor. For the love of God, go and see a doctor. Great screenshot, too.
Clubs, right? Who is that hurting exactly? Was I running a large-scale crypto scam where I lied to my viewers about their investments, making them rich, and then I just pulled the rug out from under them and pocketed all their money?
Logan Paul? Actually, there's a few people that could fall into that category, to be honest with you, but Jake Paul, theoretically, too, now that I think about it. Wasn't Boogie caught up in a crypto situation, too, now that I think about it? Huh. I know a couple Call of Duty guys lost their damn shirts over that shit. Blame Truth. He didn't lose his shirt, but Blame Truth lost like $25,000 on that shit. God, dog.
Did it ruin any of their lives? Right? Did I run an entire giant corporation based on giving your children unhealthy candy and lunchable knockoff meals that actually are going to make them like sick? And
oh, you're talking about shit, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI, and whatever that fucking knockoff Lunchables thing is with the what's the hell the name of that drink? Shit, I've had it a couple times too. Matter of fact, Locale Live, or at least Boogie, or not Boogie, Wings. Wings was drinking that shit for a while too. What's that shit called? Now I think about it. Give me a second. Let me see if I can see what that shit's called.
And not healthy, but because I'm some big guy who's like the Pied Piper to
Okay, got it. Prime energy. Yeah, that's what it's called. Okay, we got that reference.
children on the internet, it's all okay. So I ruin an entire generation of kids who watch garbage on the internet.
Generation? What's that? I mean, don't get me wrong, Phil, I misspeak sometimes too, but I gotta call you on that one. I gotta call you on that one.
And another question that I have to pose, okay? Me sitting here on a stream all day saying, let's hit the goal, let's get some super chats, let's get some subs, right? Who is that hurting exactly? Was I running a large-scale crypto scam where I lied to my viewers about their investments, making them rich, and then I just pulled the rug out from under them and pocketed all their money? Did it ruin any of their lives? Right? Did I run an entire giant corporation based on giving your children unhealthy candy and lunchable knockoff meals that actually are going to make them like sick and not healthy? But because I'm some big guy who's like the Pied Piper to children on the internet, it's all okay. So I ruin an entire generation of kids who watch garbage on the internet. Did I do that?
That's funny.
Did I fake cancer for money?
That's Boogie. Then again, you did say that your mother and father were sick and dying, and that's why you needed the money to go out and visit them, which ended up turning out that they actually paid for that entire trip and paid for you to get married and gave you money for to put you on the tax payment plan and then allowed you to come back. Then, you know, and also paid for that entire trip in itself. And gave you pocket money too, now I think about it. And then as it pertains to the whole Lunchables knockoff generation situation you got going on there, didn't you hold back multiple people in your audience who have filed for bankruptcy, in some cases multiple times? Didn't you have, what's that guy's name? Is it Jax, who ain't sat there and been trying to get the money for a used car for like God knows how many years and shit? I don't even know if he even has it now, but he couldn't afford to get it because he felt compelled to give your dumbass money once or twice a week and whatnot. Don't you sit there and put out so much information that people don't know really what the fuck they're talking about, so they get laughed and mocked at on fucking Twitter as well as in other places and whatnot from information that you regurgitate and shit? I remember once Super Blind Man got into it with someone else over some information that was blatantly wrong. Like, he knew, he may not have been able to see clearly, sorry, but I'm not sorry, but he clearly knew that whatever was being said wasn't right. And it was another Dent asking him a question about something or making a statement about something that didn't even happen, or it wasn't true, it wasn't right, I should say. And Super Blind Man had to correct his ass on it. Matter of fact, I'm almost confident he ended up coming to your stream later and approaching you about it. And if I remember correctly, you backed down on that. Don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty confident it went somewhere down those lines, because it wouldn't have been the first time Super Blind Man called your ass out on some bullshit. Point being, you're destructive in your own way. To be honest with you, you are destructive in your own way. I know most people think you're harmless and you're just a fucking raving idiot, lunatic, and all that bullshit. You're very much a lunatic, by the way. But you are destructive in your own way. Most certainly. You really are. And people will look back one day and they'll realize it. They'll see it for what it is. Most people don't want to do it now because they don't want to give you the credence of it. I can understand that. But sooner than later, people will realize it.
Did I do any of these horrible, horrendous things that other content creators who are big and prominent just get?
And your prejudice against larger content creators really doesn't make sense, and it comes out of jealousy, and you've admitted that multiple times. On top of that, didn't you admit earlier on in this video that you had sat there and basically begged for money and used all these egregious and extreme reasonings to justify your begging, and you were ashamed of it and you felt sorry? Did you not feel you were harming people doing that? You playing upon their emotions and shit? Great screenshot, by the way. You were playing upon their emotions and shit? You were coming at them under false pretenses and then misusing or misappropriating the money that you were bringing, or you had raised, if you will. You don't see any issue or problem with that? Oh, because it's smaller than what those guys did, it's not so bad. So go ahead and focus on them and not me. That's like that shit that Review Tech USA's dumbass does when he gets called out for shit. And the first thing he runs to is, there's people out there abusing and effing kids, but you guys want to go ahead and blame me and yada yada. Why would you even bring that up as a parent yourself? Why would that, why is that always, it always seems like his go-to response is some type of abuse towards children. Yet he's over there with fucking LolCal Live, and they literally have a pedophile, an admitted pedophile on that show, and he ain't got shit to say about none of that. And interestingly enough, some of the people who know people that are on LolCal Live don't seem to have much to say about it either. Semantics.
Off doing every day and never get held accountable for? No. What I said was, let's eat some fucking pizza. Send me some money so next week we can order pizza, which you will help me to order, and we'll...
How will they help you? It doesn't even matter. How are they helping you order it when, if I remember correctly, you're the one who gets the final decision and you yourself can veto, if not overrule, whatever they choose. On top of it, they don't actually get anything out of the situation. They get to watch you eat pizza. They're not participating in it. There's no real value for them. Watching some loser beg for money so his wife doesn't have to cook that day? What's the payoff in that?
Have a fun pizza party together. And then we did it.
How is it a pizza party when it's only one person? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this is peak delusion here.
And then it was fun. So what's wrong with that? We've got actual creators on the internet making documentaries about me saying I'm the...
I'm sure Derek had a lot of fun too, and what he did was still wrong. What do you got to say about that, Phil? Okay, let me stop, because I know most of you are like, whoa, 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 that was too far. It's true, though. I'm sure Derek had a good old time with those videos. How fun was that, Phil? Was it, you know what I'm saying? Once you ask Derek how fun that was. But was it right, though, Phil? Was it right for Derek to do that shit? Was it right for Derek to sit there and harass all those porn stars and shit like that? Was it right to do all that crazy shit? Sure, he was having fun with it, though. But was it right to do?
Greediest creator? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's true, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the biggest fan of Oggs the Duck, but I don't got a problem with him either. But it's true, though.
Have you ever watched anyone else, you pathetic fucking schlub? You are so lame.
Oh, yeah, this is Internet Blood Sports worthy, all right. Good job, Phil. Go ahead. Give it to him.
Because you take the low-hanging fruit, the easy target that everyone's already targeted, to make a worthless fucking video that rehashes the same shit.
Why are you mad about it? I thought it wasn't viral and it didn't mean anything.
And just ignores the fact that there are people 47 times worse than me who actively hurt people on a fucking daily basis.
So I do all these terrible things, but why are you bothering me when there's people out there? Let's use the Review Tech USA excuse. There are people out there fucking kids. Why aren't you dealing with that? But that's weird, Rich, because DSP sat there and protected someone who F's kids or who wants to. That's interesting. And Rich, what do you have to say about it, being that you're over there with LolCal Live, or at least you're trying to get back over there? And the guy over there, kid behind the camera, was 22 years old, fucking a literal child, a 15-year-old. What do you got to say about that? Huh. That's weird. Let alone all the shit that was in that Dropbox that you don't want to talk about, right? Which you brought up, by the way. You know what I'm saying? And I can understand if no one wants to approach you on that and whatever, because they weren't sure or whatever. I get that. But let's be honest. That's not something that's kind of hard to try to explain away. And you brought it up yourself, so clearly you had a problem with it, or at least you thought that was going to be the optics. It's really weird how these LolCals immediately go to this pedo shit. That's real weird. That's real strange. That's real strange.
To get ahead. But somehow I'm the greediest person on the internet.
It's a good screenshot too. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of E-begging, to the contract of which it stands, one piggy, under Almighty, always invincible, for liberty and justice for me.
Get fucked, you disingenuous fucking loser who has no idea how to actually make a documentary. What a fucking loser schlub to pull my name out of the hat and say I'm the greedy guy. You're nuts.
Yeah, you're really showing Duckman. I love that show, actually. Duckman, that shit's fucking hilarious. I think I got every episode of that shit torted, to be honest with you. That shit's fantastic. Anyway, yeah, that's the way to tell Duckman. That's what you do. That's what you do. Tell him. Tell him. Tell him you'll make Pekin duck out of his ass and his kids, too. Tell him that, Phil. Take a sip. Bitch.
Now, the third path is different. The third path means...
How is it different when it's the same shit you're already doing? You've been walking the path of the e-beggar for over a decade. You just apologized and said that you felt bad. Or, well, you didn't say you felt bad. You said you apologized for what you have done and you were ashamed of it. How is that different? Oh, you got me fucked up.
Means I need your support every day.
You got me fucked up.
And it means that every day I'm going to ask for it. And it means every day I'm going to hopefully get it.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Because there has always been this notion of like detractors, trolls, haters, and critics like feeling a certain type of way of monetization, right? Monetizing their content, this, that, and the third. And you'll hear a bunch of reasonings on why it's not right and all that bullshit, whatever. Here's the reality of it. At the end of the day, the reason why people felt a certain type of way about monetization was because of this asshole right here. That's literally what it came down to. Because you're in the abyss long enough, you'll slip. You'll eventually slip. Let me tell you a story. This is old too. This is real old lore. There's a guy who used to go by Marcus Daily Productions. He just goes by Marcus DP, I think, at this point. If the channel's still around. He started doing he was doing Detractor content certainly before I stepped on the I stepped on the court. For sure. When it came to clippers at that time, not editors, keep in mind, in clippers, it was, well, Snort's an editor, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? If you're talking about the three kind of big guys who did consistent content, let's say, you know, like daily, it was obviously Snort, big ups to Snort. It was Mr. Huff Stuff, big ups to them, and Marcus Daily Productions, and big ups to them. And what happened was, right around the time SOK fell, they had just hit 1,000 subs, I think, and they were just about to get into monetization. But they also wanted to branch out and do other content. So they set up a PayPal for those who wanted to, you know, donate to help them with whatever their future endeavors were and whatever. And I distinctly remember seeing their video that particular morning, and then I went off to start my day and do my shit. When I came home later, that video was gone. It eventually did go back up. I want to say it went up a day or two later, but that video was gone. And the PayPal link was missing. And there was all kind, and then when he put the video back up, there was all these people that was basically railing him and this, that, and the third about the shit, and you know, whatever. You don't do enough to warrant monetization or a PayPal donation, and so on and so forth. And he eventually gave up on that, and he kept kind of, you know, basically kept chugging along, doing the content. And slowly but surely, he kind of got phased out, or he got pushed out. Not another content creator that did it to him. It was the way people perceived him after that, and the backlash he got was just so much that he took breaks. The breaks got extended. Just a lot of extra nonsense in the fucking comment section he didn't want to deal with, so on and so forth. And eventually he ended up just giving it all up. And he, years later, he did a couple of live streams. I remember a few of them distinctly, actually. And he had talked about, you know, how he basically regretted doing it. Like he asked if people wanted to participate. No one owed him anything. It wasn't going to stop him from doing the content. But he asked because he was wanting to branch out and do other stuff and want the content to be better. And like I said, it wasn't something that people had to do. If they wanted to, they could. If they didn't want to, no big deal. And he said that he had regretted doing it because he was going. I don't like I said, I don't know if his content was being monetized at that time, or at least he was on the way to doing it. But he said that he was doing so well up to that point that, you know, everything just went to shit afterwards. And he said, I remember him distinctly saying he wished he didn't do it. I think I was actually in that stream, or I caught the tail end of that stream when he said it. And keep in mind, that's the influence of SOK and so on and so forth. So that was still a thing. The point that I'm trying to make, ladies and gentlemen, is that at the end of the day, despite what people say, if you're putting out good content and you believe in it, then people will too. So whether you're, like I said, as long as it's not behind a paywall, as long as you're not forcing people to give you money to actually do the content or whatever, as long as you believe in it, then you should stand behind it and keep doing it. And I think that right there is one of the main reasons why there was always this stigma about monetization as it pertains to Detractor content, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that the very group that was perpetuating the shit had other people associated with the group that was doing it, and that was just a blind eye was turned to it. That was always weird. If it was supposed to be that situation, it should have been that across the board. Not to the people that we fuck with, or the people that are too prestigious that we can't do anything about because they're doing it. But that's neither here nor there. But that's a lesson that we should remember, to be honest with you. Because history will, if those who do not know their history are destined to repeat it, to be honest. Like this idiot up here, for example. Anywho, that's the story time for today. All right, back to cutting this bacon up.
And I will be disappointed if I don't. Okay?
Oh, that was perfect. I wasn't expecting that, but I want you to hear this all again.
Watched anyone else, you pathetic fucking schlub? You are so lame because you take the low-hanging fruit, the easy target that everyone's already targeted, to make a worthless fucking video that rehashes the same shit and just ignores the fact
For something that's not viral, he seems pretty mad about it. Great screenshot, by the way.
that there are people 47 times worse than me who actively hurt people on a fucking daily basis to get ahead. But somehow I'm the greediest person on the internet. Get fucked, you disingenuous fucking loser who has no idea how to actually make a documentary. What a fucking loser schlub to pull my name out of the hat and say I'm the greedy guy. You're nuts.
Yeah, that's internet bliss sport worthy right there. I gotta tell you. You're gonna ruin lives like that.
Now, the third path is different. The third path means I need your support every day. And it means that every day I'm going to ask for it. And it means every day I'm going to hopefully get it. And I will be disappointed if I don't.
Oh, I don't know if that's just brave or stupid to say that. Holy shit. I need this to be in the beginning of this video. I need this. Whoever it is that's editing this for me, I very much appreciate you, by the way. You know that. But I need whoever it is that's doing it, I need this segment to be edited in the beginning of this video. I need that. I need that. That's I need your support. I'm gonna ask you for support, and if I don't get it, I'm gonna be disappointed. Why not? Why not? Good God, Phil.
Okay. But it's going to be tough. It's not going to be easy.
Mentally ill. Holy shit, you're mentally ill. That's insane. To sit there and be able to say that with that type of clarification and justification and not think it's wrong. Holy shit.
Because it's not get paid to kiss butt and get paid to basically hurt people.
So basically you're saying it's the hardest path out of the triad, right? Out of the triumvirate, if you will, because of the temptations of the other two. He's fighting temptation every day to not be a shill and not get into internet drama. And that's why the path of Gout, the way of the e-beggar is the hardest path and whatnot, because there's so much temptation around him. And he's trying to be humble. He's trying to be Chase. He's trying to continue to keep the moral high ground and shit by doing it this way. You're fucking insane, man. Oh, good God.
Instead, it's get paid to be me and ask for the payment because it's willing.
Get paid to be me and ask for the payment because it's willing. But if you're being badgered constantly, though, is it really willing? If you have to throw up a sob story that this is my only option, you have to help me, you have to participate, you have to give me contributions because it's the only way I can make money, is it really willing? I don't know if I can answer these questions. I'm fucking soulless as shit. So I don't know. I'm an asshole myself. So I don't know. But Jesus Christ, it don't feel right. And what little bit of a soul I have left, it doesn't feel right.
Because I'm giving you the content for free. And then hopefully you guys will help to keep it coming by supporting me moving forward.
Keep it coming. If you don't give me this money, this content's gonna stop. It doesn't make it free then, does it? And it doesn't really make it willing or willfully. Let's reword that. It doesn't make it what's the term? You're not really willingly giving your money over if there's a negative consequence to it. If you don't do this, I can't do this, you won't have this. Does that really sound like compliance to you? It damn near sounds like extortion.
It's different. It's definitely a different model.
Jeez.
And at least people, oh, these fucking, you're an e-beggar, listen, you tell me, what's the better path? The sellout, the bully, or the person who says, let's get positive and please send me some support so we can do some fun stuff together?
That sounds gay as hell. Anyway, so you want to know what's the best way out of the gout, the doubt, and the snout? Okay, well, truth be told, the path of the snout doesn't sound bad because that's business. To be honest. You know what I mean? You don't have to take the drama route. You're not built for it anyway, even though you're just a hateful, resentful, fucking petty piece of shit. And truth be told, the path of drama is the path of the way of the doubt, or the path of the doubt. And the path of the gout, or the way of the e-beggar, just is the most egregious out of the three, certainly, because it's humiliating and it's unnecessary. You're putting unnecessary pressure on people who aren't there to be pressured, right? And you're humiliating and embarrassing yourself. Now, I swear to God, people keep telling me that you have pride. I can't see it, which means it may not, more than likely it don't exist. I'm not blind, but certainly it's not a thing. I don't know how they keep seeing it. Maybe they just keep saying it. I don't know. But the point is that people say you have pride, but how is this pride? Honestly, I want you to take a moment. Don't take a moment. Do what you want. But realistically, a moment of clarity for a second. After everything that you've heard in this 5-hour plus fucking odyssey and shit, how the hell is this pride? Where is it? What is it that I'm not seeing that other people think and or believe this is pride? He himself says that he was embarrassed doing what he's trying to justify continue doing. And he even apologized for it. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, if you want to walk the path of the path of e-begging, or the ways of e-begging, fuck it. Whatever. Content's content, I suppose.
Yeah. What's worse? Nothing's perfect. I'll be honest, I don't think any three of those choices is perfect. I don't. And to be honest with all of you, okay, I don't think that it's my right to sit here and say that any of those paths are absolutely incorrect. I may morally disagree with some of those paths. All right, I might. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong.
Wait. You just... Nah, that's way too late. You don't get to sit there and shit on the path of the shill, the way of the snout, and then sit there and say it's not wrong. You don't get to do that. Not after you ain't sat there and buried everybody who does it. You said they're not really content creators. They're just doing it for the bag. They're all liars. You shouldn't believe them. But now you want to sit there and say after the fact, oh, it's not wrong. I don't have the right to say that it's wrong. You don't get to do that. That's literally the definition of being dishonest, as well as disingenuous. That's literally unethical.
That doesn't mean that they're right. It just means that they're different. Okay? I think too many people on.
Oh my God, we're coping hard as fuck right now. We're coping hard as fuck right now. I hate this thing, by the way, too, that you see him do. What you're seeing right there, where he has his eyes closed when he says shit, it's an eye roll, by the way. I had to ask, I'm sorry, Milf and Cookies about that shit, and that's what her theory is. And one of her friends also thinks that's what the theory is. It's an eye roll. It's a weird way of doing it, but it is what it is, I guess.
On this planet think that the world is black and white. So either that was the right path or it was the wrong path. That's not true. Everyone can live to coexist and do their own thing.
But how are you going to sit there and judge people and call them liars and say they're dishonest and then try to backtrack and say, oh, well, don't judge me and what I do because it's different? That doesn't make it wrong. It's just different. But you ain't sat there and bashed a whole nother group of people for doing something that you say you don't agree with and you say that's dishonest. You don't get to have your fucking snorts and eat them too. That's legitimately not fair.
And not have to fuck with others and not have to destroy the things of others. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so now we're going to do it to try to protect ourselves now. Gotcha. All right. Literally the way of the coward.
I've learned this a lot over the last 10 years, that it's more about live and let live. I mean, I had a lot of issues with Keemstar and the kind of content that he puts out. I did. I really strongly disagreed with it and thought that it was wrong. And I sat here and I crapped on him because I was jealous of his success.
Oh, wow. You're actually willing to admit that? Jesus Christ. That's ugly. They're in a day in this life or the next that I would ever say I'm jealous of Keemstar. Fucking A.
As are absolutely incorrect. I may morally disagree with some of those paths. All right, I might. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong. That doesn't mean that
he literally doesn't believe in what he's saying. He's trying to do whatever he can to cover his own ass, but he doesn't believe in that. He legitimately doesn't believe in that.
They're right. It just means that they're different. Okay? I think too many people on this planet think that the world is black and white. So either that was the right path or it was the wrong path. That's not true. Everyone can live to coexist and do their own thing and not have to fuck with others and not have to destroy the things of others. You know what I'm saying? I've learned this a lot over the last 10 years, that it's more about live and let live. I mean, I had a lot of issues with Keemstar and the kind of content that he puts out. I did. I really strongly disagreed with it.
And see, that's funny because DSP has to know about that whole kid behind the camera situation, and he ain't never brought that up. And the reason why, I'm guessing, is because he doesn't want that shit turned back on him. So maybe that's the reason why he decided to keep his mouth shut about that shit. Because I'm really, really surprised he won't bring that up. But then again, that might cut a little too close to the quick when it comes to that panda situation too, which might be another reason why he don't have nothing to say about it. Interesting.
And thought that it was wrong. And I sat here and I crapped on him because I was jealous of his success. And I didn't like that he was getting over with the kind of bullying, lolcow kind of content that he was making. Okay? And then we sat down and we had a conversation together, very man-to-man, very respectfully. And now I think my eyes have been opened and I realized I really don't think.
See, that's the reason why no one's going to ever give you the benefit of the doubt, because you just bash and bash and bash. And then you demand people to sit down with you and talk it out, even though most of the problems are one-sided on your side anyway. And then you could have a moment of clarity. That's not how you literally sound mentally ill. You literally sound mentally ill. And I can understand why, Toby Turner, for example, didn't deal with that bullshit. I can understand. I don't agree with it. Well, no, I do agree with it. I respect what Mike Watson and Jaha did, to be honest with you. I can understand why Mike Watson and fucking Jaha didn't put their boots to your motherfucking ass. I get it. You're just a sick little person, and you're not really worth it. I mean, I'm still going to laugh and bash the fuck out of you, but you're really not worth putting hands on. And you're really not worth interacting with, at least not directly, because you're just a lying scumbag anyway. So nothing would come out of it. I get it. I do get that much.
It's my right to criticize that content if everyone who's involved in it is willingly involved in it. It's different if someone's forced into it, coerced into it. There's a difference. But everyone who's on those shows is willingly on them. They're actively engaged in it. They're making bank doing it. And it's their right to. It's not my place to sit here and crap on that way.
That's too late now. You can't take all that back now. You ain't sat there and ran your mouth for the better part of a year. You're going to have to eat that.
Okay? You know, on the flip side of that, the sellout stuff, I know I rag on those people all the time. I know I do. 100%. I don't like sellouts. I don't like you turn on someone's stream and you've got referral code here, ad over here, click here to.
Okay, now just in case you guys don't remember, for some of you who are initiated, I'm sure you'll remember this. You guys remember what his old layout used to look like? PayPal link, Teespring, this shit over here, this thing over here, or what's it called? Fucking Panda soap shit. All of that. You remember that shit? He used to do all of that. So why was it different for when he was doing it compared to other people doing it?
Buy merch. Click here to do this. Where's the content? You're literally a living billboard at that point. And a lot of people have done that. Okay? They've become sponsor-centric streamers.
Yeah, most gamers do that. Whether they're promoting Scuff, they're promoting some type of energy drink, they're promoting some type of gaming peripheral, like what's that called? The button risers, razor thing. What's that called? What is that called? I have a pair of those actually. Here, give me a second. Okay, got it. Control freaks. That's what I was thinking of. They're overpriced as hell though, because there's plenty of alternatives out there. You can find it on Amazon. But yeah, control freaks. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it is. Control freaks. You know what I'm saying? They promote that. They promote a bunch of shit, bro. They promote a bunch of shit. That's par for the course. There's very few gaming streamers that you don't see who has that. And those who do get that opportunity immediately jump on those things. Because why not? That's business. That's what this business is all about. You know what I'm saying? Being part of a brand, or be aligned with, or being a partner with, if you will, or being in business with, whatever, you know, being associated with it brings a level of prestige, because not everybody can get that. You got to really, something about you has to really stand out. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they don't necessarily pass that shit out like it's pancakes, but you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, being an affiliate and then getting into partner status and so on and so forth is a big thing. It's alleged that Keemstar made a lot of money with his partnership with G Fuel before Ethan Klein and fucking H3H3 fucked him over on that. Now, granted, one could make the argument that Keemstar got his revenge in the end because he ended up fucking them out of a long-time sponsorship too. But then it doesn't make it right. You know what I'm saying? Look at fucking, what's her name? Pokey. Look at Pokimane and shit. She ain't sat there and fucked It's a Gundam out of a sponsorship deal, as well as whatever potential stuff that he had going on back in the day. You know what I mean? Over what? Over a joke? You know what I'm saying? Over a joke about a pay pig? And then she ended up changing up how much people could donate to her after the fact. So clearly she was insecure about it, but she thought she was able to crush him, so that's why she did it. Semantics. Ask Uncle Gundam about that next time you get the chance to see him, and he'll tell you the whole story. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. But point being is, that's business. That's business. If you don't do it, someone else is going to. There's no moral grounds to this shit. If you're really trying to be somebody in this business and whatnot, because this is a business, this is the way to do it. No one's saying you have to do it, but it's a way of doing it.
I don't like that. At the same time, is it really my place to be crapping on that?
You just admitted to doing it. You don't like it in some weird sort of way. I think you get off on it.
Maybe I should have been a lot more respectful.
Oh, you mean like how you maybe should have not have handled that situation with Panda and that nervous breakdown or panic attack or whatever it was. Panic attack, I'm pretty sure. That she had and shit. You shouldn't have came home and blabbed about it and done all that bullshit, putting her out there like that. You mean like that? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend.
When it came to, what is it, Woody's Gamer Tag and that show that they run, which I don't remember what it's called anymore.
It's called PKA, you know that.
Isn't it? Oh, Painkiller or whatever it is. where I shat all over them and I said, man, that's fucked up. Look, their show's terrible. I mean, yeah, that was kind of me making fun of them, lampooning them. But at the same time, if they're making a living doing it and they're not hurting anyone by doing it, then I don't know why I'm shitting on them, except, of course, jealousy. Because I'm jealous that they're successful, while here I am over here, the whipping boy of the internet, and I'm, scraping to get by and shit like that.
I thought you were successful though. I thought you were happy. I thought you were proud of the community you have, and you're happy with where you're at in life. You seem to be jealous of a lot of people for someone that's allegedly so happy. Whatever.
Right? So again, it's just jealous. It's the same thing. Same thing that I had with Keemstar, right? So
it's kind of weird that you're jealous of all these different men and shit. That seems kind of strange. And not because they're men, but it's just weird that you're jealous of all these people, yet you're not willing to do anything to better yourself or strive to be more than what you are. You just sit around and be jealous all day. Seems peculiar, I guess.
There's really nothing wrong with any of the paths, all right? But I want you to understand why I've tried to do things different, why I feel like my path can work, but it
hasn't worked up till now, so I don't see how it's going to work moving forward. Whatever.
Requires people to actually have some independent thought, to not listen to fucking morons who are constantly just crapping on stuff.
So just listen to the programming, listen to the hive mind, take in the pignosis, consume, and don't think about anything else. I roger that.
Using it for personal gain. Phil's the worst guy on the internet. Dude, there is no one who can legitimately look at me and my content and say that I am the worst guy on the internet, period. It's just not possible. So anyone who has is a disingenuous liar who has no content and relies on trying to make fun of memes on the internet to make content. I want you to think about that.
I mean, so you're admitting that you're a meme then? Okay, I'm glad that there's so much being clarified in all this.
I sit here and I grind every day to put out content.
You grind. You don't have a clue of what grinding or hustling is, but all right, go with that.
For you, whether it's gaming news, a podcast, just hanging out and having conversation, playing a game, doing other things outside the box, whatever it is, it's definitely content.
So you sitting there talking for hours on end is grinding? Playing video games poorly is grinding? Begging for money day in, day out is grinding? Okay, I guess your perception is your reality, I guess.
All right? I don't just make my content talking about other people's content. I make original.
You just admitted to judging other people and what they do. What?
Content. That's way harder. Because if you don't make your original content, you just suck on everyone else. You're a fucking parasite.
I mean, you don't make original content, though. You think you sitting there playing a game poorly is original content? And people can have an opinion on it. If that opinion just happens to be turned into content, then it is what it is. Anybody can have an opinion of anybody and turn that into content, and if people find it entertaining, then so be it. So allegedly, people find your quote-unquote original content entertaining. I don't know why, and I really don't know who, but whatever. Let's just go with that.
I don't need anyone else to exist.
I don't know. You've been sucking on Kino Casino for quite a bit. I can only shudder to imagine what would happen if they eventually come to their senses, which will happen eventually. It's just a matter of time. It's not really a matter of if. It's always going to be a matter of when.
I exist in the center of this weird universe, and this parasite vortex exists around me. If I turn off my camera and never broadcast again, 1,000 people have nothing to do tomorrow.
That's literally not true. You got enough content out there that's I can bury you even in the afterlife, let alone you're not the only lol cow. You're probably one of the more consistent in your stupidity, ignorance, and ineptitude, but you're not the only lol cow out there. You're not the only eccentric person out there. You're not the only mentally ill person out there. There's plenty of people that can be harvested. At the end of the day, it's going to always be blood for the blood gods and fucking skulls for the skull throne and shit. It's just the way this is. It is what it is. Nothing changes that. You're not the anybody's end all be all, to be honest with you. You can always transition into something else. That's it.
So every one of them can get fucked.
Oh, wow.
None of what you say matters.
Sure.
None of your criticism is valid.
And yet you're still bitching about it, though. Imagine that.
You're a bunch of fucking loser lowlifes, and you don't mean anything to me.
I beg to differ, but all right.
What does mean something to me are the people who are here day in.
You mean the very people that you've lied to and manipulated for the last decade, saying you needed all this help, and you're actually ashamed that you did that, and you feel bad, and that's why you apologized? Gotcha.
Day out, hanging out with me on stream, supporting me in moral ways and financial ways.
That's funny, because I'm one of the few people that actually says it in that way. Semantics.
To allow me to do what I love. Those are the people who are going to support me, or they're the reason that I'm still here. After 17 years and so many other people who...
I thought it was 15 years. I thought it was 16 years. We're just going to keep pushing the goalpost back? No problem. No problem. Do what you got to do, Phil.
Become irrelevant, or they quit and they ran away. And
you are irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You really don't understand, and most people don't either. Actually, I can't even say I can blame you, but people really don't understand exactly how small the DSP Detractor community is and or its overall influence. Just because a bunch of bigger content creators end up going over Darksydephil or talk about him or whatever doesn't change the actual scope of the DSP Detractor community. It really don't. It's a very small niche in the corner of the fucking internet type of thing, to be honest. And that's what scares DSP more than anything, is the fact that he knows that. That's what he's been relegated to. DSP is not prominent in gaming. I argue that if he ever was, that doesn't mean he doesn't have an influence on in gaming, mainly negative. But, you know, well, that's a whole nother story for another day. But the reality is, he's in the darkest depths of the internet. This is really niche type shit. And he'll never escape it. It's just the reality. As bleak as that may sound, that's just the reality of it.
Tapped out. I'm still fucking here. There's a reason.
And how is it that those people... Let's bring that back, because we're being very disingenuous with that one.
Loser lowlifes, and you don't mean anything to me.
Mm-hmm.
What does mean something to...
Actually, maybe you should ask your wife. Pretty sure she'll admit that I mean quite a bit. I'm sorry. Well, Detractors as a whole. I mean, not to say that I have any personal relationship or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Not like I know a couple of guys, you know what I'm saying? Jamal, Tyrone, you know what I'm saying? Juan, Tevin. It doesn't mean, you know, I'm saying filling holes that you never could, you know what I'm saying? Leaving long-term impressions that you could never match up to. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that we're every bit of the men that you could never be. I'm not going that far. Don't need to do all that. That seems a bit like overkill. Still true, though.
Me are the people who are here day in, day out, hanging out with me on stream, supporting me in moral ways and financial ways.
That's funny, because I thought they were supposed to come to the stream to have a good time, to not worry about stuff in their own life, to have a good time, to relax. And yet they need to support you morally, financially, and whatever other hand/hoof holding that's required. That doesn't sound very relaxing to me.
To allow me to do what I love. Those are the people who are going to support me, or they're the reason that I'm still here. After 17 years and so many other people who become irrelevant, or they quit and they ran away and tapped out, I'm still fucking here.
You know, most of those people were actually so successful that they were able to build and do other things. I'm not saying that people don't fall off. Most do. Ask Rich. But there are people, actually a pretty good demographic of people, who were on YouTube for 4, 5, 6 years, made themselves a boatload of money, and then went off and invested in other shit during their careers, most of them. And once they were done, they were able to go on and do something else. I don't see that being quitting. I see like they they had used YouTube as a stepping stone for something greater. What's so wrong about that? What's so wrong about having a good run on YouTube, making yourself a boatload of money, and being like, you know what, I'm good. I had enough. Just because you've been successful at something doesn't mean you have to keep doing it. That shouldn't deter you from going out there and trying something else. Maybe that's just me.
There's a reason for that. And yes, it's a lot of my determination, but at the same time, it's a lot of you and your determination, and you're putting up with the bullshit and sticking with it and supporting me through the people all these times with everything. It's amazing. All right, it is.
Yikes.
So thank you for that. But this is the path that I have: the sellout, the drama king of hate return, or my path, which I've been doing, but understanding that we're just not going to put up with this bullshit from these fucking losers anymore.
I thought you just said I was irrelevant. Well, I thought you just said detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are irrelevant. Now all of a sudden they're fucking losers and you're not going to put up with it anymore? Which one is it?
And yes, I am going to make money. I am going.
Why did you have to? What's your problem with just saying that? Saying money? Why is it that you stutter and you're damn near choking on your own word? Like this shit ain't taboo. It doesn't make you any less greedy. You're still a greedy, e-begging piece of shit. Whether it's contributions, money, support, you can give it whatever buzzword you want. It's still greed for the sake of greed.
And your determination, and you're putting up with the bullshit and sticking with it and supporting me through the people all these times with everything. It's amazing.
Okay.
All right, it is.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the path that I have: the sellout, the drama king of hate return, or my path, which I've been doing, but understanding that we're just not going to put up with this bullshit from these fucking losers anymore. And yes, I am going to make money. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it because I'm successful and you're not. Because success doesn't mean you steal success from someone else. It means you make it for yourself, which is what I have always done and you could never do because you don't have talent.
Uh-huh. So much talent that you have to e-beg to keep going. So much talent that you have to beg people who have less than you for money so you can go through the day-to-day, to pay your bills, to buy groceries, to get supplies for Jasper, so on and so forth. You're so goddamn successful, Phil, that you have to suck on two other men, right, to keep yourself relevant, to give you this resurgence of your reputation online over the past 8 months, give or take, or whatever. So successful that earlier on in this very broadcast, you apologized to the air quote people that supported you for the last 10 years because you came up with all these lies and these exaggerated situations where you needed money and you needed badly, you know, for taxes, to save your house and so on. You know what? Fuck the bullshit. Go ahead and set the internet blood sports thing up, man. Like I said, and pick your, you know what I'm saying? Pick your poison, pick wherever the fuck you want it at. I'll body you wherever. Go ahead. I'll do it for free. No problem. You know what I'm saying? Pick that shit. And when you let me know. And if you want to turn this into like a 2-on-2 type thing, I already have somebody in the works. I got them on speed dial. You want to go ahead and turn this into a 3-on-3? Go ahead and get Kino Casino involved in shit. Bring them in. They can be your teammates. I got another person on speed dial I can also reach out to. Whenever, however you want it, man. However you want it.
Get it? Anyone who relies on me to make their content
You mean like how you rely on fucking Kino Casino?
has no talent. Sorry, it's just true.
As you sip from your pissy cup?
Yeah. If anyone wants to argue with that, why don't you make some content for your own and show me how fucking successful it does? Like some of these no-loads who actually did try. Oh, I'm going to play games like Phil does. Oh, I'm going to do it.
Well, no one plays games like you because most of those people actually, if not all of them, they all actually enjoyed games. So that's a little different. We can't say they played games like you. That's not the case, and that's not honest. On top of the fact that all the videos that you had taken down from those people, all their channels that you had taken down, you want to go into that thing too? You want to talk about that? And it's funny too that you say that you don't pay any attention to any of these people, yet you know about all their alleged failures and shortcomings. That's weird. That seems a bit stalkerish, actually, now that I think about it. Whatever. Semantics.
stream like he does. Oh, I'm going to do this. And then you fail, you fail, you fail, you fail.
What's your definition of failure exactly?
Why doesn't July the Cuck make a fucking piece of content for himself that's not making...
Is that a shot at Joon the King? Nah, see. Hold on.
...fun or deriding or trying to bring down someone else and see how it does. Because it ain't gonna fucking work.
All right, let me bring that back. July the Cuck.
Else, it means you make it for yourself, which is what I have always done and you could never do because you don't have talent. Get it? Anyone who relies on me to make their content has no talent.
Sure.
Sorry, it's just true.
Sure. Quite the cliffhanger there, Phil. You're really making a statement with that.
Yeah. If anyone wants to argue with that, why don't you make some content for your own and show me how fucking successful it does? Like some of these no-loads who actually did try. Oh, I'm going to play games like Phil does. Oh, I'm going to do a stream like he does. Oh, I'm going to do this. And then you fail, you fail, you fail, you fail.
Like you thought Lolcow Live was going to fail?
Why doesn't July the Cuck make a fucking piece of content for himself that's not making fun or deriding or trying to bring down someone else and see how it does?
That's a shot. I know. Now, let's be honest here. On the front face, that's a shot at August the Duck, obviously. But truth be told, that could very well be a shot at Joon the King, too. And the reason why is because DSP is still very pissed off and very resentful that he couldn't get Joon to do that Detractor documentary, if you will, or to spotlight his detractors as a negative element. He was never able to get Joon to do that. And DSP has expressed on more than one occasion of how frustrated he was with that. So truth be told, that could very well be a shot at Joon while front facing, taking a shot at August the Duck. Something to think about.
Because it ain't gonna fucking work.
Mm-hmm.
Get it?
Mm-hmm.
The talent are the ones who have the parasites sucking on them at all times.
Like you and Kino Casino, right? Boy, you better hope there's never going to be a fallout, because they're going to drop everything. They're going to drop everything. Just like I tried to tell y'all with that situation over there with Rich. Sooner than later, when he's finished burning y'all, if that ever happens, or when he's at his last fucking point, any emails that you guys have had, any Discord conversations that you have, he's going to let it all loose. He's going to let all that shit fly. For your sakes, hopefully there ain't nothing in there that you don't want to come out.
Anyway, at this point, I think it's time to do some shout outs, and then it's time to actually get into some real content, because this has been a very dramatic, dramatic stream. That's for sure. All right. Let's go ahead and do some shout outs. All right. And thank you, because so many people are giving me very positive messages right now in the chat and everything. And I appreciate that. And I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. You know, here I am. I'm going through shit. All right. I'm going through real shit in my life that is so separated from any of this fucking bullshit on the internet. And then I got to go to the internet. I got to hear about this motherfucker did this and this little loser did this. Another one's sucking on you, Phil. Another one's sucking. I think it's time to start flicking the leeches off one by one, right? Grab them by their fucking balls and start crushing them.
Too bad your wife don't suck on you. Maybe you would relax a bit. Whatever.
For the fucking...
Then again, if Khet's head game, which I can contest that it's not as bad as Jenna's, but if it was anything as bad as Jenna's was, I can see why you'd be frustrated.
Life losers that they really are, because they don't deserve any popularity just because they bring up my fucking name. It's time to start getting real with these fucking losers, because they don't deserve a lick of time. All right?
And yet you devoted damn near 2 hours to it, give or take?
Okay. Let's do some shout outs. So Jalen, $2 super chat says W accountability. Yeah, and I have accountability. Listen, man.
Okay.
I fucked up in the past and I know it. But the thing is, people don't want to act like I've changed.
Because you haven't.
At all.
Because you haven't. You're still a spiteful little bitch and you still keep making the same mistakes. Just because you dumbed down the content and made it boring doesn't mean that you're still not a piece of shit. And you're the one that's running around here admitting that you were sitting there e-begging for years, you felt bad about it, you felt ashamed about it, and you apologized, half-hearted or not. You're the same person that's sitting here saying that you're jealous of other content creators, and that's the real reason why you bash them. There's no moral values to this bullshit. There isn't any of that nonsense. You bash all of them because they're successful, which is funny because you say that you have all these religious values and bullshit. Doesn't thou shalt not covet? You know what I'm saying? Should not, you know what I'm saying? Aren't you not supposed to desire what other men and women have? But that's literally what you do. But let's be honest, you're not religious, so none of those things mean anything anyway. And so on and so forth. Like, let's not act like we're not absolute fucking heathens here and shit.
I want to act like Darksydephil in 2025 is Darksydephil from 2020 who was begging.
Yeah, and you literally apologize for that. You're Darksydephil from 2020, you're Darksydephil from 2015. I argue that you're Darksydephil from 2008. And under the right circumstances, all of those traits will bubble up to the surface. They already have. Kino Casino has done a fantastic job doing that, to be honest.
For contributions and saying, I'm going to show you my cat and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, so you're admitting that Jasper was a scam. Let's bring that back. See, I talk too much. I apologize. I don't apologize. It's what I do.
Okay. Let's do some shout outs.
But he literally is admitting that the Jasper thing was a scam. The same thing that even Brian confronted him on and laughed at him about. And he didn't even talk to Brian for a number of years after that because of Brian making fun of him over that shit. That's some old lore for those of you who remember that.
So Jalen, $2 super chat says W accountability. Yeah, and I have accountability. Listen, man, I fucked up in the past and I know it. But the thing is, people don't want to act like I've changed at all. They want to act like Darksydephil in 2025 is Darksydephil from 2020 who was begging.
So he's kind of admitting that he fucked them over during the vestry too. He was scamming them and this, that, and the third. And that makes sense because he said he needed that money. He needed those contributions to pay bills, to pay back taxes, to do all this other nonsense. And he's kind of admitting low key that he lied about all that too. Fascinating.
For contributions and saying, I'm going to show you my cat and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's couldn't be further from the truth. I just don't get it. You know what I mean? I
don't get why people think I'm a scumbag after admitting that I've done scumbag shit for a better part of a decade. Gotcha.
How can you say that? It's completely different.
Different doesn't make it better, and different really doesn't make it mean that you changed. Just because you say it's something doesn't mean that it is something. I guess if that makes sense.
It smells with a $10 super chat, and man, I smelled it when it came by. I think you're doing great. As someone who used to regularly watch all the people who hate you, it got old fast. I enjoy your content now, and streams really do help to relax the mind. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate you saying that. Adam Theory with the $2 super chat saying, I vote for the King's return. Listen, it's a viable path.
It's really not. I can't think of not one detractor, to be honest, that he can beat clean. I really can't. Okay, wait a second. Not clean. He wouldn't be able to beat him clean. It wouldn't be clean. To be honest. Like, I can't say for sure that DSP would be able to whip this guy easy. I think he could beat him. I think DSP could beat him, but I don't think he could beat him clean, to be honest. Can't think of one. Let's reword that. I can't think of one respectable detractor that DSP can beat clean. I really can't. I really can't. I really can't. I can't think of not one detractor DSP can beat clean. Yeah, I can't think of not one. I can't think not a one that he could beat clean. No way. Not at all. Not at all. I just can't. I really can't think of not one person he could beat clean. I can think of one person he could beat, but I don't think he could beat him clean though. I don't think so. I don't think there's not one person he could beat.
But it means the path of pain, the path of drama, and the path of hurting people. You know? It does. It means that I have to actively start seeking out targets and shooting fucking Scud missiles at them.
Go ahead, man. I got a nuke and an atomic bomb wait for you whenever you're ready, bro. Whenever you're ready. I'm ready to wipe what's left of your fucking gene pool off the fucking surface of the earth, man, if you really want that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm more than accommodating to that shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Scud missile. Jesus Christ. You still coming in underweight. What's wrong with you? Man, you better go ahead and get your armament up before you come talk to me. That's for damn sure. But shit, before you come talking to at least 80% of the Detractors, coming out here with Scud missiles. You can't do no better than that? All right then, fair enough.
And every day it's a new target. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be bloody. It's going to be...
This is embarrassing.
Ugly. It's going to be bad. People are going to get hurt. And in the entire time, in 17 years that I've made content, all right, I feel like I haven't done that. And I'm happy for that. That's why I'm able to, like, sleep at night.
Jesus Christ. This is silly. This is so goddamn silly. He doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell, to be honest with you. If DSP was really wanting to take that, if he really wants to take the road to hell, whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I'll send him to Satan's asshole with a first-class ticket if he really wanted. But please believe, he don't want this. He don't want this with any Detractor. He really don't. Even with Alt, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Alt would send his ass to the fucking afterlife by accident. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how far he wouldn't mean to do so. You know what I'm saying? Like, DSP literally has no defense at all. You want none of that. Not at all. And I'm not even saying that Alt's probably even the nicest person on this show. I honestly think Sam is. And I honestly think Sam could send DSP to fucking St. Peter with a first-class ticket. Easy. I'd put money on that. I'd put money on Sam doing that shit, to be honest. Only because I know Sam wouldn't want to. And I still believe that Sam could do it. So, fucking A, bro. That's insane that he wants all this. Like I said, man, when he's ready to give up, when he's tired of living, someone let him know that I'm ready.
Because I feel like I'm not hurting anyone with the content that I'm putting out there. Do you understand?
Yeah, but that's not being objective. You know what I'm saying? That's like me saying, I think I put out good content. That's my opinion. That doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it right.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I would much rather...
Oh, you don't want to hurt anybody? Have you seen your wife lately? I'm just asking.
Be my own guy. And yeah, if that means having to ask for contributions on a stream of people who are willingly giving them because they like the content.
If they were willingly giving them to you, you wouldn't need to ask.
Then so be it. At least I'm not lying. I'm not cheating.
Like, we haven't lied for contributions before? Like, we haven't sat there and cheated people before? Phil, how many times have you had multiple contributions come in and you purposely held off on it so other contributions could come in so you didn't have to put certain people on the tip board, or you didn't have to acknowledge smaller tips for larger ones that you were holding out on? Don't worry, I'll wait.
I'm not hurting. I'm not shilling. Instead, it's honest content.
Honest content.
Foggy Bottom with a $2 super chat. King of Hate, they drew first blood. Do it. Well, they all drew first blood. They did.
Oh, they all drew first blood. They did. So those people who were successful and never said nothing about you, never had a cross word with you, they drew blood because what? Because they were successful? I didn't say that. That's what he said.
On that, and I'm happy for that. That's why I'm able to, like, sleep at night.
After how many drinks?
Because I feel like I'm not hurting anyone with the content that I'm putting out there. Do you understand? And I don't want to hurt anyone. I would much rather be my own guy. And yeah, if that means having to ask for contributions on a stream of people who are willingly giving them because they like the content, then so be it. At least I'm not lying. I'm not cheating. I'm not hurting. I'm not shilling. Instead, it's honest content.
Okay.
Foggy Bottom with a $2 super chat. King of Hate, they drew first blood. Do it. Well, they all drew first blood. They did. They absolutely did. The whole fucking internet took their shot, and they're still taking their shot. You would think they would have fucking learned by now, but I guess not. I guess some people still need to be taught a fucking lesson. It's like they just don't fucking learn that I don't die. That when you take a shot at me, it comes back at you. It's happened again and again and again, and these morons keep doing it. They're just not smart.
Mark my words, he's gonna die on stream. I know that sounds dark and whatnot, but he's gonna die on stream. I guarantee it. He's gonna have a brain aneurysm, he's gonna have a stroke, or he's gonna have a heart attack on stream. And the paramedics will not make it to him in time. And ironically enough, the person who calls the ambulance will more than likely be a detractor. And matter of fact, if I was to guess, I can almost guess to the person who would be the first person to actually call. I almost guarantee it. And I'm not gonna say anything because why would I do that? Woo! Shit! Oh, very good, Phil. Go ahead. I like how you looked at the camera too. Look right down the barrel. Look right down the barrel. Oh, you ain't sat there and spilled your flavored salsa water all over your new keyboard, and now you got to look at the camera because you know you look like a fucking dent. After we ain't talked all that hot shit. Oh, they never learned. I don't die. I don't die. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no bitch in my blood. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you, Josh Moon. I don't die. Oh boy. That was some Ethan Ralph Wings of Redemption shit there. Let's watch it again, Phil. Go ahead and tell me how you're going to teach me and other people a lesson. How about you tell me that? Let's see that again.
$2 super chat. King of Hate, they drew first blood, do it. Well, they all drew first blood. They did. They absolutely did.
Absolutely.
The whole fucking internet took their shot, and they're still taking their shot. You would think they would have fucking learned by now.
You know what's funny? You're admitting that the whole internet hates you, or the whole internet dislikes you, or the whole internet takes shots at you, and yet you won't acknowledge that maybe you're the problem. Well, you know, you're a narcissist, you're mentally ill, so on and so forth. What would you know?
But I guess not. I guess some people still need to be taught a fucking lesson.
Yeah, go ahead and chill out. I'm ready. I'm ready for you to teach me a lesson with that sippy cup. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? I want to say it would have been like, this would have been like some Chronicles of Riddick shit, but you're not built for that, obviously. So, you know, go ahead and show me how you're going to teach me a lesson, Phil.
It's like they just don't fucking learn
that
I don't die.
You don't die.
That when you take a shot at me, it comes back at you.
Yeah, it comes back at me. Great screenshot, by the way. Yeah, that's great screenshot, Phil.
It's happened again and again and again, and these morons keep doing it. They're just not smart.
Not smart. Go ahead, take your victory sip. Again and again and again, these idiots just don't learn. There's no killing me, man. Ain't no felt in me. Is that what that is, Phil? How's the keyboard doing, Phil? How's it doing? How's that working out for you? Oh boy, I hope Diggs kept it all in here. I hope he kept the whole shit. Look at you, looking right down the barrel of the camera. Straight tard shit. Look at you. Look at you. Oh, that's so good, Phil. That's so good.
I spilled some seltzer on my keyboard. Darn it.
Comes back on you, Phil. Remember what you said. It comes right back around. That's what it is. Yeah. Comes right back around.
I gotta dry this. Hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead and dry that, Phil. Go ahead and do that.
I definitely gotta dry this first.
Fucking dead. Oh, Phil. You talked all that hot shit. Let's bring that back one more time. You ain't talked all that sweet shit. And then look at you.
The fucking internet took their shot, and they're still taking their shot. You would think they would have fucking learned by now, but I guess not. I guess some people still need to be taught a fucking lesson. It's like they just don't fucking learn that I don't die. That when you take a shot at me, it comes back at you. It's happened again and again and again, and these morons keep doing it. They're just not smart.
He actually spilled some of it on the way up. I just caught that. And then spilled some on the way down. Oh. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, when you take shots at the king, it comes back at you again and again and again and again. And you guys don't seem to ever learn. You guys can't seem to figure it out. He don't die, man. You know what I'm saying? He don't hurt. There ain't no bitch in his blood. Keep taking shots if you want to, but it's always going to come back on you. His face says it all. Don't you see it? Don't you see that sweet-ass karma? His sweet revenge? Don't you see the power of the king right now? That's real intimidating, Phil. Good job, Phil. I'm really learning a lesson here.
I spilled some seltzer on my keyboard. Darn it. I got to dry this. Hold on. I definitely got to dry this first.
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, baby. And I want you guys to think, I want you to really think about this because I'm a petty piece of shit. I want you to think about all the dust and debris and everything that's been caught up in between those keys and shit, right? And whatnot. I want you to think about all the pig grease and everything that's also fallen into between those cracks and shit. And now he's got sticky seltzer water on there too. So how long until we start hearing that that nice $200 keyboard? Because I think he has the same keyboard for both PCs, and I'm pretty sure it was like $200 for the mouse and keyboard combo, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Here's the point. Wait until he, how long is it going to be until he starts complaining about why the keyboards are sticky? And he don't know why. He don't remember why. He don't understand what happened. I want you to think about that. It'll be a funny little meme that we'll have just between us. It'll be great.
Hold on. Trying to get it before it goes between the keys.
What the fuck is this? The Gouty Grand Canyon up here? Phil! Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that's so sad. Shit's getting worse. Oh, you silly bastard.
I want to make sure it doesn't go between the keys.
Oh, this is bad. That's messy. Look at that shit. It's in two separate spots. How are you balding in two separate spots? God damn, Phil.
Expensive equipment. I gotta take care of it.
Yeah, maybe you should have respected it instead of trying to own the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. Oh well. One can only fail at so many things at a time, I guess. Jesus Christ, look at that shit. Oh, Phil. And this is who I'm supposed to be worried about as it pertains to internet blood sports, right? IBS. This is what's got me trembling, right? This is what got all of us trembling. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. I got you. I roger that.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
All right, I think we're all right. Hopefully I didn't destroy my keyboard. So I think we're supposed to be with that. What was that? That was... No, we're good. Okay. Okay, crisis averted. I spilled some seltzer on my keyboard. I had to clean it. No, before we continue, because I do have a lot more... I do have a lot more shout-outs to do, but I'm just going to say this because a lot of you don't know this, all right? I'm going to say it publicly now while I got attention on me, okay? Back in the fall, when I was getting this big boost of popularity because I had been involved with Kino Casino and been on their show and done this interview with Keemstar and all of this, okay? I made myself available, okay, to many people who would be considered some people who had called me out over the years. And their shtick was always, well, Phil always hides. Phil doesn't want to talk. Phil runs. So, you know,
It's true. I mean, they asked you about that when the interview saga happened, and that was at least a few years, or at least a couple of years before you decided to, you know, get yourself comfortable with Kino Casino, where you started to feel brave and started to venture out. You know what you kind of remind me of now I think about it? To be honest, the Kino Casino nonsense arc kind of reminds me of Lestat and Louis and whatnot. Vampire interview with Vampire. I'm talking about the movie in particular, but I'm pretty confident it's like this in the book too. Anyway, it's after Lestat ends up getting his throat cut, and you know, Louis goes and all that bullshit that happened over there in Europe. Louis goes to America. He watches a picture show for the first time and shit. He's walking down the street. He smells death, old death. He gets drawn to, pretty sure it was a cemetery or something along those lines. Maybe it was like an old lighthouse or something. I can't remember what it was. And he finds Lestat up there, right? And he's still kind of all fucked up or whatever. He's surviving on rats and animals and shit like that because he's not strong enough, nor is he brave enough at that time to start attacking humans per se. Anyway, it's kind of like that. Like Kino Casino, or PPP in particular, was Louis, and fucking DSP was Lestat, and he was fucking hunched over on the chair and shit, and he's like, you know, I would have the strength to hunt if you would come with me, and I could become the old person that I was. That's like what this is. I know it's a very obscure reference, but for those of you who get it, you'll get it. But it's like that. It's legitimately like that. It's just sad and pathetic. You know what I'm saying? Someone who allegedly was so powerful and shit, and you know, just to see them at their low point like that doesn't, not even really displaying any dignity, you know, just there. Anyhow,
we're going to crap on him, and then that's that. Well, I made myself available. I reached out to quite a few people behind the scenes, all right, who all had been crapping on me and said, hey, I'm ready to do a collab. Hey, I'm ready if you want to do an interview, whether it means that we together up here on the casino. Remember, I did it with Josh Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms. So after that happened.
You mean how you try to go over there and cry about how the farms was harmful, how his thread was harmful, why your sister-in-law was there. You were mad because a dude over there had fucked her and shit and talked about it on the farms, and you thought Josh was going to somehow be able to reverse that or whatever. You mean like that lame shit? It's kind of weak and pathetic if you ask me.
There was several different people who I said, we got to do this.
We got to do this. Oh, you mean when you sat there and try to, not even bully, Medicare, you try to go after Medicare with that shit? That man was sick and dying. He's definitely sick. I don't know if he's dying so much now. Hopefully he got stabilized. But that dude was gravely sick and whatnot. And you try to go through Kino Casino to get the job done. He told them, hey, I don't need any Make-A-Wish foundations for fucking Gout land or whatever the fuck. You know, whatever, but I appreciate it. Then you thought you could come in and try to, hey man, people are, you know, time is of the essence. People are really demanding this. You know what I'm saying? You know, whatever, which it was insensitive as shit and really just greedy as fuck. Then you had to delete that tweet because you a bitch and you didn't like the fact that you were getting a lot of pushback, and allegedly some of the people from Sweetie Squad may have caught wind of that. You didn't want no problems there and whatnot. Whether Kino Casino advised you to take it down or not, I don't know. But I know damn sure there were some people that he didn't want any attention from who were starting to catch whiff of that bullshit. So he ain't sat there and double backed on that bullshit. I mean, it's kind of pathetic that you're trying to pressure a sick and terminally ill man to do a fucking podcast with you or a fucking interview just so you can dunk on him because he made fun of you over the years. That seems kind of fucking pathetic. That seems kind of retarded, to be honest. It just seems kind of, you know what I'm saying? That seems incredibly out of pocket. And I get it, it's the internet, ain't no mercy around here and shit, but Jesus Christ. Think. For once in your miserable, pathetic fucking life, think. The man's dying.
These people have been so fucking talkative all this time about me. Now it's...
And you hid for fucking years, and then you wait to get them while they're at their low points? Well, isn't that amazing? Because didn't DSP try to do the same thing with Review Tech USA? He ain't waited until Review Tech USA was out there dealing with his daughter. He wasn't really dealing with her, obviously. He was avoiding that. You know, Lord knows anybody wants to be a parent out in this bitch. Anyway, while Rich was in air quotes, dealing with his sick and dying daughter, you sat there and reached out to him and said, hey, I know your kid's sick. Sorry about that. Hey, why don't we go ahead and do some content with each other and don't bring up anything about the fucking side scroller shit. You mean like that? Okay.
Time for them to actually step up to the plate and say something to me in person, or, you know, in one of these, in a public forum, rather than it just be you screaming at me. Let me scream back, or at least give me an opportunity to talk back and answer and counter for myself, right?
Then why don't you do it from your own pompous then? No one's sitting there kicking you off of your soapbox. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
They all ran like pussies.
Oh wow.
Every fucking one.
Oh wow.
Every fucking one.
Medicare is a pussy now, huh? Medicare ran from you, huh? Okay. Okay. I roger that. Okay. Medicare, who was terminally ill and who's dying, ran from you like a pussy. Okay. Okay.
One ran away. You know about some of them, like Review Tech, who was gonna be on my show, and then he pussied the fuck out.
Yeah, you have to talk to his handler Duty about that. I don't think Duty gave him a permission slip or something. I don't know exactly what the story was, but that's the reason why that didn't happen. No, tell me more about this Medicare being a pussy and shit while he was sick and dying. Now I want you to tell me more about that.
But for every one Review Tech, there was like 10 more of people who I reached out. I said, let's do it. Since you had a big fucking mouth all this time, where are you now? Let's go. Now,
so Mutahar, who's dealing with that pedo shit with his boy and whatnot with Nux, he's a pussy too, right? He was ducking and dodging too, right? Okay. I don't care so much about the Mutahar thing, but all right, I got you on that one.
the people actually want to hear my responses and are actually giving me a chance to defend myself and are listening. Let's go. Run away. Why? Because all these people who have crapped on me for the last decade only did it because they wanted a one-sided, easy win argument.
That's literally not true, being that, at least with Medicare at the very least, there was plenty of times you could have engaged with that and you chose not to. And so you went waited until that man was sick and dying to go ahead and try to take advantage of him? Okay, I roger that.
They thought no one cared about DSP, no one would listen to his responses, no one would give two shits about him. So therefore, take the shot, make the quick money, laugh about it, and then move on, and then bring them up again whenever we want another quick win, and that's it. But
I mean, you are a stepping stone, so yeah, that's kind of how that works.
Moment that it all changed,
that's a great screenshot.
They ran for the fucking hills, and they shoved their heads into the fucking sand like an ostrich. And they have not been heard from since. Crickets. And my camera just turned off again.
The repercussions of the king, I guess.
Crickets. Unbelievable. I have to get my camera working again. But yeah, it's true. It's absolutely true. They're just, but that's what it is. You know, for so long, I've been the whipping boy. Anyway, let me get the camera working.
Yeah, I got so much bacon to cut off your goddamn back. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Again, that's the second time it malfunctioned during the show, if you can believe it.
No, I'm not really surprised by it. Stupid is as stupid does, so they say. I'm flabbergasted. You're gonna call all these people cowards, like they need to make time for him. When the offer was put out there, he ain't ran, he ain't ducked, he ain't said all the reasons why he didn't have time for it, he didn't care about it, he wanted to focus on himself.
Could be the
shut your ass up. But then he ain't sat there and bring his ass up now that he has backup, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Let's make sure we're all on the same page about that. He wants to come back and clap back at people when he has backup, and they don't do it for various reasons. And he wants to call them cowards. He wants to call them cowards. He wants to call them sissies. They were ducking this, that, and the third. Okay, I roger that.
The computer needs a restart. I don't know.
I roger
that. It could
that.
be that, though.
Mm-hmm. I roger that.
So let me see if I can get it working again.
Freeze frame of the retard. I like that. That's good. That's real good. I might make a good thumbnail, too, now that I think about it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I did not think
How
this,
long will it work? It worked almost the whole show and then it turned off, right?
I mean, except for the first time that you're admitting that it actually went apart, or that it went out of sync, or whatever the case may be. Maybe he's talking about that individual camera. It doesn't matter. Failure is failure, no matter how you cut it.
All right, well, I got it working temporarily. Let's see if it keeps working or not. Anyway, all right, continuing on, we got a lot of shout outs to do. All right, we've got, let's see here. The Red King did a $5 super chat. He says, announcing this doesn't seem authentic. I worry if you go the drama route, you will eventually have to embrace lolcow status. What would matter? You understand that it doesn't matter what I do. They say that anyway, right? No matter what I say and do, they always say, hey, you're a lolcow, whether you like it or not. So I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Right? Like, if I don't have control over it, then why not make bank on it? I mean, literally, isn't that exactly what they did with lolcow Live? They took a bunch of guys who were...
And which you had an opportunity to get bank over there and whatnot. I don't know how much you've made in your time with Kino Casino, but like, you didn't mind making bank over there. However much you made, it took a while, but you would turn down 50K over there with Keem and those guys, on top of the portion of super chats and ad revenue, on top of having ownership on the show and everything like that. Like, make it make sense.
Considered lolcows, giant lolcows on the internet, right? And they said, you know what? If you're going to already do this to us and embarrass us and make us look stupid, then we might as well just do our own content out of it and make bank on it. And now they do. People literally throw them endless amounts of money every stream, and more power to them and good for them. If that's the route they want to go, if that's the hand they've been dealt and they want to take advantage of it and they want to milk these idiots.
He's literally trying to leave the door open. I don't know why you would want to do it now, though, but you clearly got the door. There must be something going on that he ain't telling. He's not saying. Because this sounds like this is a contingency plan for later. Worst case scenario.
Who throw them money to embarrass themselves, then they should be able to do it and be prosperous and have a good life. I am not jealous in any way. In fact, I congratulate them on that.
But you couldn't congratulate everybody else who was far more successful than you, that you were jealous of, that none of them got a congratulations. But your fellow lolcow multi-midget monkeys can get it. Okay.
Adam Theory with another $2 super chat. No matter what the king decides, I'm here for it. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Adam. What is it? You're going to ride with me no matter what I decide to do? Well, there you go. I don't, who knows what the future holds? I don't know.
I do.
I don't.
I do.
I legit don't know.
Yeah, I do. It's going to be the same worn out, tired ass shit and whatnot. And it'll just be a bunch of new faces who are doing it, laughing at you, mocking you. And maybe or maybe not, there'll be another fucking pay pig along the way.
But, man, it's been a wild ride so far, and it continues. Gabriel the Blessed, $5 super chat. While seeking revenge, dig 2 graves, one for yourself.
I've already done that grave for him. Well, he theoretically already dug the grave, but he could only get 2 feet. So a real man had to handle the job and whatnot. That grave's already been dug. He's good. You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of, he's already halfway in it, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? All he has to do is just hop right in. Of course, I'm not going to finish throwing the dirt on the grave. I think he could bury himself just fine.
You're right. That's what I've seen, at least when it comes to this internet blood sport bullshit. Okay.
That's not how that works. Internet blood sports. If you were going after anybody, you better fucking dig graves for the entire family and whatnot. That's what that was. That wasn't just dig a grave for you and dig a grave for them. I mean, that's dig a grave for the entire fucking family. Like I said, I fucking saw there are people who got their kids doxxed for no goddamn reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, people that had literally nothing to do with it. Fucking A, bro.
No one really wins. Yeah,
and then everybody had files on each other and shit. Like, I'm not sure if you guys even remember back this far, but there was a time, I'm pretty sure some of these guys still do. But some of those guys at Internet Blood Sports, that's when they had the gym file. I'm not sure if you guys know what that is. But it's basically an alleged file on Medicare that was accumulated over a period of time and whatnot. Everybody's file was different. Everybody had a little bit of something in it. That some of them may have had the same shit in it. Some people hadn't, whatever. And that was supposed to be the nuke. That was supposed to be, you know, if Jim ever decided to wage war on them, they were going to throw this all out and whatever. Most people admitted it was a nothing burger. Most people admitted it was just shit that they found on the farms and whatever. It didn't mean anything, or it wasn't really going to be enough. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Ralph has talked about it. Well, he used to years ago. He had talked about it. What's that guy's name? Something Ellington. I think he ran the Oof channel. He was the first one to actually talked about that shit and got confronted on it. It was silly ass shit. Silly, stupid shit.
There's temporary boosts in viewership. There's temporary boosts in support. But at the end of the day, everyone's a loser. Everyone loses it, you know, when this happens. Princess Luna with a $10 super chat. Thank you. You are unapologetically yourself, and there will always be an audience for that, no matter what path or paths you decide to take. Thank you, Princess Luna. I appreciate that. And that, in reality, I truly believe that. And the reason I truly believe that is pretty simple. I have been on YouTube. I have been on Kick. I have been on Blip TV. I have been on Twitch. I've been on demand. I've been live. I've been in person at events. I've done all of this, right? And
imagine being essentially run off of each and every one of those platforms. Isn't that crazy? I don't know too many people who have failed at one or two of those platforms, let alone all of them. Keep that in mind.
I still am successful. It doesn't matter where I go, what I do, everyone follows. Both the people who love my content and my detractors. They obsessively follow me everywhere. Okay? Okay.
Wow.
Now we have a bunch of tips to shout out because I didn't even look at tips. The whole time here I was looking at super chats. But to be honest, most of these tips are $1. So I'm going to be honest, it's probably detractor shit. So let's take a quick look. Usually the $1 tips are a waste.
Wow, that's pretty fucked up. All right. Well, for some of you dents out there that, you know, only want to throw them $1, or maybe that's all you can throw at them, they're pretty much a waste and they're useless and shit. But isn't that ironic? Because didn't Phil say once that $1, even as little as $1 helps, or 70 cents, whatever the fuck it is? I mean, whatnot. Wasn't that a thing that he said? Oh, well, I guess you guys should have sent $1.30. Maybe that's what it was. I guess.
Oh, there you go. Someone tipped $1 says, you know, I'm not really interested in the Lego stuff. However, I am interested with you changing your set pieces with things you build on Lego Night. And also with the different like perspectives and stuff that you've been doing recently. Yeah, you know, I like that. I like the fact that now I can do different kinds of content because I've set stuff up to do different things. Like, for example, you know, I could use a wide angle shot. I could use this close up, and this is my face cam, and it's working really well. But then I can have this come down here, and we can do Lego nights. DSP tries it. You can see the food up close, right? Like, this has been working out well. And I feel like if we continue down the path I'm going, we can keep doing improvements and things like this. I mean, it sucks my PC is giving me technical issues, probably because the motherboard is a piece of garbage. There's not much I can do about that at this point.
And remember, he has no proof that the motherboard is a problem, by the way.
Maybe long-term I can fix that, right? But I am happy that we are doing new things, trying new things, and they are panning out to actually add to the content, for sure. Okay. I received $1 tip. Would you be heartbroken if the majority of people actually preferred you shilling because you become a nice sponsor face streamer, another brick in the wall? Let me put it this way. All right? I don't like being advertised to. Okay, I never have. I think TV commercials have become increasingly more cringe and awful. And sadly, what I think has happened is people have lost track of the fact that when it comes to content creation on the internet, it began as someone who's genuine and has talent or passion sharing it.
That doesn't mean anything at all. Like, let's cut the bullshit. No one gives a fuck about what you thought happened fucking 20 years ago, old man. You know what I'm saying? Like, grow the fuck up. Literally, grow the fuck up. This doesn't mean shit. Okay? This isn't TV. This isn't whatever fucking ancient median that you're talking about and shit. This is the way it is. You don't like it, stop. To be honest. And didn't this idiot fucking have a stream a couple years ago where they went over old commercials and this, that, and the third? But didn't he just say that he don't like being advertised to? Man, throw the shit in the trash.
With the world, but just didn't have any production budget to do it. Now it's become, well, you just trust me because you like me because I'm well liked on the internet and you do everything I say, so buy this product.
I mean, you literally use that same rhetoric to shit on other content creators that are more successful than you. And you seem to be okay with doing it there. I'm just saying.
It's a far cry from when I started 17 years ago as a content creator, and it's nothing that I really stand for, okay? Would it hurt me to change and become someone like that? Yes. That doesn't mean that it's not a viable option. It doesn't. It doesn't mean that it's not viable.
Why would you do something that hurts you? Sorry, that we could already answer that question, being that everything he does hurts him, truth be told. But I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Just because I don't agree with it. Okay? I received a bunch more tips. Good Lord. They're all small, tiny tips, but there's a million of them. Let me try to get through them here. We'll never finish the podcast. I got another $1 tip. If you expect internet drama to become worse in the future, giving the craziest and extra push to hate you or your family, you should seriously consider it. Get a direct line to your local police constable.
Okay.
Oh, I already do. I mean, you guys don't even realize this, but when I first moved here over a decade ago, I called my local police. I explained the entire situation, and I told them it was very possible that people were going to lash out and do awful things to me and my family. And then they swatted me. And when they swatted me,
you and your family? I mean, you and your daughter? Is that what you mean? Is that what it was? Was that what your family back then? How does it feel to know that those people think you're a fucking weirdo and shit? I mean, obviously they didn't feel like you were a weirdo then. You went ahead and proved that fact later. How'd that pan out, Phil? Whatever. Whatever.
I talked directly to the officer. I said, officer, this is exactly what we talked about. This is the swatting I warned you about. And because of that, they treated it 100% differently, I feel, than if they didn't know. Okay? And they're aware. They know all about this. Okay? So, yeah. I received...
It is probably best, though, that he doesn't acknowledge that whole police thing, though. He should probably just let that shit go. But I would assume that shit's probably pretty heartbreaking, to be honest with you. To know that the very people that you depend to take care of you, or to at least watch out for you, I guess, think that you have problems and you should probably get yourself, like, checked out. Or, i.e., the white coats need to come get you, or yada, 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 yada. You know, that same shit that he's been projecting and spewing on the internet for years. It's kind of poetic justice if you think about it.
The $5 tip. I want you to go with the sellout route, but I'd actually be fine if you went with the King of Hate route. I don't think the third middle road is going to work for you in the long run. We want to enjoy your content and not worry about if the stream is going to be supported or not. Fair enough. That's a fair, valid take. It's level-headed, and I appreciate it because you're right. Here's the truth. I hate fucking shilling at all. I hate the fact that I'm on a stream and I have to be like, let's hit the goal. Let's get some subs. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. I hate it.
Did you tell PPP that? Does Triple P know that you hate when he does that shit? I'm just asking. Because that seems kind of weird, right? That seems kind of strange. That you have a show with another dude who's known for doing that and you're okay with it. Well, you're okay with it while he's doing it. But now that you're on your own little platform and shit, you're not okay with that. You don't like it. And you hate it. That seems two-faced if you ask me.
I just want to make the content and be able to make a living doing it and not have to worry about that. Okay? Being honest. But because...
So maybe if people would stop being idiots and just give me the money for existing, I wouldn't need to beg. Okay, Phil, I get it. That sounds weird, but all right.
I'm the level that I am. I'm not a giant dude. And because I'm not doing the easy paths everyone else is taking, it makes it a necessary evil to have to do that. And you're right.
It's a necessary evil to beg. Oh, the path of gout. The way of the e-beggar is a necessary evil. Oh man, that's rough. That's rough, bruh. That is fucking rough.
Always an element that what if this doesn't get support? What if there's a series of streams that don't get support? This game didn't work. I have to drop it, right?
You mean wage quitting, something that you allegedly don't do, but he admits to doing. Okay. This has been fruitful as long as it's been, and being that it took 2 days, but it was definitely worth it. I gotta tell you.
It's different for sure. And I think that's what a lot of people just don't get or understand or want to understand. They just want to deride and hate because I'm not taking the easy path. The hilarious part about it all is those who are hating on me literally took the easy path of drama. You see? They didn't try to actually do hard work to hash it out and earn anything. They just took the easy drama road.
So putting up slop content, 50 videos a day, was hard work. Me exploiting, no, let's word that over. Let's go back to you. You exploiting your friends, they weren't really your friends though, but you exploiting your friends for years on end was hard work and you grinding, right? You exploiting people in your audience, those who made your website, those who built a PC for you, so on and so forth. That was hard work and that was you grinding, right? You sitting there turning on your mods, backstabbing your sergeant at arms, Brightside Viking, just in case you guys don't know. Shit like that. That was hard work, right? Try to save yourself. You throw in your fucking fiance, and I say that with a bit of hesitation and trepidation and whatnot, because remember, that was just a bandage and whatnot to keep the relationship going. You throwing your fiance under the bus for some ad revenue, that was hard work and that was you grinding, right? Should I keep going? Because I can. It's not hard and whatnot. Something you know a lot about, right, Phil? Not being hard. Ha!
To make fun of me. So it's easy for you, who's not working hard but making bank, to criticize someone who's working hard to make bank. You see?
That's eerie. It's kind of sick, really. It's a sick little fucking smile there. That's not good. That doesn't drum up good feelings.
Kind of funny and hypocritical.
Yeah, you would know about being hypocritical. Not funny, but you would definitely know about being a hypocrite.
I got a dollar tip here. You're an easy target. People know the crap going on in society. You're more direct, and people find it easy to live out their frustrations on you. It's therapy for your haters. Take that, haters. Phil's actually your free therapist. Wow.
Isn't a therapist supposed to give you like solutions and shit? Isn't that supposed to be a thing? I mean, don't get me wrong. There are plenty of detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have made life choices, positive life choices, good life choices, smart life choices because of Phil and his ineptitudes and shit like that. But that's more indirect. That's you making a decision and then going upon that. To say Phil is a thing, you know what? I almost got caught up in the trap. All right, let's let that go. Whatever. You should never take a dent seriously.
No, it's like I said. A couple weeks ago, I took 2 days off instead of 1. Okay? All that meant was I didn't stream for 2 days. That's it. They went nuts. My detractors were messaging people making death threats.
What? Okay. So you're telling us that somebody who said that they were a fan of yours and have been for years, who sat there and allegedly slit his wrist and whatnot, sitting there crying and complaining about how wrestling and you were the only positive things that he had in his life, and people and detractors, trolls, haters, and critics were trying to take that away from him. They made him threaten Lex and his girlfriend. It was detractors that made him do that. Or are you trying to say that it's a gay op, or it was a gay op and whatnot to make you look bad? Oh, okay, sure. You can have that, I guess. I don't even know what to say about that. That's literally insanity, but all right.
In my name, like I was telling them to do it, because I wasn't making content, so they had no drama. They couldn't survive.
So they brainwashed one of your dents to make a death threat to some girl that didn't have anything to do with anything? Well, actually, it was Lex and her girlfriend. How would... Okay, just... All right, buddy.
So they went and made their own drama.
Oh boy, that's sick.
It's pretty insane.
That's sick.
Let's see here. Captain Based Pants did a $2 tip. He says, kneel before the king, peasants. Long live the king. Well, thank you, Captain Based Pants. I appreciate that. So now we're at 81 and climbing. We got another $2 tip. Why don't you ask August the Duck to come on and see if he's willing to talk to you man to man? Because I don't have to. I don't need to.
That's funny. That's the same thing he said about all those other people who wanted to interview him, or he could have talked to years ago and wouldn't do it. So it's funny how all of those people, when he wanted to do something, they were cowards, they were ducking him, they were trying to avoid him. But when you get a scenario like this, hey, August the Duck's out here, he's talking this shit. Apparently he wants this heat. Why don't you go ahead and reach out to him? Why don't you go ahead and reach out to Duck Man and work shit out? Oh, I don't have to. I don't need to. Sounds like ducking to me. Sounds like being a bitch to me. Sounds like being a coward to me. You can't sit there and say you want smoke and then go ahead and shy away when someone answers you. Whatever.
I don't need leeches.
Roach or roasted pork or pecan duck, it don't matter. I'm gonna eat well either which way, but all right.
To be interviewed on my show to make content. Do you understand? He needs someone like me to make.
Even though he has, I mean, a sub count don't really mean much, but that dude has 200 million subs and shit. You were just a blip, you know, for the week or whatever. It is what it was. You know what I'm saying? And clearly it bothers you. If it was just like any other documentary, you would let it go. Oh, that's right. You sit there and have to answer to pretty much every documentary that was made about you. Gotcha. I forgot about that.
Content. I don't need him to make content. Get it? That's the difference. I can make content that's good and makes money very viably.
Anybody who has to say they can make viable, meaningful, profitable content probably can't. Just to let you know. That's probably not really a thing.
Needs me, I don't need him. That's the difference.
So does that mean he was admitting that he needed Medicare, he needed Mutahar, he needed Boogie and Wings, and anybody and everybody else that was allegedly ducking him? Is that what he's saying? I think that's what he's saying. It could be just me, though.
I received a $1 tip. And it's just a troll, so ignore them.
It was like somebody's felt it.
Well, someone tipped $2 because I think your content went soft. In your original Metal Gear playthrough, you swore, you made fun of the game, you wouldn't give a fuck, you would laugh. You clap back at people. Now you don't do any of that. Your content's PG-13. I liked you before when you were funny.
He was never funny, but you know what I'm saying? He got buck broken. It is what it is.
First off, I can't make that content because if I did, I would be banned.
That's funny. I thought you grew up and you moved past it. You're not that person anymore. Now you're saying that you can't make that content because you get banned. So which one is it? Have you really changed as a person, or you just changed with your circumstances? I'm just asking. That's a viable question, I think. Maybe.
You get that, right? That culture and times have changed. Do you understand that? Like the kind of content I used to say, the words I used to say aren't allowed anymore. The constant sexual commentary stuff, it's not allowed. Old Phil was a product of a different era of the internet before everything changed and everyone kind of became soft and a sissy.
No, old Phil was a piece of garbage who thought he could get away with anything because it was online. Because when he tried to do that shit offline, he almost got his ass handled on more than one occasion. That's what old Phil is. Old Phil is a coward. Old Phil is a piece of shit. Old Phil is useless. And similar to old Phil, current Phil, which there really isn't too many degrees of separation between the two, is really no different. And he's the representation of someone who, if he really believed on it, he should have standed on business and take everything that came with it. He didn't, and whatnot, and he still ended up having to deal with the bullshit. Makes you think.
And got offended by everything. I can't do that anymore. I would never be able to go back to that style of commentary.
Style of commentary? I didn't know being a belligerent asshole was a style of content, but all right.
Well, someone tipped $2 says, I think your content went soft. In your original Metal Gear playthrough, you swore, you made fun of the game, you wouldn't give a fuck, you would laugh. You clap back at people. Now you don't do any of that. Your content's PG-13. I liked you before when you were funny. First off, I can't make that content because if I did, I would be banned. You get that, right? That culture and times have changed. Do you understand that? Like the kind of content I used to say, the words I used to say aren't allowed anymore. The constant sexual commentary stuff, it's not allowed. Old Phil was a product of a different era of the internet before everything changed and everyone kind of became soft and a sissy and got offended by everything. I can't do that anymore.
So then wouldn't that make you a sissy too then? I'm just saying it's kind of weird to run around and call everybody bitch made when you literally had to become bitch made to conform with the situation yourself. I'm just asking.
I would never be able to go back to that style of commentary. And to be very fair, all right, I got bored of it. It gets very tiring doing the same shtick over and over and over. And the fact that now today I'm able to be more myself, more honest, more transparent, and more of a hangout session than a hate session is, to me, better. It does. It feels more better making this content. I actually like coming to work every day. So, but I get it. Some people live in the past and they think that was the golden era. A lot of people say the golden era of Darksydephil, back when no holds barred, no punches pulled. I understand. I do. I can't fault you for it.
He's full of shit, being that how many times has he sat there and cried and complained about, I said all this and I did all this, people didn't understand the comedy that I was going for, or they didn't understand my stick, or, whatever, or my persona, or I took shots at people that I shouldn't have, and there was consequences behind it, man, and, I wish I could go back and take it back and all that bullshit. What about all that? What about all that shit when he got confronted about it? The real reason why he can't collab with anybody. The real reason why he can't get sponsorships and endorsements, or at least lucrative ones anyway. The real reason why he can't leave his house more than one day a week.
But you have to understand that things change over time. Today, I'm 42, about to be 43 years old. I'm not the same as 27-year-old Phil. I'm a completely different person.
It is funny that he admits how old he was when he started doing it. And so you were a belligerent, ridiculous piece of shit when you were 27. Beyond a grown-ass man. Take it all in.
Married. I live in a different place. I have different responsibilities. I have different things I have to know and care about. The content is very different. Back then I could do a playthrough within 2 days of a game being out, nonstop play a game with that kind of commentary, and it would get, no exaggeration, hundreds of thousands of views and make me thousands of dollars. That doesn't work anymore. The old shtick stops working after a while. You have to change. You have to innovate. You have to do different stuff. You can't just be the same endlessly. It doesn't last forever. I learned that the hard way because I did try to stick to that and stay that same guy and that same content for a while. But around 2016 is when it crashed, when it just wasn't working anymore. Oh, let's see. I received a $3 tip from Puffy Nipples. I've been watching since I was 17. I'm now 33. You've been through some shit. If you could try and get sponsorships, your trolls would harass them and they would probably lose your sponsorships. I would not try to do that. Your trolls need to be in padded cells. There you go. I mean, there are some exceptions. For example, the merch company, right, that I'm working with, they don't give a shit. They outright just don't give a shit. Like, let everyone fucking send us messages. They did too. They were like, yeah, we got tons.
Yeah, we've heard this. We've heard this story before. What was that? Was that Spawn Seats that said that to him? That was those two guys that were running that shit out of what was that? Was that a TV repair shop? I'm pretty sure that was Spawn Seats because I think OP Seats was the legit one, and I think Spawn Seats was the bootleg joint. Or maybe it was the other way around. Don't hold me to that. But don't hold me to it. But I'm pretty confident OP Seats was the original and Spawn Seats was the bootleg shit.
And, we ignored them, threw them all out. Don't care. Like, good. Finally, someone who doesn't give a shit about nonsense on the internet,
Matter of fact, didn't his dumbass say the exact same thing about Curse when he first got over there too? And we all saw the fallout of that too. Semantics. That's me bringing up old stuff.
Who wants to be fucking professional? But it's the thing, you'd have to find the right ones. And then after a while, all right, after a while, things would change. After enough companies signed on and said, enough, we don't care about this, then things would change. But it would be tough. It would. It wouldn't be easy at first, that's for sure. Okay. I got a $1.50 tip. If 1 or 2 sponsored streams a week means you don't have to worry about support, I would be for that option. I don't like ads myself, but when it comes to game streams, I feel like the game speaks for 80% of the time anyway. But it wouldn't. You have to understand, these are 3 paths that are so different, but each one means changing all of the content. This is not, oh.
So he doesn't want to change, basically. I'm telling you, give him enough rope, he'll hang himself. He will always expose himself.
Phil does 1 sponsored stream a week and everything else is the same. That would never work. It's either going...
But yet, that's a great screenshot, but I think, holy shit, that's real good. Oh yeah, that's a perfect screenshot. Holy shit. Anyway, it's funny because that's what he was going to do with the Twitch bounty board. He was willing to do 2 or 3 of those a week back in the day. Wasn't a problem then. There's semantics. So that's a fantastic screenshot. Oh, I'm gonna need to clip that. That's a fantastic screenshot. I'm gonna need that one.
All in, becoming the fake guy, selling out completely 100% of the time, or going all in, being the king of hate, the drama returning all of the time, or being me, the third path, and trying to be an original and do things differently, but having to ask for contributions. It's one, the other, or the other, but it's all in. There's no way that you cannot go all in and be successful on those.
That's because DSP can't multitask, but you know, it is what it is. And that's his problem. He overcommits to everything. That's legitimately what the problem is. He doesn't understand how to diversify. He tries to tell you he does, but he don't. He doesn't have a clue.
Okay, I think I finally got through all the tips.
Thank goodness.
Did I add that one? Crap, it was $1, but I don't know if I added it. Ken did a $1 super chat. Thanks, Ken. Nothing attached to it, though. It was just a $1 super chat, so I don't know what it meant. And Jalen did a $2 super chat. May every evil eye in your life go blind. Take the second path. Oh, man. All right. All right. Well, we've certainly had a good discussion. The podcast went long, but to be frank, I think it was going to happen. All right. Oh, excuse me. And I'm curious, everyone's thoughts. Obviously, I would love your feedback. But when I say your feedback, I mean the feedback of those who are here to watch, engage, and support my content.
So the feedback of those who give me money. Got it.
I don't mean the detractors. I don't mean the intimate documentarians. I mean people who actually matter. People who will be here to watch the content and support it positively in some way moving forward. That's who I need to hear from. Not the peanut gallery of morons who are leeches on me and depend on me to make decisions to have content because they have none of their own. That's not who I'm talking about.
Oh, boy.
Okay? I got another $1.50 tip. You have a stable crowd watching you 6 times a week, all the time, repeating how boring and bad your content is. What is that? What's your taste in content, then, you idiots? Yeah, I mean, again, it's weird. This is what we're talking about, this internet culture changing. Because it used to be, you have a hobby, and your hobby is you're into something you like. So you watch it, you follow it, you study it, you're involved in it. And it may not even be, all right, a situation where it's something that you can actively do. Like there's big sports fans who aren't even sports players, but they're sports fans. And they get into the culture and they buy the merch and they go to the games and they do sports betting and they do all that stuff. And that's good. That's fine. But you do it because you like it, right? Now with the internet, what's happening is we're getting entire cultures based around things we hate. oh, I really don't like this.
That's always existed, though. And on top of that, most sports fans, believe it or not, are not sports fans. They may just be a fan of a particular player, to more often than not. But what does DSP know? He don't know sports. And the fact that he went to sports betting is wild, because not everybody who watches and or participates in sports bets on sports. But, you know, if you're a degenerate gambler, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna go with what you go with.
So what I've decided to
That actually makes me think, is he someone who only like gambles on the Super Bowl or the World Series or on the NBA Finals or on the World Cup? It makes me wonder if he's that type of degenerate gambler, which he might be.
do is systematically try every waking moment of my life to destroy it in any way that we can, right? Make a cult-like group that stalks the person in every possible thing that they do. Say everything they say is bad, wrong, or not good enough. Make entire series of videos, documentaries, content about how they suck, how they're horrible, how they're fucking up. Meanwhile, have absolutely no actual self-reflection whatsoever, looking at your own life of obsessive, compulsive action on this person that's twisted, broken, and mentally ill, but instead they're the one in the wrong, not you. While everyone else in life realizes we have one life to live, we have to spend as much time focusing on the positive as we can, because once we're dead, we're dead.
Maybe you should take your own advice, but all right.
You were busy focusing on things you didn't like because you're an ignorant fucking moron. And you hurt everyone around you in the process of participating in said toxic activities on the internet.
Yeah, how's the camera working for you, Phil? So let me get this straight. So me making content on you as a hobby, actually me making content on you and your fucking monkey brethren and whatnot, meaning other locals, me making content on you somehow hurts my family and the people around me. How exactly? I'm really confused on that. I'm really confused on how that would apply to anybody, to be honest with you. And anybody who is that deep into it or whatnot, one could hope that they'll eventually pull themselves out of it. But I don't think too many people in the mainstead take you that seriously, or this that seriously, to be honest with you. Then again, what do I know? I've been at this shit for 2 days, so so who could say?
And there goes the camera again. This at this point, I don't think I'm going to get this camera to stay on at all. This is just, it will not stay on. And again, I didn't do anything.
Didn't you say not too long ago that you could school Review Tech USA on how to use tech, and yet this is what's going on to you? You guys are just two peas in a pod, apparently.
Different, it just doesn't want to work. Unbelievable. Luckily, soon we'll be doing the gameplay, so I won't need this camera at this point. Holy shit. Unbelievable. What is it, the fourth time? I mean, this is the worst it's ever been, so who knows what's causing it? No idea. Maybe what it is, I just got to maybe do a restart on my computer, because I haven't done one in a bit, so maybe a restart on the computer would make this more stable. It's possible.
So what are we doing? Are we still running the PCs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year plus leap year? I wouldn't be surprised.
It's very possible that a computer restart could make this better.
You know, Windows updates would help you too, but, you know, semantics. I guess you have to learn how to fucking crawl before you can walk.
But I don't know if that's the solution or not. And maybe I'll try it tonight, because obviously
How am I supposed to take this Dent seriously when he can't even update software? Literally the most brain dead easy thing to do, and he can't do it. And I'm supposed to take this guy seriously. You're supposed to take life advice from this guy. That makes sense. I can understand, don't take life advice from me, but damn sure don't take it from him either.
about to start playing gameplay, so I'm not going to do it now. But I have no fucking clue what's going on. Why he keeps doing this. Okay. See, Chomps, and here's the thing. Here's Chomps, all right? And this is probably where we'll end it, because at this point we've gone really long talking about this, right? He goes, How long are you going to continue to watch all of your peers do better than you, surpass you, and even retire around you while you're still here struggling?
Until the end, to be honest with you. And somewhere down the line, he believes that he's actually catching a win. Or if they eventually stop doing content for whatever reason, it only proves and or justify that his way of doing it was right all along. And they were flukes. They were lucky. They were only here for the money, and they weren't real content creators or gamers or whatever, and so on and so forth. That's how deep the delusion goes.
Okay, I need to explain something to you. All right, this is going to be very important. I want everyone out there to listen to me. I have no peers. I am a man on a fucking island. Since the day I turned on my camera and pointed it at my TV and started doing the improv commentary, I did it different. I did it my way, and I never copied anyone else. I only ever wanted to be me.
That's literally a lie. Angry video game nerd, amongst others. You damn sure did copy other people. What are you talking about?
I never aspired to success. I never wanted to do this for a job. This all just happened.
That's literally a lie, too. You had sat there and did everything in your power to fuck up that job that you were at the helicopter company through your own incompetence, your own addictions, and so on and so forth. And then what happened? The day your ass got fired, you ain't brought your sweaty piggy titties back home and shit. Basically cried like a bitch on your fucking couch. Called John to come over and do content. Did you ask John for a reference? Did you call and ask your dad, hey, is there another company I could go to? Nah, you ran your ass right back to YouTube because that was always the plan. You can shut that shit the fuck up. That fucking weird ass mythos and shit clearly doesn't exist.
And now here we are almost 17 years later, and you say, but all these other people did it bigger and better than you. Yeah, because they didn't do what I did. They came into it with the mentality of let's get famous, let's get rich, let's do this.
You mean just they came in with the mentality of just making better content and knowing what their worth was and pursuing it. Okay.
Let's get the bag. I don't care. Get it?
You don't care, but then you're mad that people like Evil AJ mocked the shit out of you, which allegedly screwed up your whole internet career and all that. This is what he said, not me. He said Evil AJ, and this is how you don't play, literally fucked up everything for him. But that's funny because he's saying right here that he never cared, and he still don't. So which one is it?
I don't care. All I want to do is make the content that's meaningful to me and my viewers, and if I can make a living doing it, great. But I'm not aspiring to be the biggest shill sellout to make tons of money, the biggest hateful drama content creator on the internet who everyone is the big dog and looks up to, like Medicare, right? I'm not looking to be any of that. Maybe I could be.
Yeah, no, you never could be. You could never could be. You can't even be successful, let alone anything else, let alone be respected. So let's not go ahead and get ourselves too wrapped up in that situation.
If I tried, but I don't care. It's hard to try.
Wait a second, didn't I hear you the other night on Kino Casino crying and complaining like a bitch about, you guys, look at you guys are successful. And every time I try to do something new, every time I try to branch out, it all fails, man. I don't understand. I want to do interviews and I want to talk to other people and no one wants to reach back and talk to me. Remember all that hot shit you ain't did when you had your little pity party with fucking PPP the other night? Must forgot that shit, huh? Got memory hold, huh? Okay, I got you.
Try to do something that you don't have passion for. I don't have passion for that shit. I don't.
You don't have passion to be successful or do business. But then we run around and cry about we have a business degree, right? Or what about what he told Blip TV? I'm a mature adult with a business degree. What about that? Okay, semantics.
I'm sorry.
No, don't say sorry to me. Like I said, I have no problem with watching you like go head first into the grave. To be honest with you, trust me, you're doing just fine, Phil. You're doing just fine. Don't let anybody tell you different.
I got a 420 tit. Boo, Phil is boring and sucks. How can anyone watch him? A detractor as they're watching your daily restream and video about you the second it's uploaded and end the night on a Discord chatting about you until they fall asleep.
People do that?
Yeah.
People stay in the Discord and talk to each other until they fall asleep? Really? Interesting. Huh, I guess. I don't know. I've never actually heard that, but that's an interesting that's a creative way of trying to talk people off the cliff, I guess. I don't know. That's different.
But again, it's not about them, right? It's not about turning the camera back on them, their mental illness. It's about still making.
Oh, it's mental illness now. It's mental illness to criticize an asshole who criticizes other people for no reason. That's okay. I guess we all suffer from the same ailment then, I suppose.
Making fun of me somehow in 2025. You know, it was pretty telling when I had my interview with Joon the King, all right? And we were talking about all of this, and I said, wouldn't it be fascinating? Wouldn't it be fascinating if someone turned the cameras back on the detractors? If someone actually went out of their way and said, yeah, this guy has been, you know, ripped a new butthole for the last 10, 15 years. What about the people who obsess about him? Let's learn about them. Because wouldn't it be more interesting to see what kind of a person just does this 24/7 and has no life? And Joon said, well, no, not really. But
this proves what I was telling you guys earlier about the July the Cucks type thing. Even though it on the face of it, it looks like it's meant to go at August the Duck. It's also taking a shot at Joon the King because DSP clearly couldn't get Joon to do what he wanted.
Why did he say not really? Because it wouldn't be viable. There's too many of them.
Wouldn't be viable.
There's not enough there. You know what that says? It's too hard. That's what I heard. Because it's too hard.
Oh.
It's easy to go on.
Oh, you're calling Joon lazy. Oh, you're calling Joon lazy. Now no one can argue with me that July the Cuck thing isn't a shot at Joon. Or it's not also a shot at Joon. No one can argue with me now. This dude ain't sat there and sucked fucking Joon the King's dick for how long? The one time he couldn't get Joon to do what he wanted, oh, he's lazy. He's lazy. That's what it is. That's why he won't go ahead and be my attack dog and go after my enemies. He's too lazy. Oh, wow. Okay.
The one person who everyone focuses on.
That's a choice.
And streams every day. It's too hard to figure out who all these fucking no-load losers are on the internet who are harassing the guy every day.
It's too hard to figure out who all these no-low losers are. Okay.
That's too much work. Instead,
that's too much work. Okay.
Easy mode is to just research all this shit that's already on the internet and put it together into a documentary.
Oh, Joon, Joon's calling. Joon. Now, let me be honest with you, Joon. I don't really care much for you either, to be honest with you. Not anything personal. It's not that serious. I just think that you fucked up the Medicare documentary. You were better off just putting out the interview that you did with him, and that's that. It'd have been so much more valuable than what you ended up putting together. And I think you fucked up the Review Tech USA documentary. Actually, truth be told, Joon, I honestly think you swept for Rich. That's what I think it was. I think Rich threatened to go ahead and take your video down, which he did. I did a video on it, so I got the proof that he said it. And I think you went ahead and swept for him. I think you always were planning on sweeping for him. Because at that time, Rich still had his main channel, and you didn't want to have a million sub channel possibly strike you. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you swept for Rich. But that's semantics. In any case, though, I never called you lazy. You probably lacked some of the foresight of the Medicare situation. You could have. There's plenty of information out there on Medicare. There are plenty of arcs in the Medicare story that you could have gone over. You could have asked them questions about. I don't think you asked the right questions because I don't think you knew what to look for, to be honest with you. That doesn't necessarily make you lazy. It just means you clearly didn't have an idea of what kind of story you were trying to tell. And so in turn, I mean, it came out the way it did. With Rich, I think you honestly swept for Rich. But anyway, I don't think I'd never called you lazy, nor did I think that. But boy, oh boy, look at what DSP doing. He ain't sitting here calling you lazy. Said that you ain't sat there and basically built a video, if you will, or a documentary off the back of other people that you just were able to copy paste together and nothing else. You didn't actually do any real work. The real work was going after his enemies. The real work was being his attack dog, and you failed miserably at it. God damn, Joon. God damn, Joon. I think you deserve better than that. Except I'm not a big fan of yours, but I wouldn't have called you lazy. I don't think you deserve that. Short-sighted maybe, but not lazy.
Right? It's ridiculous.
Now let's bring that back. Don't worry, I won't talk this time around, maybe, but I want you to hear this. You gotta sit there and call Joon lazy. He just made content off the backs of other people. I'm telling you, that July the cuck, that's a shot at Joon. It's a shot at August too, but it's definitely a shot at Joon. Please believe it is. And he thinks he's just clever enough that he could get it past his dents without anybody really noticing. But I'm pretty confident that's what that was. And based off of this here, off of this shit right here,
It's not about them, right? It's not about turning the camera back on them, their mental illness. It's about still making fun of me somehow in 2025. You know, it was pretty telling when I had my interview with Joon the King, all right? And we were talking about all of this, and I said, wouldn't it be fascinating? Wouldn't it be fascinating if someone turned the cameras back on the detractors? If someone actually went out of their way and said, yeah, this guy has been, ripped a new butthole for the last 10, 15 years, but what about the people who obsess about him? Let's learn about them. Because wouldn't it be more interesting to see what kind of a person just does this 24/7 and has no life? And Joon said, well, no, not really. But why did he say not really? Because it wouldn't be viable. There's too many of them. There's not enough there. You know what that says? It's too hard. That's what I heard, because it's too hard. It's easy to go on the one person who everyone focuses on and streams every day. It's too hard to figure out who all these fucking no-load losers are on the internet who are harassing the guy every day. That's too much work. Instead, the easy mode is to just research all this shit that's already on the internet and put it together into a documentary. Right? It's ridiculous.
Damn, Joon. It's like that, bruh? You ain't sat there. I mean, keep in mind, you did call DSP a liar to his face and you felt like he was dishonest. You did the right thing there. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't feel, if you felt like you were being deceived, you got to come out and say something. And you did that. You did that. Wow. This piece of garbage who's probably still in your DMs to this very day, trying to convince you to fucking go after detractor trolls, haters, and critics and shit. Well, I mean, really, you're July the cuck. You know what I'm saying? That was a nice little shot at you, as well as August. So you're in good company, I guess. And you're lazy. You're lazy. You could have been a good attack dog. You could have been a useful tool. But for some reason, man, I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, you were too lazy to do it. You were too lazy to bow to the king, apparently. And your documentary ain't shit. Apparently, according to DSP, not me. Your documentary ain't shit. It's just copy paste and whatever editor of choice, and that's all it was. You failed, buddy. In some ways, I wonder if DSP gets off on the idea that the first time you put the documentary up, I wonder if DSP is actually kind of glad that it got demonetized and then you had to re-upload it again. You ever thought about that, Joon? Might be a thing. I don't know, man. Any person that's willing to call you lazy, who else? I mean, one could only imagine what else they might have said about you. Something to think about, champ.
I really think that would actually be the golden nugget that no one wants to grab because it's too hard. Instead of making the 7,000th documentary on Darksydephil, why not do the documentary on the people who literally obsess about him 24/7?
Oh, Joon, your documentary didn't have any impact. It had no value. Yours was just another one for the trash pile, I guess. Damn, Joon, that's a goddamn shame. I'd like to say I feel bad, but that's a damn. That's your fight though. You should clean that up. You should go ahead and handle that. That's a goddamn shame. Jesus Christ, all that time and effort you ain't put into it, all those people that you paid to help you put that shit together, just another one for the trash heap, according to Darksydephil. Just goes to show, Joon, no good deed goes unpunished.
Right? Sure, I understand that it's easy to make the fun of me. But man, the person who goes the extra mile, that would be the meaningful thing that's very different.
Now we're pig whistling to get someone else to do the job that Joon the King couldn't do. DSP going for broke.
Would be.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh boy. Come on, sometime today, champ.
Of course. insane detractors have been outed in the past. You're right. You're absolutely right. So that's what I mean. Like, can you imagine if the rest of them were sniffed out? If these morons who literally are just making this stuff constantly actually were exposed for these weirdo obsessed losers that they are, you know?
Yeah, but one person doesn't represent the entire community, though. It doesn't work that way. If that was the case, when SOK fell, a bunch of people would have fell with it. So, you know, that's not how that works exactly.
But no one wants to do that because that's tough. That's the hard work. Man, let's go for the low-hanging fruits, right?
Go for the free lunch, basically. Damn, Joon. Is that what it was? It was a free lunch for you? I'm just asking, because I'm not saying this. That's what he's saying. He's talking free lunch type shit here. That's harsh. That's... I mean, you could think I'm a disingenuous piece of shit if you like, but that's harsh. God damn. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Yo, and the thing is...
All right.
Shut your ass up. And the thing is, you could tell that he ain't had some pent-up frustration over Joon. He ain't had some pent-up frustration over Joon. And he ain't had it for a while. Oh, baby. He was big mad. He wasn't little mad. He wasn't teeny tiny mad. He was big mad. He was big mad. You could tell he was looking for a reason to take shots at Joon. He was looking for a reason to take shots at him. God damn.
Anyway, we've now gone super late, and I do want to do at least a couple hours of Pirate Yakuza today.
Yeah, I've gone super long, Phil, but, you know, if you ask your wife, she'll tell you I'm good for that.
Okay. All right, so let's end the podcast. I fully expected, coming off of the last couple of days, that this show was going to go crazy, and it did, admittedly.
Crazy.
All right? So I will say this. Thank you all. Take a look. So far today, not once did I ask for any contributions whatsoever. All right. All I did was speak from the heart, honestly, about everything that's been going on recently.
Speak from the heart, honestly. Well played, Phil. Well played.
And we are at what? Like $90 of support? I don't even know. I haven't been tracking.
But we've been reading contributions. Let me stop. You're about to give me an aneurysm doing this shit.
Yeah. We're already 2/3 to the goal, and I haven't asked for anything. All right. So I can just leave it at that, and we can play Pirate Yakuza. All right. And enjoy it for the next 2.5 hours, and just leave it at that. Or we can get our first sub of the day because no one on Kick has become a sub whatsoever. I don't know what's going on over on Kick recently. Let's get some subs. Let's get some tips. Let's get a super chat. How about some gifted memberships, of which we got none today? Let's hit the goddamn goal because we want to get to 60. You want to see me stuff my bloated face with Girl Scout cookies. So cut the shit. Let's get it going right now. Let's get some support. What is happening? Let's do it. What are we waiting for?
It'd have been different if he had taken PPP's gimmick and made it his own somehow. But it just comes across as just a pale, pathetic copy. That's all. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but that's what it feels like. That's what it's always felt like, to be honest.
What are we dragging our feet for? Let's hit the goal right now. Then we can just play Pirate Yakuza and not have to worry about hitting any goals at all. Let's get our final contributions in. Hit that 150 right now. Let's do it.
Jesus Christ.
There we go. My screen screwed up. I had to refresh it.
Holy shit. Woo, shit. Oh, man. That's something special. Still fishing for contributions, Phil? So you still got 10
No, to be
minutes.
honest, I actually don't know what's happened over on Kick, like this last week. Just take a look. You know, typically we're more than halfway through the week, and usually we get a bunch of subs and stuff, and it's been a slow week on Kick. So
maybe calling that woman a slut for no reason might have had something to do with it. That's just what I mean. It's just a theory. I have no clue what it is. You know, it's not necessarily a Gout theory. It's definitely not a Theo theory. But I don't know. Maybe you just calling random streamers over their sluts might be have something to do with it. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know what happened over there.
So Medicare's so let's go ahead and do a small tally real fast. We'll do it again later, maybe. But Medicare is a coward. Joon is lazy as hell. And what was the last one? Oh, and calling random women sluts on Kick is okay until contributions don't pop up. Okay, fair enough. I guess. I don't know. That's wild.
At all. The thing is with Kick, it's kind of like fluctuating, hit or miss. Like sometimes.
What was that line that fucking not Jadakiss, that fucking Ja Rule said to Eminem? What the hell was that? Let's see. Your mother's a crackhead. Kim is a known slut. So what's Haley gonna be when she grows up? Was it like that, Phil? Yikes. That was rough too, because damn, that Haley line, he sat there and fucked up Ja's whole career. Everybody thinks 50 Cent was the one who actually buried Ja Rule, but it was actually Eminem and whatnot. That's why those guys are still beefing till today. God, dog, bro. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna take a shot at Kim, you're gonna take a shot at the mom, fair enough. But the daughter, though, she didn't do nothing. God damn, son.
People will come by and be really supportive, and other times it'll be really slow. And this week, yeah, I mean, it's really been affecting stuff. So I'm hoping that we will get some more on Kick, but there's been entire days with nothing on Kick. There's been days with one sub on Kick, you know? There's not much I can really do about that.
And you brought it up, why? That's the pig whistle. That's the to get it out there, to motivate people. That's the soft beg, if you will.
You will tip me $40 right now if I properly address Ashton berating my wife again. All right, you ready?
Wait. What's the point of great screenshot? What's the point of doing that shit? How many times he ain't called that chick fat and you did nothing about that shit? Don't try to be a man now about that shit. Don't try to be a husband about that now and shit. You don't have to practice. Leave it alone.
Ashton is fucked up for ever bringing up my wife. He should never have her name in his mouth. And I've spoken with him about it. And if he continues to bring her up in his content, whether it's his show or mine, Smart Guys, I will no longer work with him.
Oh. You don't say. It sounds like an empty threat to me, but okay.
We've had it out. I talked to him about it. It's fucked up that he would ever bring her up. It's one thing if he brings me up and he wants to razz on me.
Really? Because I think after the Grill Phil segment on episode 2 or episode 3, you really didn't want that to happen anymore. Maybe it was episode 2, because I did the video on that. I did a, I'll name the segment later, and then I did a follow-up video where he basically begged Detractors. No, I did 2 of them. I did 4 of them, actually. No, it's 2. Because one segment, he said he wanted Detractors to buy in. And then in the second segment, he said he begged Detractors to basically support the Grill Phil segment. I've recorded both of those. I'm not sure if those are up yet. I know the I'll name the segment later. Oh, I don't know if those have gone up yet either. I know they're recorded, and I'm pretty confident they're uploaded. I'm not sure if they've gone live yet, though. That's still when the music was kind of still a little shaky back then. Damn, I'm gonna have to look now. Those definitely need to go up. Because I definitely finished the videos to complement those. Huh. I'm gonna have to look. Let me let this play. But yeah. Wow, okay.
Because he's helped me out tremendously. All right? My wife has nothing to do with him or his content. And I swear to God, if he fucking brings her up again in a negative way in his content, I will cut ties with that man.
Oh. No. Let's bring that back. Swear to God. He'll do that shit. Okay.
So I'm hoping that we will get some more on Kick, but there's been entire days with nothing on Kick. There's been days with 1 sub on Kick, you know? There's not much I can really.
Even if he was to do that, he'll eventually crawl back. The negatives of that shit are huge and whatnot.
Do about that. You will tip me $40 right now if I properly address Ashton berating my wife again. All right, you ready? Ashton is fucked up for.
Why did it take a $40 prompt for you to finally say something, though? Even that sounds disingenuous, to be honest. All right, whatever. I don't know why I'm trying to be moral about this shit to an immoral piece of shit. So that doesn't make it. That doesn't make any sense on my part. I'm just hurting myself doing that.
Ever bring up my wife, he should never have her name in his mouth.
Mm.
And I've spoken with him about it.
Mm-hmm.
And if he continues to bring her up in his content, whether it's his show or mine, Smart Guys, I will no longer work with him. We've had it out. I talked to him about it. It's fucked up that he would ever bring her up. It's one thing if he brings me up and he wants to razz on me because he's helped me out tremendously. All right?
Okay, so you're willing to be basically put face down, ass up because he ain't brought some money your way. Okay, I've called you a whore on multiple occasions. I'm glad that you're living up to that. But please continue, Jake. Go ahead and tell me how far you're willing to go for his to show your gratitude to him. Go ahead and do that.
My wife has nothing to do with him or his content. And I swear to God, if he fucking brings her up again in a negative way in his content, I will cut ties with that man.
That doesn't mean you wouldn't go back, though. Interesting.
So there you go. I don't care about your $40 tip because I know you weren't going to send it anyway. I know you were full of shit. But it's about time that I said that because it needed to be said and everyone's been talking about it.
But it took a $40 tip to actually prompt you to do it, though. You don't think that doesn't come across as disingenuous or out of pocket? Whatever.
Okay. They're not going to pay up. They were a troll. No one's going to pay $40 for me to say that, but it needed to be said. By the way,
yet again, it took $40 to prompt you to say it, though. That's the problem. That's legitimately the problem.
Worster says, I love the content, Phil. Thank you, Worster. I appreciate that. Yes, I've spoken with Ashton since Monday's Keno Casino. 100%. I've spoken with him about it. And I told him this is not acceptable. It's not right. It's messed up that he does that.
And yet he kept doing it for how many weeks?
And he knows how I feel. So it's one thing for him to bring me up, make fun of me. They've done a lot for me. Go ahead and make fun of me. Say I'm a loser, whatever you want to do. I don't really give a fuck. I've got thick skin.
Sure you do.
But you don't bring my wife and family and other people into it to have no fucking involvement in any of this shit. Period. Okay? That's when you've gone over the line. Okay?
Sure. Wait a second. You know what's funny? This is giving me flashbacks. When John... You remember how John used to tell you to stop bringing him up or don't bring up their personal conversations or stop acting like an asshole in your content or in certain vlogs that you made and whatever, and you would say whatever hot shit that came into your mind because you're an emotional bitch, and then behind the scenes, John would be like, why would you do that, man? Why are you saying that? You're making it worse for yourself. You're going to basically make it awkward for myself or anybody else. Why are you doing this? I'm sorry, John. You know I love you, John. I won't do it again, John. I'm really sorry, John. And then he would do it again. And John's like, what are you doing, man? You just said that you weren't going to do this. Or you're not going to let that happen anymore. I'm sorry, John. I wasn't right in the head and I was in a bad headspace or whatever. It won't happen again, John. I'm sorry, John. And then what would happen? DSP would do it again and again and again. And John would continue to forgive him, so DSP kept doing it. Ironically enough, PPP did to you what you did to John. I never really thought about it that way, but it's kind of interesting now that I think about it. Now the question is, did PPP know about that? Huh. Fascinating. That would be deep ass meta if that was the case.
Jasper's cleaning. He is. He's right there. All right. Are we done now? Where are you? I can hear you like you're right here. Like right next to me, but I don't see him. He must be behind the set.
Yeah, he looking nervous. He looking hella nervous. I mean, you know the response is coming, Phil. Oh boy. Can't wait to see what comes out of that shit.
All right, are we good? Anything else? Because I want to get all this shit out of the way so we can play Pirate Yakuza.
Mm.
Right? Now we can move forward. Can we, please?
Oh boy. Yikes. See, that should have been done in a private conversation, though. That should have been an AB conversation, bro. That's what that should have been. I don't know if that was meant for public consumption. All right.
I guess we're done.
But the fact that it took $40 to prompt it, though, just sounds disingenuous.
All right. Well, it's been a hell of a show. All right. So tomorrow, obviously, we'll talk about how today went. With gameplay and the like. Remember, today we're doing Pirate Yakuza and the Lego stream. I'm excited to see how the final Lego build goes tonight. And if we hit the goal and we continue to do Lego stuff, I'll look into the next Lego set, you know, if it goes well tonight. And tomorrow should be fun. All right. I hope that you guys will join me for another Level 1 podcast. We still have 3 days left. I know we didn't even get.
Let's see if there's anything past that. Because I don't need all this extra bullshit. What we got here?
Very good to me.
Okay, here we go. Okay, Diggs is coming through on the clutch.
Friends, all right? Thank you all very much, and I will see you tomorrow for another fun episode of the Level 1 podcast. Okay. By the way, Shaolin13 did a $10 super chat and said, for the based response to disrespecting your wife, respect King. Yeah, you know, listen. I get it. All right, I really do. I understand. I get the shtick. I get the game. I do. But you get to a point where it's like, I have enough tolerance for stuff. I do. I'm very patient. As you see, I can put up with shit, especially to someone or people who've been very good to me. Let's be honest.
So you were willing to take the beating, or sorry, you were willing for Khet to take the beating because you were benefiting. And I guess in conjunction, she's benefiting too. So, you know, if she takes a couple of ass smacks from and a couple of ass pats or ass smacks from another man, she should just sit there and take it because what? Because, you know, you benefited in the short term from it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I mean, that I'm not surprised. It's telling, but it's not surprising, to be honest with you.
To be honest, Kino Casino has been incredibly good to me, right? They help.
So you gave up your wife, which is not really your wife. She's a roommate. She's a, you know, this is a relationship of convenience and so on and so forth. You guys aren't really a couple, but we sacrifice her for these two guys that you think are your friends. Okay. It's par for the course. I got you. It makes sense.
Me out. They gave me a shot. They had me on their show multiple times. You know, I'm doing actually a well show right now. The show that we're doing right now, Smart Guys, is doing well. So I'm happy for all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But there has to be a point where you draw the line. There's no reason for him to be bringing up my wife ever.
And why are you waiting till now to draw a set line, though? That's the thing. That's the thing that's not making a whole lot of sense.
Bring me up. Make fun of me. Tear me a new asshole.
But didn't you just say that you're low-hanging fruit and everybody does it? Isn't that the reason why August the Duck is nothing more than, you know what I'm saying, a lazy, you know, no-low bitch, whatever, and Joon the King, who also apparently just goes after low-hanging fruit and just took a bunch of information and clips that was already out there and threw it into an editor and put it all together. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why, you know, he's July the Cuck or whatever that case is. Like, you're not okay with those guys doing it, but you're okay with Kino Casino doing it, though? Interesting. Okay.
Right? What are you bringing up my family for? It has nothing to do with anything, right? There you go. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I didn't add that yet, right? That was Shaolin.
Oh, shizzle.
Okay. Thank you, Shaolin.
Uh-huh.
And I received a $10 tip from Fluffy Kitties. Well, this is not 40, but please choose option 2. This person wants Internet Bloodsport King of Hate Phil returning. What's up, Jade? Good to see you, Jade. I saw you earlier, but obviously we were talking nonsensical drama shit. So now that we're done with it, now we can just chill and enjoy Pirate Yakuza, which is good because I really do need to have a day with no bullshit.
Oh,
So who was that fluffy kitty?
no bullshit, huh? Okay.
Fluffy kitty with the $10 tip. Thank you.
Oh shit! I can't wait to see what the response is going to be to this. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh man, that shit's going to be fantastic. Jesus Christ.
All right. Let's take a brief break because, man, I got to use the bathroom.
Okay. Oh shit.
Oof. I got to stretch too. Man, I've been sitting here the whole time.
All right, my fault. All right, let me see if there's anything else real fast, and then we can close the shop. See what this.
Perfect. Once I face the right way, it's actually perfect. You don't see it anymore. Cool. All right. Let's take a brief break. I got to use the bathroom.
Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm not gonna even hold y'all any longer. Oh shit! All right, let's close shop on that. That was fucking bruh. That's 2 days worth of nonsense, bruh. It was fun though. I don't regret that whatsoever. Jesus Christ, and that now if I'm gonna get the title back of long form content king and shit, you gotta make sacrifices. Holy shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, that shit is fucking insane. Oh man, the shot against Medicare, the shot against Joon the King, the 3 paths of failure and shit, the Gout, the Doubt, and the Snout. It's all just so goddamn ridiculous, bro. It's all so goddamn ridiculous. All right, here, let's see what we're gonna do here. At this point, I think we all need a drink, bro. Fucking A, we all need a drink at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, final thoughts. Well, I'm definitely anxious to see how the fucking Kino Casino PPP responds to that shit about him talking about his wife and that $40 prompt and all that bullshit. I'm waiting to see how that's gonna play. That's gonna be good. We'll see if Joon the King even says anything about this. He probably won't. August the Duck. I didn't even watch the first video he did, so let me see what that is. And fuck it, if it's something even somewhat interesting, I'll make a video on it. Why not? Let's hear what he has to say. I never saw the greediest stream or whatever, but it could be entertaining. Why not? It could be fun. So we'll check that out. Out of his fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I gotta tell you, that shit was just no. No. You know what I'm saying? And it's still so early in 2025 for nonsense like this to be happening. But in any case, whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've taken up enough of your time as it is. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. I will catch you guys for the next video, whenever that may be, hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Snort Report, and this has been DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes? A GTG Network and Productions. For Hard Snort's Gin and Tonic, Snort Bucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company, Tim Snortons, and all of our subsidiaries and affiliates. I'm GTG, and I will catch you guys for the next one of these, whenever that may be. Big ups to Chio18 and Raw Phil. And whoever it is who decides to fucking edit this monstrosity. I'm going to take a break, and then, then we'll see what the consequences are going to be after this, if there is any. There has to be something, though. Take care of yourselves, people. Later.